What up? Hello. I think my mic's a little quiet. Hi. How are you? Hello. It's been a second. It's been a little bit. And I'm going to immediately get into that cuz I don't like beating around the bush. I don't like beating around the brush. So I'm going to immediately get into it cuz it's also not that long. It's not that complicated. I was basically, I think I mentioned during the last Wednesday stream that Paige was out of town and that the dogs did not like that. And that essentially resulted in me getting somewhere between 0 and 5 hours of sleep every night. Because the dogs would wake up, realize that Paige was gone, and then feel like they needed to tell me about it. So I think I probably got like an average of like 2 to 3 hours every night. So recovering from that a little bit. But things are also a little chaotic IRL. Nothing like bad, just like stuff. So yeah. That's essentially kind of it. Hopefully I will be on more regularly this week, but maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. I will probably like talk in more detail about all of it once it's all like done. But it's nothing like bad. It's just stuff. So yeah, that's basically it. But I feel kind of like ass to head that off. I feel a little bit like ass. But that's like, it's a combination of still recovering from that. I don't, because of other reasons, I don't have my medication, which is fine. I can survive. It just makes me feel weird. And then also the allergies, which I don't have that bad of allergies, but allergies are fucking crazy in the Midwest right now. So I kind of feel like I have a cold, even though I know I don't. I just have allergies. So we're pushing through. I don't feel bad enough to where I'm like, I need to cancel and do an eye patch. But still not great. So that's basically it. Allergies hit me bad too. Feel it. Yeah. So nothing that crazy or that bad. Just like a lot of stacked things. What's up? But hello. How are you? Fuck, not a sponsor. Shit, I need to like cover this up somehow. It's just a good size of mug. But hello, Sue, Valkyrie, Sputnik. Hello. Oh wait, there's a recommendation I've been wanting to give for quite a while. Ooh, what's that? I've been reading Delicious in Dungeon. Oh my gosh, Confused Strawberry. We're on the same fucking wavelength. I haven't been reading it, but I've been watching Delicious in Dungeon / Dungeon Meshi. And I was actually going to recommend. I looked into if I could play it on stream. I can't, unfortunately. I cannot. But Sleepwalking Orchestra by Bump of Chicken. This is the intro song for season 1 of Delicious in Dungeon. It's like the theme song for Delicious in Dungeon season 1. It's a fucking heater. It's a heat, dude. This is my song of the year. I fucking love it. It is, yeah, I've been listening to it like nonstop. So I also recommend Delicious in Dungeon. I've got like a few problems with it. But like, I don't know. That's just television, isn't it? I don't think there's anything like, and nothing huge there. But yeah, I like it a lot. Judging from the tile you chose, this will be some valuable lessons for me. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that, yeah, we'll get into the takeaway in a second, but I think that last episode, the reason it ran so long is because I had so much to talk about, and I think that Matt's doing a lot of really good things that I really like, especially given how this entire arc was set up. So yeah. It's a finished manga with only 14 volumes. The world building is amazing and the character work is insanely good. I can't recommend it enough. I agree. Like you said, I have some very minor problems when it comes to like the character setups. But those setups are getting very quickly resolved, and I'm getting much more on board with it. I will say, and this is like a plot thing rather than a world building. I'm generally not a huge fan of how do I say it? This doesn't exactly apply to Dungeon Meshi, but like Save the Princess type stories. And I bring that up in regards to Dungeon Meshi because the first season is Save the main character's sister, who everyone has a connection to. It's not just the MC that has a connection to her. But it is... I'm not generally a fan of we need to save X person. I think that Dungeon Meshi is handling it well, but I think that that genre or that like niche of I would almost call it a road story, like that Golden Fleece type storyline. That specific genre where the Golden Fleece is a person, I find is riddled with risks in terms of like how you can even portray it. So yeah, that's my only, and basically every issue I have with Dungeon Meshi is related back to that. But those are so minor in comparison to the rest of it that I still give it a huge recommend. But that's my only kind of problem with it at the moment. But yeah. A normal mug, thought you'd be drinking out of a horse trough or some other large utensil. No, I got did I show this on stream? I got like a 5 gallon I got like a 5 gallon military like water canister. I don't know if you can really see it. But I then have that running through a hose to a desktop dispenser. So now I can drink out of normal things because I have that big ass thing filled with water. My fiance has been watching Delicious in Dungeon and wants to show me it. It's really good. It's really good, especially if you're really into, like, we have these discussions sometimes about like world building DMs versus plot building DMs. If you're really into world building and like really, really detailed representations of cohesive worlds and like worlds that interact outside of the main characters, I think Dungeon Meshi paid a lot of attention to its like, I mean, they literally talk about like the ecosystems of the dungeon and like the biology of the different monsters that they're encountering, what qualifies as a monster. They do a really, really good job, I think, at the world building side of things. And if that's something that like really gets you out of bed, then I think you'll really like Dungeon Meshi. But even if you're not that type of person, the character work is still great. And it has like solid serialized plots because it is, I mean, at least, you know, I can't speak for the manga, but the anime is close to what I would call a serial. Like the overarching plot, which is why my problems with the overarching plot are so minor, is because broadly it's a serial. They are getting closer and closer to the Golden Fleece and having these little miniature experiences every episode. So I think that each of those is well written, well concepted. I like it a lot. So yeah, big recommend. From what Mega is saying, it seems like the anime is a bit different. Honestly, it might not be that different. It's like, again, the reason I say that my critiques are small is because the thing that I am talking about and critiquing is such a minor part of the show. It's just like basically the backdrop motivation. I mean, it's first episode shit. I don't feel like this is a spoiler. But like Fallon, the main character's sister, gets eaten by a dragon. But she's in the dragon's stomach, so they can assumingly rescue her. So it is about going through the dungeon to get back to the dragon to rescue Fallon. That's the current plot, at least, of the anime. I'm not sure if that differs from the manga. But yeah, that's the only part. But it's basically just what is the motivation for them to go on this road story. And that motivation, I think, is a weak one, broadly. And comes with complications. But the actual execution has been flawless, and I've loved it. So yeah, I still big recommend. I wish someone who merely like S1 of Dungeon Meshi but reading the manga, which will be S2, made it one of my favorite stories ever. The plot really takes off, so if you're a plot fan, look out. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome to hear. I'm psyched. I'm very, very psyched. And like I said, I've been loving it. But with that, we'll get into the takeaway. And the takeaway is thus spoke Mega, which is basically that I think Matt is taking some risks. I think he's taking a few risks, like having Vorugal fly over the city. But I think that broadly, and I say that that's a risk. Let me back up. I say that that's a risk because I think if they had engaged Vorugal and had revealed the location, essentially, I think that would have been bad. Now, Matt had some ways around it. He had some NPCs that could have potentially counterspelled something. He had some abilities to stop the players from revealing Whitestone and from engaging Vorugal. Because I think that engaging Vorugal there doesn't go well, broadly. I think it has some bad plot implications to what it seems like Matt is setting up. So, bit of a risk, but there are plenty of high-level casters in Whitestone that could have theoretically, like, counterspelled Keyleth if she tried to skywrite or something similar. Or he could have just said, oh, there are some clouds within the bubble. And then, you know, they're not engaging Vorugal. There's some ways that he could have gotten around it if they had engaged. So I don't think it's a huge risk. I think it was a calculated risk on his part. And I think it worked out great. I think one of the reasons he took the risk is because he felt confident that the party would go the way they went. Partially because of Percy and partially because of the entire party composition. So, with that, Vorugal showing up and sniffing around the area combined with the essentially notice that the next dragon they kill is basically going to kick off a series of events. Matt has essentially told them, hey, he coupled two distinct things. And maybe actually maybe I get out the screen share for this one. Because Matt essentially did two things in the course of half a session, where on one hand, he like on one side of things.
We had
Oh no, it was on the wrong screen. On the wrong screen. Huan, blah, 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 working area. Boop. All right. And oh god, it always does this. This tablet was great. It's great at doing what it does, but it was also very cheap and is not very stable. Oh, and also we're at 3,000% zoom for some reason. There we go. But he did two separate and sort of interlocking things. The first thing he did was tell them, hey, next dragon is the event horizon. Right? And when I say event horizon, because I think I've used this term a couple of times throughout the last couple episodes, when I say event horizon, what I mean is it is the point of no return. It is the point at which you must keep going forward. You cannot go backward. Maybe you can go side to side, but that side to side is probably going to be more of a diagonal. There is no reversing. There's no going back from here. That's the event horizon. No return except for Horizon Walker. Precisely, Sputnik. You understand what I'm saying. Matt has essentially told them, next dragon, that's the event horizon. Once you do the next dragon, there's no coming back. Then he pairs that with your safe zone is in danger. He does these at the exact same time. The safe zone being in danger encourages action, whereas the next dragon being the event horizon actually encourages inaction, strangely enough. Because it basically says, let's figure out the maximum amount we can do before we do this. Right? Knowing what is going to kick off the point of no return, that is going to inherently make them hesitant about going there. You want to do everything you can possibly do before you actually cross the point of no return and kick off the rest of the arc. But he pairs, and I think that this is a good thing, because this really appropriately sets the expectations of the players. The players didn't really know what the point of no return was. They didn't really know where the event horizon was. So Matt lets them know. He sets their expectations very clearly. They cannot claim to not know them. But in doing that, he has partially encouraged a lot of inaction, or at least encouraged action that will not progress the arc. Right? Now that they know where the line is, oh my gosh, thank you for the 5 gifted. I saw someone come in, drunk VOD frog here. Just wanted to say I really appreciate your vids. I'll catch you in the next VOD. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. But yeah. So I think that he... I can't see who he is, though, and I'm so curious. No, it doesn't seem like they have a name. It seems like the name is blank. I don't know if that's on purpose or not. Either way, anyways. Oh, wait, that didn't just end stream, did it? Okay, good. Sorry, I did something on the back end that I thought ended stream for a moment. It didn't. I'm going crazy. But yeah. So the Event Horizon, good thing to show your players because it really, really helps them build expectations and it lets them know where the line is so that they don't accidentally cross it. Because accidentally crossing the event horizon doesn't feel great as a player. You know, like if you have a bunch of plans as a party, as a player, sometimes crossing that event horizon without knowing it can feel good, but it's difficult. It's risky. And I've actually said that multiple times throughout this Chroma Conclave arc is, man, the party really doesn't know, like, what killing Umbrasyl will do. They aren't being given overly clear direction. And I think that it was partially having an effect on how quickly they were doing things, what they were prioritizing, and they were just feeling sort of aimless because they were being kind of careful with everything, but not super careful and not super pointed and directional with anything. And so we get to a point where, like, giving them an event horizon to give them an amount of direction is really, really good. It's going to get them out of that more aimless type of attitude. It's going to give them a lot more direction, a lot more pointing, because now they know, okay, we can do anything that is not this within reason, and we're not going to cross that event horizon. But, like I said, encourages inaction. It encourages them to do everything that is not this. Now that they know about the event horizon, now they say, okay, well, given, you know, the fucking set, if we know what this is, all we have to do is anything that is not in that. We have everything else. And you are encouraging them to do that everything. That's not great. We don't love that. You don't want them to do everything in the world that they can think of that is not your event horizon. That is going to lead to them doing a lot of bullshit that probably isn't going to be that interesting. They're going to be doing a lot of essentially grinding to make this transition as safe as possible. That's exactly what the in-fiction characters should do. They should want to do everything to maximize their chances of success, even if that stuff is boring. So, Matt puts the safe zone in danger. The solution. The solution. Matt pairs this event horizon, this really huge increase in their knowledge with a timer. Because the safe zone is in danger. They don't know when the danger will resolve itself. They don't know when Vorugal is actually going to find Whitestone. They don't know what he'll do. They don't know how close he even is. And so they can't do everything. Now, because if they do everything, right? Everything safe. Right? If they do this, just based on the event horizon, we're good. But if they do everything else while the safe zone is in danger, that's not going to work at all. That's not going to work at all. If they do everything, that's going to take too long, and the safe zone will fall. Whitestone will be destroyed. Most likely while they're gone. Not great. So he has succeeded, I think, in giving them a lot of additional knowledge, really setting their expectations well, while mitigating the worst factors of that, right? Well, the putting the safe zone in danger, putting Vorugal within sniffing distance of Whitestone, makes it to where they can't just waste time on boring stuff. They have to really focus in on the most impactful things. They have to take risks. They have to really balance safety versus actual usefulness. Because if this is the only thing, if we don't have the safe zone being in danger, they should be, if you're embodying the in-fiction character, they should do literally anything that could give them an advantage. And that's it. They should just do everything. But if you put the safe zone in danger, now they actually have to weigh out how long will the thing take us, how risky is it, versus the amount that it helps us. Whereas if you don't have the safe zone, it doesn't matter how much it helps. It only matters that it does help. So I think pairing those two things together is really good at focusing them, right? Before they were sort of aimless. Now they are way more focused because they know they were kind of stumbling around in a dark room. They knew that something bad could happen, but they didn't know enough to really focus their search efforts. Whereas now, Matt has turned the lights on so that they can see everything, but he has also started slowly raising like the water level in the room to where they'll slowly drown if they don't figure it out soon enough. So I think it's a really good evolution, and it's good to do those at the same time, right? If you just turn the lights on and the room is exactly the same with no ostensible danger, they are going to do every safe method of trap detection that they can. But if you start raising the water level, now they have to be a little bit more risky with it. So yeah. That's a microcosm for the keyless skywrite. Not knowing if they've already passed the point of no return is, well, there's some parallel. I'm not the streamer guy. There's a bit of a parallel. I can see what you're saying, yeah. I don't know if I call it inaction, because if they, I don't know, go after another vestige or find more allies or try to hide Whitestone better, it's still progression of the arc, I think. There are things that are progressions of the arc. The thing about just having this info, it means that they can do all of the things that you just said and literally everything else. They can do everything you could possibly think of. And in order to not, they have to kind of split their brain and not inhabit their characters for a second. Because, and this is the analogy I'll always use, the Fellowship, the actual characters want to take the Eagles to Mordor. The audience, and if you were playing the Fellowship in a TTRPG, want to take the long way, want to take the interesting way. And the Eagles are not interesting. And so you have to, as the DM, you have to give them reasons that they can't take the Eagles. Either you don't have the Eagles exist, or you make there be a reason that they can't take them. And in this case, the Eagles are equivalent towards doing every safe thing you can think of. And the safe zone being in danger is the reason they can't take the Eagles. And then you have to move the goalpost to get things back on track. Feasible, but hard to do smoothly. Totally, yeah. I guess you see this grinding for vestiges as inactive or boring, but TBH for me, it's necessary means to progress the plot. They couldn't just be like, well, this is boring, let's go kill another dragon, and then be bodied because they didn't prepare enough. No, and I think that, I'm not saying that grinding for vestiges is boring. I am saying that doing because like within this context, if you know what the event horizon is and there's no other threat or timer, you should get every single vestige, and then you should go through a training regimen with all of the possible NPCs that you have hidden in Whitestone. And then you should try to go and search out even more artifacts of power. And then you should go to another plane to grind out levels and experience. And then you should do this, and then you should do that. And if you know what the trigger is to the dragons becoming worse, which they do now, then you should do everything within your power that is not that. To the point where it will become boring. I don't think that the vestige hunts are boring, but it could very easily become boring. Especially in an XP leveling system, where they know that just going on more adventures, no matter what the context of the adventure is, they know that that will get them more XP, and therefore more levels, and therefore they will have an easier time with the dragon. Because you want, and this is something that I've mentioned within the context of the Chroma Conclave arc, is they were shown really, really early on, the dragons are gonna body you. The dragons are absolutely going to wreck you. So they are very understandably hesitant about fighting the dragons. And so you can't just expect them to go after the dragons, basically, period. It's actually the only reason that they ended up going after Umbrasyl is because they were in a situation where they might lose a big advantage if they didn't go after him right then. Which is, I thought, how Matt was going to handle the entire rest of the arc. Turns out that's not the case. But setting it up this way means that now, because, and I should also specify, I think that Matt should only do this if they can already fight one of the dragons and or they're really, really close to being able to fight one of the dragons. Because this is inherently pushing them towards that. And it also depends, as a DM, how long you want this arc to go. Like, in terms of real world time and in fiction time. Like, do you want there to be another arc after this? Or is the Chroma Conclave the end game? Because if it's the end game, I could very much see them taking way more time with it. In that case, maybe Matt should have just given them this if he wanted this to be like, you know, them fighting Thordak at 20. Matt could have just given them this, let them fuck around and do a little bit more vestige hunting. Maybe continue to buff out each vestige hunt in the same way that he did with the Feywild, make them a more robust mini arc. And you could have had the Chroma Conclave last the entire rest of the campaign if you wanted to go that direction. I think that giving them this info, this event horizon, would have been a great way to facilitate that. But if you don't want this to be the rest of the campaign, if you want it to end within the next level or two, then also having the safe zone be in danger is really going to encourage that action. It's going to have them really weighing their choices on what are we going to do? What is the best use of our time? What's the best strategic thing? And those constraints are going to breed creativity within their decision making, which is very, very good. And it really does depend. Like I said, it really depends on, do you want this to be the overarching fabric of the rest of the campaign? Is these dragons are in the background and then we'll defeat them and then the campaign will be done? Or do you actually want to direct them more actively towards pursuing this arc? And then there will be some more stuff after that. Really, really depends. The safe zone being in danger, that is going to really encourage action and creative action because now you're putting them under constraints, under a time crunch. Matt is definitely constrained by the fact that he can look forward in the playlist and see when the arc ends. He's on a time crunch, yeah. I don't know when the arc ends. I'm very curious. This is why I like milestone lore. I think this is I think there's a lot of arguments back and forth for milestone and XP. I think that they do both have legitimate upside and legitimate downside. But I think for something like this, where maybe you want this to last a little bit longer, but you don't necessarily want them to be leveling up too quick. Like, if you have a party that really enjoys combat, like, that's one of the reasons that they come to the table. Counterintuitively, I think XP is a worse choice. Because if you are really delivering really challenging combats, that is more often going to deliver way more XP than lower combat tables. Like, it's going to deliver them a bunch of XP, which is going to level them up disproportionately quickly. And can actually fuck with your ability to deliver interesting narrative within the constraints of combat. if your party is really, really combat driven. Whereas milestone leveling, I think gives you a lot more control over the types of challenges you can deliver to your party within the combat conceit without worrying about it way over leveling them. Like I said, counterintuitively, which is kind of, I mean, you can sort of make the argument that then milestone leveling is just better overall. I don't know. Yep. I don't know. Especially in a game where it's heavily story-driven, the DM can decide when to hit the brakes or slam on the gas. In Milestone, absolutely. Absolutely. It very much can. Yeah. But yeah. So in terms of the actual title, I guess to wrap it up, narrowing your players' options, I think that doing these in conjunction, it gives them this serves to give them a very, very clear decision space. That's the thing that I would really take away, is letting them know exactly where the event horizon really clarifies the decision space. It lets them know. It turns on the lights in the room. It lets them know these are the buckets that I can choose options out of, right? I can't touch those buckets over there. Whereas before they didn't know. So this really, really clarifies the decision space, gives them a ton of information, which, depending on how they're playing, could be a good or a bad thing, depending on how strategic they are, and how much they're really hard role-playing. Whereas putting the safe zone in danger encourages, or how exactly would I put this? Putting the safe zone in danger, putting Whitestone in danger, it encourages really selective decision making, right? Encourages very, very selective decision making. And I actually think that it's really good if you're going to encourage selective decision making. It's good to have the decision space be more clarified, be more clear. I think that these two work really, really well together, where he has clarified the decisions they can make and encouraged them to make the best ones. To use their few decisions that they have left to maximum benefit. So I think that these two in conjunction are really, really good at encouraging them to make singular creative decisions. And you already saw in the last episode them starting to debate wacky ideas, like running a disinformation campaign from one of the dragons to the other, trying to play on their naturally selfish nature, running into constraints of teleportation, really having to consider the civilian populations and the casualties that any of their decisions could accrue. Even as watchers, this didn't come up in the actual episode, but even me looking at some of their decisions, saying, oh my gosh, that's a good option, but that might actually incur way higher civilian casualties, right? The whole trying to pretend that there's this cult of Thordak worshippers within Vorugal territory. It's like that could employ a witch hunt. I think that it really will start to highlight some of their moralities, some of their philosophies, and this sort of dichotomy between the choices you can make are very clear, but you can only make a few of them. That sort... Bird, are you eating hair over there? Are you eating clumps of hair? Come here. Come on. Are you eating hair? You were. You were indeed eating hair. How did I know? Ay, this dog. But yeah, I think that sort of dynamic between the choices being clear and the choices being interesting, that is a kind of a forever dynamic that there are a ton of ways to approach, and I think it's something you always want to be striving for as a DM is interesting choices where players understand or should be able to understand the consequences. I think that's something you want, like, just at base. Obviously, there are exceptions, but I think that's always something to kind of be striving for as a DM. And I think that these 2 points by Matt really nail it. So, just overall, I think a great... I don't even know if performance would be the word, but great decision making on Matt's part in introducing things that made sense at times that made sense, that also I think really heavily are good aspects of the plot. Assuming that I'm correct about what Matt wants, that he doesn't want this to be a kill Thordak at 20 type of plot. That Thordak's not the final boss. If he's the final boss, this might be going too fast. I think it'll encourage too much action, frankly. But if he's not the final boss, I think this is solid. It helps that Whitestone was technically off the map for years. The Briarwoods occupied it, giving them a hub to use against the Conclave. Absolutely. Yeah. I know you've probably gotten this question before, but do you watch Super Geek Mike's Critical Role Demystified? You two are actually within the same threshold of episodes. I do not watch it out of slight I watch the odd episode here and there, but to try and maintain a level of no spoiler. But me and Mike talk a lot. We talk a lot back and forth about the various episodes, especially because he already knows, any given spoiler. So he watches Critical Eyes, and we talk about some Critical Eyes episodes and a lot of how it relates to his. So short answer is no. Longer answer is kind of. Yeah. But yeah, I think that depending on how quickly I continue to go, I might overtake him. We'll see. I might end up overtaking him. Yeah. Mega is a little bit more loose with what he considers spoilers. Yeah, true. True. Yeah. I am pretty loose with spoilers, but I know that Mike will sometimes reference later episodes, so I try to avoid them. But I watch a lot of Mike's stuff regardless. I love his villains playlist. And actually, not to spoil anything, but I might be making an actual face appearance in one of Mike's videos soon. I've voiced a couple of things in Mike's videos up to this point, but I might be making a on-screen appearance soon. We'll see. In fact, Mike is in the Discords and sometimes in the chat. Yeah. Mike's around. Mike's always around. He's great. Big friend of the channel. But yeah. Not Mega. Mike is more loose. Oh, yeah. Mike is more loose than Mega. Yeah. Critical Role Demystified is, I think, generally from the perspective of someone who has seen the entire thing. Like, he generally avoids like any sort of spoilers. But it is still like fundamentally from someone who has seen the entire show. So there's just a level of he has that inherent knowledge that he can't really get rid of, you know. I really messed that phrase up. You're all good. I gotcha. So yeah, that is that. And I think we're a little ready to go. We blew past what I thought the intro would be. But I think we're good to go. We'll have a little bit of Critical Role before we take a break. We're going to take a break in like 10 minutes. So we'll have a little bit of Critical Role before then. But yeah. Mike doesn't tend to outright say specifically what happens in the future, but he does sometimes offhand say things like, this is not the last time that happens and whatnot, minor fake spoilers. Yeah, exactly. So I will watch CRD at some point in the future, but I will probably start it towards the end of I'll probably start it towards the end. I don't know. We'll see. But I do like Mike's stuff a lot. And I'm very interested broadly in comparing a lot of his stuff. And I've also thought about like watching CRD on stream because Mike has given permission to do that. So possibly might be like a small interlude series between C1 and C2. Because those, all of the CRDs are pretty short. So we could even do like multiple in a stream. But yeah, we'll see. This might just be because you think similarly. It might be because you guys talk, but I'm amused at how similar your takes are. Yeah, I mean, we don't... It's very funny because our takes... One of the reasons that we talk, and I think one of the reasons that Mike... Because obviously my channel is way smaller than Mike's, obviously. But I think that one of the reasons that we continue to talk is just because we do legitimately just think similarly about the game. Like, we obviously have different presentations and different kinds of content that we like making, but we are really similar to when it comes to like our actual thoughts about TTRPGs and the game and media broadly. So it's very easy for us to talk. Because we're on such a similar wavelength. I would honestly be even more interested in when we disagree, because we do broadly agree so often. Oh, yeah. Just now finding your channel. What up, Parunga? Is this actually your first watch of CR campaigns? Yeah, it is indeed. It is indeed. What I would give to go back and experience my first time watching again. I think that's why a lot of people like the series, is because it's fun to, and like I've kind of hit on this a few times. I like watching media with people, either as the person that has seen it and getting to watch them experience it again and get a little piece of that back, or as the first time watcher watching it with someone or a bunch of people that have already seen it and getting to talk about it and getting to theorize out loud. This is just how I like watching TV and movies, etc. I like either being the person that has experienced it and watching it with someone who hasn't, or I like watching it fresh with someone or a bunch of people that haven't seen it, or that have. So yeah, it's just it's a good time. Yeah, I haven't seen any actual plays. I've got a lot on the list. You can sort of get the experience secondhand again. Yeah, precisely. So yeah, that is, and it's why I like talking through a lot of my thoughts when I'm going through the entire series, because I know a lot of people didn't think about it too hard when they were watching it for the first time, which is fair. I don't think about media nearly as hard off stream as I do on stream, but I also think it's fun to kind of go through for people, and I think I've been told by my friends that my brain works a little different in terms of the weirdly obvious shit that I ignore versus the really minor things that I pick up on. So I think it's also fun for people to watch me miss the really obvious shit but pick up on the tiny details. At least I have fun with it. I have a fucking blast making this series. But yeah, I really do not know how Mega avoids spoilers successful, because I've seen CR spoilers in the wild before I was even into TRPGs, let alone CR. I mean, it helps that I'm not really on social media. I'm not on TikTok, Twitter, X, whatever, Instagram. I'm not on any social media really except for YouTube. And I'd never click on anything CR related. And now especially I separated my personal account and like the account that I stream on and that I watch these videos on. So now my personal account doesn't even have the record of me like watching these episodes. So I just I don't even get things recommended to me anymore on YouTube. So it's way easier there, but I still get the occasional thing, and I really just let it slip out of my brain. It's maybe the first time in my entire life that the extreme forgetfulness of my ADHD is actually a useful feature. What's up? You were making like a weird stance. Oh, okay. You're good? Okay. Sorry, Paige looked like one of the dogs had pooped or something. Everything's good. But yeah, it's one of the areas where like the extreme forgetfulness, where like if I don't try to form a memory, things just slip out of my brain so easily. So it's very easy for me to see something and then forget about it. Especially when I actively don't want to remember them. Yeah. Dimension 20 is insanely good too. Oh, it's on the list. I gotta figure out, I'm kind of experimenting with a format that might be good for D20. We'll see. But it's on the list, yeah. Yeah. There's so many moments where the actual subject matter flies over my head because one of the cast delivery of the line just punches me directly in the teeth. I could see that. Yeah, I can absolutely see that if you're not like pausing and like thinking about it. Like I don't pause shit when I watch it offline, you know? I'm not sitting there watching Dungeon Meshi and pausing to think about, you know, the delivery of the line and the development of the character. I'm still thinking about those things, but I'm also letting the thing continue to play. Whereas on stream, I'm stopping and I'm pausing and I'm thinking and I'm talking. Yeah. Yeah. A good number of the iconic moments people like to draw would make zero sense out of context. Also true. Yeah. Out of sight, out of mind is real. It's so real. It's so real. Yeah. Like the scene Mega almost bled for himself with Vax in a void talking to the RQ. That art is awesome and means nothing out of context. Yeah, I mean, now that I've seen it, let me see. Because I remember I looked it up on stream and people were like, but it's like Raven Queen. I just like searched the term Raven Queen, and it was it was a lot of this. It was a lot of this, and then it was like one thing with Vax and RQ. I don't even see it anymore. But yeah, I remember it in retrospect. At the time, it meant nothing to me. Yeah, of her like holding Vax there. Because so much like fan art like that, they will do real scenes that actually happened, but they'll also do just like made up scenarios. So I think that also helps a lot in that I don't know what is a headcanon, what's a fan theory, what's like shipping, like a fan fiction type situation. So I don't, because I've done, you know, I did that whole thing on the moon tree theory. Whenever I see something, I don't know if it's the moon tree or if it's actually like a recap of a real thing that happened. So there's also that level of I don't know what is like actually applicable and not. So that also helps me like let things slide out. Yeah. Life needs things to live. Yeah. We had it taken down. Yeah. That's the one thing I miss about watching the show on Twitch versus now watching on Beacon. During the break, they would always showcase fan art, and they skip the breaks in Beacon. Yeah, people really, really like the fan art breaks. Even like in the rewatch. I actually just recently started like I think last episode actually. I was like, hey, I'm not going to do the art breaks anymore. Purely because I'm not an art guy. I don't have much like transformative to say about it. So it's kind of just like, you know, looking at other people's work, which is cool, but I don't want to like monetize that. But a lot of people that are here for this series just love the art breaks so much that they still just want to like know that I've seen it, which is so cool. Like that's such a interesting aspect of the community that I was fully unaware of before joining, was how integrated fan art is into the community. Like I can't think of another community that I've been a part of where fan art is so deeply ingrained that in a series that gets a couple hundred views, there are dozens of people that want me, and like a community that really cares about me being transformative. That there are dozens of people that want me to do kind of like a non-transformative look at this art stuff. It's very interesting. It's incredibly interesting. From like a, I don't know if this is the right word, but almost anthropological point of view, like the study of a fan base. It's fascinating to me how large of a pillar this is within the CR community. Super, super interesting. I just like the art and want to see it, and I'm too lazy to go to each episode and watch it myself. I don't care if you see it, TVH. But you still want me to see it, even though I know that people care about the reaction being transformative. It's so interesting. It's so interesting, yeah. Daniel, the moon tree is real in at least 2 fan worlds now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Daniel's a good point. If I think about the pieces that I did, it's mostly character portraits and like minor moments, unless you consider character design spoilers. I mean, they could theoretically be, but I don't know what the character designs. I don't know which character designs, again, are like fan fiction versus actual designs. So it's really easy for me to just ignore it because I don't know if it's real or fake. Yeah. A lot of comic book covers are made by community fan artists. Yeah. It's so cool. It's yeah. Like I said, I've never been in a community like that. So it's fascinating to see it firsthand. But anyways, we ended up talking through when I said, we'll start it a little bit. But then I got talking. So we're going to go on a quick break at the hour, which I've also already blown through. I'm like 3 minutes over. So we'll go on a quick break, and then we will get back, and we will start the episode. Or, I guess, halfway through the episode. I'll see you in a second. Boop. What up? Hello. All right. Let's get into it. I'm sure that there will be a lot more this episode. I am sure that there will be quite a few notes to take because the first half of this ep was jam-packed with stuff and like theory fodder. Jam-packed. So I'm going to have to do a theory stream probably before the next episode. I'm going to have to do a theory stream because there's a lot. Even just like a lot of the things where I just copy and pasted the transcript because there was so much about like what Thordak has just like been doing this whole time, according to Assume. And there's a lot here. And I still do think it's very interesting that now the party thinks there's a mole, which I've been theorizing for a while. And we'll see if any suspicion gets drawn onto Drake. Because Drake is my number one pick of people that it could possibly be. People that the mole could be. Assume is kind of up there, but a lot of the things that were drawing suspicion towards Assume turned out to not be true. So right now, and I mean, I'll admit, look, hey, I'll be the first to admit a large portion of why I think the mole is Drake Thunderbrand is because of the man's goddamn name. He's might as well be Dragon McDragonface. I don't know. It's a little bit. But I don't know if that is supposed to be a red herring, or if it's enough of a double or triple bluff for it to actually be real. But either way, I'm psyched because I feel like we're gonna get more very, very soon. Yeah. Surely, if it were Drake, he'd be called Mole Thunderbrand, right? Obviously. Yeah. I'll take a look at that. I've been looking for a program like that for a while. Oh yeah. Why didn't Discord? Oh, Discord did work. Okay, cool. Yeah, but Obsidian's great. Obsidian's really, really great. I've been actually thinking about switching a lot of the stuff that I have in World Anvil over to Obsidian. But that'll depend on. I might apply for sponsorship from World Anvil. And if they did that, if they sponsored me, then I would absolutely do everything through them. If you just gotta say the thing of the episode, but it'd be a spoiler, vent in the chat. Yeah. Always venting in the chat. Okay. Let's get into it. Boop.
Friend, come and deliver a gift to Laura, which you see presented on the table.
Let me know
now as a replica. That's Kiki Day made this awesome prop replica of Fenris.
We have to. I mean, I wish you guys could see it up close. I mean, obviously we're gonna send a picture on Twitter.
It came with a remote,
but it's got light up
colors.
Freaking! Yeah. It lights up different colors.
This is designed based on David Rodriguez's concept art for Fenris.
It's got
awesome.
Elvish. It's got Elvish for protector and growth.
That's so badass.
It's phenomenal. Did I say that right? It's protector, not protection. Protector. Protector is right.
She got it right.
Protector and growth.
Say what?
That is awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kiki.
It's so funny. I came up. You're overthinking it a bit. I'm always overthinking a bit, Vincent. I'm always overthinking. That's a hallmark of mega theories. But it's so interesting to watch CR because I came up in almost all of my friends and I growing up were very nerdy, very geeky. But almost none of us had nerdy or geeky parents. Like, all of our parents were down with our nerdiness and geekiness, but most of them were like jocks in high school. They were not they were not fucking playing chainmail or AD&D, you know. They were not making props and going to Comic-Con. That just wasn't their jam. So I got into the hobby as someone with basically zero money. Because and that's that all my friends were like that, where like we didn't have parents that were also into the hobby. So we didn't like have any like costumes or props or miniatures. Like we only had the very like the very like minor things that we could save up for. Like I remember for a long time I only had one mini that I would use for every game, no matter what the character was. And I had like a set of minis that I would use for like monsters and NPCs, no matter what the monster or NPC was. And if I needed more, I had like 3. And if I needed more, I would just grab pieces from like Monopoly or Sorry or whatever to try and like sub in, just like things that could work. And so I've never been, because that's how I got into the hobby. anything related to the hobby that costs money, I'm always like, Zam, that's so crazy. I don't know. It's so crazy to imagine someone like making this to me. Like cosplay is so interesting to me. I never knew anyone who did cosplay. No one had the money to do cosplay. So it's just like, it's so... And I know that you can do some of these things on the cheap if you like really like know the the tech. But I did not grow up with anyone who knew that. So this is also like a side of TTRPGs that a lot of the critters and critter fan base are super into. Even like dice collecting. Dice collecting is not a thing that I was even like aware of until much later on. And then all of the friends that I made in college that also played D&D were all very similar, just by pure happenstance. There was just not a huge community that was really into the more material aspects of TTRPGs. So I did not really engage with them at all with those aspects of TTRPGs until I was like a full-on adult. But by this point, I have not engaged with it for so long that it's like almost intimidating to think about like making props or costumes or anything. Yeah. That's so lucky. I grew up in the Bible Belt during the 90s era satanic panic. It was a rough time to be a nerd. Absolutely. I've mentioned that like I'm so thankful that my parents, my dad didn't know what was going on because he was off and on around. But my mom got asked about it. Like she got kind of like aggressed about me playing D&D by another church member. And my mom's the best. She could get very petty. I definitely get my petty bone from her. And the church member who had asked that, I had just DD'd. This was in high school. I had just DD'd them because they called me and said that they needed to get picked up. I had not planned on DDing them. And so my mom responded with something akin to, well, I'm fine with Jack playing D&D. At least I know where he is every Saturday night. or something along those lines. It was the satanic panic was still very much alive and well in my community, but I had luckily my mom defended me from it, which was very, very cool. And similar shit with all my friends' parents. My father's a huge Trekkie and into NASCAR. I got both sides. Hell yeah. No, both of my parents like were much more on the jock side of things, but also they weren't like fuck nerd shit. They were both like, they were very much of the opinion that they would rather me be into nerd shit because they both got in a lot of trouble growing up. My mom got like blackout drunk the day before she had to take her ACT to get into college and totally fucking bombed it. Because that was just what she did on weekdays. So my parents were very into me being a nerd. They were super, super down with it because they got into way too much trouble growing up. You didn't use dice. Dice have numbers on faces, so you can be like enemy 4. I didn't use dice. I could have, and I should have. That was just not a tech that I was aware of at the time. I should have, though. I could have done that. Just never occurred to any of us. First ever experience with D&D was full theater of the mind. Full theater of the mind? That is wild. That's kind of a cool way to get introduced to it, honestly. Yeah, my parents are not nerdy, and they got 2 kids that are super nerdy, but they were really supportive and rolled with the punches and took us to movies and conventions we wanted. That's much more similar to me, Ebster. But my parents were also both immensely frugal. Our financial situation varied a lot across my childhood. And so they were immensely frugal. So they really liked D&D because it was a hobby that I didn't have to pay for. Like I could just use like a whiteboard and like random shit from around the house. And so they did not encourage any of the money spending aspects of the hobby, but they encouraged the hobby a lot, which was cool. W Mom, lol, she sounds like a savage. She is. She also gets some big Karen energy sometimes, but overall, it's channeled in good ways. Whenever I hear about the Satanic Panic, I'm really glad that was not a thing in Sweden. Yeah, it's luckily, I think it's. I mean, it goes in waves. It comes in and out of culture, but I think it's slowly tamping down a lot. Anyways, we gotta do critical role. Play.
That's amazing.
Should
we put it down?
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Lean it up against the table.
So, as you guys come to consciousness the next morning, the storm has come in now.
By the way, I got terrible sleep. I replayed everything Saunders said in my head like 100 times. Just putting that out.
Make a general wisdom saving throw.
You're paralyzed from fear.
I am terrible.
That's Trinket.
Wisdom saving throw?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 12.
Oh, okay. Your evening is hard pressed. You do manage to get a full night's sleep. You do not suffer an exhaustion. You do manage to get rest, though the nightmares do come in memory of your last encounter at the end of the Feywild, and Sondor's words still swimming around in your head, finding cracks in your sense of self. But you still are stalwart against the choice you made and the friends that were at your back. And as you all come to consciousness, the sound.
Okay. Quick thing. Quick thing. Actually, about the episode this time. I still love how the players offer up downsides for their characters, even knowing Matt often bites on the offer. I know. And that's what I was about to say, is like, that is really solid character work. And I love, like you said, that they continue to do it, even though Matt bites on it. I try not to bite on those sorts of things, especially like things that characters do, like actions that affect the world. Depends. You know, maybe sometimes there will be a consequence to that, even if it's purely flavor. But when it is a mental thing that is purely flavor, I don't want to say never. You know, I don't want to put a hard line on it. But it's rare that I am looking at that and giving them any sort of detriment, because that's the sort of thing that I want to encourage them to do, you know? And it's like knowing, even in the back of your head as a player, that Matt might offer some amount of downside. You know, maybe it won't totally prevent you from adding that flavor and adding that roleplay, but it's definitely going to be a depressing force, a downward force on how often you're going to offer that sort of thing up, on how often you're going to play into it. And generally, I want to do everything I can to promote those sorts of small little character flavor things. I don't want to do anything that could be a depressing effect on it. So it's not that bad, honestly. But it is, like I said, I think it's a bit of a depressing effect on it. Probably wouldn't make the downside harsh, but if the player is offering it up, I see them as telling me a thing they want to explore. I agree in terms of wanting to explore it. But I think that is an opportunity to present them with things that will proc those, that will proc reactions to it, that will proc them to act in a certain way. Because I hard agree that she is offering up to Matt a thing that she potentially wants to explore in the future. I just wouldn't I wouldn't react to it right then. I would wait until some sort of future opportunity to explore that. Like, I think that she is really offering up to Matt, like, hey, there's a possibility that how that ended could have been seen as like kind of like shutting the book on Vex's arc. And so in terms of like a big thumbs up to Laura. She is really presenting through that little insertion there is letting Matt and the rest of the table know, hey, I know that might have seemed like an end to the arc. I don't consider it an end. I'm still thinking about it. It's still sitting with me. There are still things to explore here. So I think that was it's a really solid direction, like narrative direction, to go and a way to communicate that. But I don't think it needs or deserves in the moment. Not reciprocity. What's the word? In the moment response. That can and I think probably should have just been something that is like noted or some more eloquent response, and then utilized later on. Yeah. I think part of the Matt Mercer effect that people get upset with is that they're playing the game for an audience and flawed characters are much more interesting for a spectator. I think in general, flawed characters, I think my broad opinion, very broad, exceptions abound, very broad opinion is that flawed characters are better, period. But there is a substantial portion of some things where they're playing for an audience and that has a substantial effect. Yeah. Yeah. There are times where they mention something to the table and Matt bites it, where I kind of agree with you. In this case, she was very specifically talking to Matt, though. Maybe. That might be an agree to disagree. I think broadly, when you say something like that out loud, you're talking to the table. Like, it's not like she DM'd Matt about it, but I can still see where you're coming from. And that might be like a tonal thing that is different between some tables. Yeah. If you're playing at a table with homies, heavy flaws can become tiring. They certainly can. They certainly can, especially if you're in more of a beer and chips type scenario. And it depends on how, like, emotional the flaws are. Like, I think I would still broadly say that flawed characters are better, but certain types of flaws can be very different based on the table and the tone and the atmosphere. Where it's like, I think that, like, I think a really good example is Taliesin and Percy. One of Percy's flaws is that he has this strong aversion to explaining his thought process ever. He has this intense aversion towards telling anyone what he's thinking. And I think that is fun, or I think that that's more fun when played to an audience where the audience doesn't know what he's thinking and like, what's Percy gonna do? It kind of builds suspense. But if you're just like hanging out with the homies, I think that flaw could become a lot more tiring a lot more quickly. So I do very much agree that like certain types of flaws portray better in like a media project as opposed to like an at-home table. Yeah. In our Feywild campaign, it was a horror story, so we came up with phobias for our characters, which related to our characters. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, that's very fun. I think that's a good kind of takeaway for this conversation is customizing the flaw to the table. Not just the individual, but like the category of flaws. Like having everyone have a hyper-specific phobia in a Feywild horror story is super fun. Super, super fun. And something that can really easily be played on by the DM and the other characters. Yeah, that's a really good, concise takeaway. Yeah. A bad table where tables where a person's flaw becomes all they speak about and make all their decisions based on in every situation. They always choose against the party. Yeah. I mean, you have to have this kind of relates back to early Scanlan, but you have to have a character that's flawed, but that also would want to be in the party and that the party would want to keep around. Like, I think early Scanlan, it's kind of ridiculous that if you think about it in fiction, it's kind of ridiculous that the party would want to keep this fucking guy around. Like, he kind of sucks. So there's no real in fiction reason to keep Scanlan around other than that he's a powerful magic user, but they also had Tiberius. So that's there's a combination there of they have to be flawed, but they also have to be workable within a party dynamic, which it sounds like this was not. Yeah. I don't think that's much of a Percy flaw, but lol. Uh-oh, am I shooting through the duplex? Oh no. Yeah. Tal's a great player, but the not explaining things is just frustrating because sometimes he doesn't even explain to Matt, the person who has to understand his intention the most. Absolutely, yes. And again, I think that in a media project, that's a much more interesting flaw because it creates a level of separation between what the audience knows and what the character knows. But the way that he plays it, the audience, the other players and the DM are included in the audience. So I think it's good for a media project, but less good for a home table sort of deal. Yeah. Oof, Tiberius. Oh, I have a whole video, yeah. He speaks the forbidden name. Oh, I have a whole video on Tibbs that you can go and watch if you're new here. That I have plenty of opinions about. But yeah, I'll get back to it. This is gonna be a long stream. I can already tell. I already knew it was going to be, but especially when there are new people and especially multiple new people, the streams always extend by an hour. Because I like talking to new people. They always have new takes and such. Also, thank you for the resub, or I guess not sub, member. I don't know what to call it in YouTube speak. But thank you for the 7 months, Albie. I appreciate it. But yeah.
Sound of rain outside of the castle and against the exterior stone greets you with the morning. You can smell the fresh rain in the air and eventually come down to find breakfast prepared, a meal earned.
Not chicken.
Not chicken, no. This is eggs, fruits, a classic Whitestone breakfast. Chicken is
Thick
available, but strangely untouched.
Baked beans? Tell me this baked
There's
beans.
baked beans,
beans, yeah.
thick, like the thick single slab bacon.
Blood pudding.
Blood pudding.
Just basically an Irish breakfast.
Mother's blood
yeah.
pudding.
No, there are a few farms here. Most of it comes from the Tern Fields, south of the city, but it's good. It's fresh.
The rain is good. It will mean that they'll have an easier time figuring out the water level while they're digging out beneath the sun tree and making sure that it's secure.
Yes.
Oh, I love this weather.
Well, to Marquette or to Draconia? What's it going to be? Should we vote?
An attempt at an object of power or an attempt at friends of power.
Which is which?
Speaking of friends.
Draconia is friends of power.
Speaking of friends, we should probably check up on ours.
That is true. We haven't heard anything, but that is true.
Haven't heard anything out of him.
It's terrifying.
I know.
That's a very small, but something that I've never noticed about Percy before. That is an interesting character device that you can take one of two ways if you want it to be part of your character. And I think that Percy kind of does both sometimes, where he will either make a situation much more complicated than it actually is to try and, divine truth, or he will make it way simpler than it is. And he did the simplification just now of friends of power, object of power. That is obviously something that, if you've watched me for any length of time, you will know that I am much, as a person, as a real person, am really on the simplification, abstraction bent. But it's an interesting, like, you can really make that a core part of a character that I think will come off really distinctly and obviously. If you really lean into it as one of your character. It's not really a flaw. It's more of like an ideal of like simplifying things. And it can even get into flaw territory where you simplify out important details. And that could be a source of drama within the party. It's certainly been a source of drama on a stream where people think I'm simplifying out important context. Yeah, interesting thing I've never noticed from Percy before, but in retrospect, I can remember him doing. Yeah.
He's probably okay.
Who are we talking about?
Jarrett.
Oh.
Our only friend in Draconia.
I personally would assume that Tiberius would either be on his way to one of the two cities if he was so inclined, and if he had survived, and if he wasn't working in the city itself to keep it functioning.
I mean, he's hard-headed enough. So all of those things, are very true.
And again, we're at war. This is not a battle. We do not win by going to Draconia. We do not win by going to Marrakesh. We win months from now.
You're starting to make less and less sense, Percy.
I know. I'm making perfect sense.
Part of the traditional Whitestone breakfast.
A rambling to
Breakfast or rambling?
And speaking of overcomplicating situations, Percy kind of does both. He like oversimplifies it and then also overcomplicates it to where he's like abstracting it to a degree that is almost not even useful. Where it's like this like war and battle thing where like it sounds like it makes sense, but like it's not actually useful and relevant to the conversation. Other than saying this one choice will not define if we win or lose. But it's like you say that once and it's like, okay, yeah, that's true. And then you move on. It's a very interesting level of things. Perseus Mega, a bit of Perseus Mega. I definitely tend to do this IRL. Yeah. I think it's part of Percy's too smart flaw. He can oversimplify things he thinks he understands. If he doesn't understand it, he dives into every nook and cranny and overcomplicates it. Uh-oh! We might be getting into a shooting through the duplex situation. 'Cause... yeah. A list of non-actionable intel. Precisely, yeah. It's like sometimes, and I'm more, this isn't a plus or a minus on Percy as a character within the story. This is just like interesting for your own characters and your own takeaways, like things that you could fashion for your own characters is, yeah, when it seems like I think Daniel's putting it well, when he feels like he understands something, he boils it down for other people. But when he doesn't understand something, he just lists out facts that he knows about it in hopes that he will like derive meaning from this long series of factors. And I feel that. So far, Mega is Scanlan, Percy, and Keyleth. Yeah, I can't say that I'm Grog often. And I can't really say that I'm Vax or Vex often, but I think I am much more the bottom row than I am the top row. Fortunately or unfortunately for me. He knows his history. Percy knows that a conflict on this scale is not won overnight. No, I fully agree with you, Vincent. I'm more saying that piece is not actually that useful to the conversation. that's why I'm saying, he either goes towards an oversimplification or an overcomplication. Pitching that into the conversation is more along the lines of an overcomplication because it adds a factor for people to consider that isn't actually that useful. It won't actually really make a determination in terms of like what they should be doing. It kind of doesn't matter if it's like a battle or a war. It like kind of matters, but not that much. Is more what I'm saying. He rubber ducks the other PCs, essentially. Mega forgetting about Pikey. Look. Am I like Pike? I don't know. Which version of Pike are we talking about? Mega is the moon tree.
Breakfast needs things to live.
Breakfast needs things to live.
Whitestone Continental breakfast. 2 eggs, rambling tirade.
Oh my god.
So vote then.
Vote.
I'm all right with a vote.
All right.
Heads down, thumbs up.
all in favor of going to Marquette to find a vestige that will maybe give us some more power that we need to kill a dragon. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All in favor of going to Draconia, where we don't really have a great plan, but I think we're gonna go try to fuck up a dragon's lair and maybe rescue like 5 people and probably die as lizard people. Say aye. Aye. So that's 3-2. That's 4-2.
No, I changed my mind. I want to go to Marquette now.
That's
3-3.
What?
Sorry. Oh shit! I didn't mean to fuck that up. Trinket, what's your vote?
Let's see if Ashley texts in the next 10 minutes.
3 versus 3. Are you going to leave it up to the dice, being a game of D&D?
Let's do it.
yeah, sure.
Who's rolling?
Where's that coin we have?
I know. Oh, it's in my
Wait,
bag.
I think I
haven't
have
I
it.
have it. I have it right
You have it
here.
right there?
Yeah.
You could also do 1 to 10 and 11 to 20.
No. 1 to 20. Ready?
Wait, we're just doing one flip.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
What's
It's
wait?
not
What are
too
we?
late.
Wait,
what are we
what's what?
flipping?
Okay.
You find out.
20 is Marquette and a 1 is Draconia.
What about all the other numbers?
No,
There's only 2. It's the coin.
A coin.
So 20 Marquette, 1 is Draconia.
Yes.
And any other number, we stay home.
What is it?
We're going
Tiberius?
to Draconia.
We're going to
Here we
Triconia,
go.
and we're going to see if we can find the Tiberius.
All right.
Oh God.
Let it be known, I don't think we should go as lizard people anymore.
What?
I think we should go as like ravaged draconians.
Cows?
We're going to. I think we should go as Draconians. I
Not
think
lizard people.
We can make ourselves look like Dragonborn, yeah, with seaming.
I think that's a better plan.
At least that way they'll trust us.
All right.
Yeah.
I like that.
We don't have to teleport to the middle of nowhere, but we do need to get farther away. Is there a way to get farther away from here than we are right now before we?
Can we get back to Umbersoul's lair? I thought that was a good idea.
Well,
I
we
thought
can
it
Go
was
there and
Teleport,
there
teleport.
and back.
We can do well as long as we're committed to 24 hours in Draconia, no matter what.
We can go to Umbersoul's lair, but it'll take an extra day because I can only teleport us so many times.
I think 72 hours is a perfectly reasonable amount of time to dedicate to this prospect.
Pop in, scry, pop into Draconia, look around, next day, pop out.
All right.
Okay, so we could.
Can we do that?
Yep.
If we stop at Umbersoul's
I'll keep
lair,
the mansion on tap.
Is there anything we can do to run Grog out like a Labrador? I mean, I'm worried about him not getting enough playtime in, and I want him to be.
There is something interesting going on here with the choice of villains and how it affects their planning at a high level. Because I've talked about before that how teleportation in high level D&D can be really constraining on the types of challenges that DMs can present. And dragons are an interesting choice because they're so big that they can hide, but they can't hide as easily as like a humanoid can hide, you know? Especially, I have no idea. I try, for anyone who's new here, I try not to look at stat blocks, especially because I don't know if Matt has changed them in any way. But we know that dragons can transform into like human like aliases or forms. And I don't know how that process works. I don't know if like one side of the transformation is instantaneous, but the other one takes time. I don't know how any of that works. But it seems like most of the time that they're traveling, they're doing so in dragon form, which puts an amount of like a limiter on the time in which they can respond to things. I believe it's just polymorph. Not that we're aware of. Or at least not that's been confirmed. I don't know. Maybe. That is very much a possibility. But I think as a DM, if I'm... dragons are an interesting choice because they have this time barrier where it's been shown that the dragons can get pretty much anywhere in the world within a few days, at least. They can get to, they can get kind of across the world within a week at most. They can fucking circumnavigate the world in a week. Which does put, and if it's anywhere nearby, like Whitestone to Westrun, it's within a day. Which puts some interesting constraints on the abilities of teleportation. Because Keyleth's, world-spanning teleportation is good, but they have to long rest before she can do it again. So it puts a time barrier on, okay, we can get anywhere, but we can really only get anywhere within 24 hours. And it puts a huge barrier on the people that they can bring with them. And so I'm more filing this away for my own high-level D&D running of what types of challenges and adversaries to present to the party and what sort of things can really constrain them. Like right now in Draconia, their teleportation ideas are being heavily mitigated by the fact that they're wanting to reduce civilian casualties, get the civilians out, and their teleportation spells are not good at mass transit. I think we have relatively confirmed that they can get around 9 to, or I think around 19 people through Tree Stride, or possibly transport via plants. So the it's a very their mass transit capabilities are very limited, but their small transport capabilities are incredibly flexible. And then they have a villain that it does not have as small transport, or is not as capable when it comes to transporting large distances individually, but doesn't really have any restrictions on how often they can do it, and they don't need to transport large amounts of civilians. So it's a very interesting way of yeah, you can do all of these things, but the things that you care about can't. It's a good reminder that not only do you need flaws and flawed characters, but you really need ideals and things that characters care about. Those are as important as flaws. We talk about flaws a lot in the D&D advice sort of scene and community. But having ideals and things that characters care about that you can play on as a DM is just as important. So if they didn't care about civilian casualties, this is actually a very easy problem to solve. And some of them don't. But broadly, the party does care about civilian casualties, and so that actually provides some challenge to the whole situation. It's very interesting, and dragons are interesting because they are slow but flexible in terms of where they can go, as opposed to a spellcasting humanoid, which can be anywhere. Dragons are interesting from that perspective as a high-level enemy. Yeah. VM is fighting dragons because they hate the old the game of D&D. VM is fighting dragons because they're greedy. Yeah. Says adult dragons have access to polymorph. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm specifically not looking up stat blocks because I wouldn't look up a stat block as a player. So I'm trying to think about all of this from the player perspective of like what they know and what has been demonstrated to them. Like what has been demonstrated to Vox Machina, especially knowing that I don't know why no spoilers isn't working. I see that it's not working. Why isn't it working? Wait, let me check the... Oh, it's not... It just didn't get enabled for some reason? Okay, no spoilers is enabled now. I don't know why it wasn't. Strange. Did this not get set? No, it definitely did. I don't know. I'll have to look into that later. Anyways, but the what was I talking about? Either way, oh yeah, that's why I don't look up. That's why I don't look up stat blocks, because I like to think about this from the perspective of the players on like what they know, what they could figure out, that sort of thing. But yeah. And like we've sort of talked about, Matt could always change the stat blocks. That's fair. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And Matt could always change the stat blocks. So I always try to think about what the players know because as a DM, I love to change stat blocks, especially because I started with one player when I started DMing. I had never played before. Most of my table had never played before. But one player had played before. And so I really often would like slightly modify stat blocks just to throw them off. So I think about it really strongly from like what do they know versus what could they figure out from searching. Yeah. Once travel becomes trivial, D&D turns into a different game entirely. Very different game. But I think that the fundamentals of the game can stay similar. It is challenging the players through what they care about. Sometimes that is their own life. Sometimes it's not. And I think that it just becomes harder and harder to naturally challenge the players through threatening their life. Like that just becomes a harder task. So as the game goes on, you have to challenge them with other things that aren't just death. And I think that it's the same thing with like superhero comics. It's the same thing with a lot of those sorts of fictional devices. Like in Batman, right? In Dark Knight, challenging him between the city and the girl. Or is that Spider-Man? I might have revealed myself a little bit. It's like, you know, if you can't threaten the hero directly, you threaten something that they love. And that's a really big thing that we need to bring into high-level D&D, rather than just threatening their life. Did Mega just admit that Vox are heroes because they care about civilian life? That's a very low bar for heroics, but I guess if that's your bar, then yes, some of them do. Yeah. Changing stat blocks is necessary at some tables because some players can't help but metagame, and it's so annoying. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I think it can be a big help for those sorts of players, you know? Like, I've had players at my table that, especially once I started playing or DMing for more distinct groups, I started having players that had played a lot of D&D, and I told them that I was regularly going to modify stat blocks, and they thanked me for it. They were like, yeah, it's really difficult to not think about the fact that Troll's regeneration gets disabled with fire damage. You know, like, and I feel for them. It is hard to wipe that out of your brain and try to play your character. Like, you have to think about, like, okay, I know that there's a huge weakness that my character could find if they asked the right questions. Should they, though? Like, should they ask those questions? It's hard to know. Like, is my character that inquisitive? I don't know. Maybe. So if you have a player that like has DM'd a lot or knows the stats really well, just minor changes to stat blocks to keep them on their toes can be really nice for them as a player. So that they aren't constantly worried that they're metagaming. Yeah. No way to know, but I've always assumed that Matt alters nearly all the stat blocks. That's a lot of players. Yeah. I mean, I assume that he always minorly modifies them, which you don't need to do. Nowadays, I alter, if I'm using like base 5e stat blocks, I'm altering maybe half of them. And in really minor ways. Normally, it's a lot of like evocative or like strategic ways where like I'll give them a vulnerability and a resistance based on the natural habitat that they're inhabiting. So it's like if I'm putting a troll, or not a troll, let's use a different example. If I'm putting a goblin into a snowy environment, I might give them resistance to cold damage, but vulnerability to fire. Something simple like that. But even those sorts of simple modifications can do a lot for environmental storytelling and can shake up any sort of metagame knowledge to where now that my players know that that happens, they can never trust their meta knowledge because their meta knowledge might just be wrong. And so they can actually get themselves into a much worse position if they do if they do metagame and they know that. So it's a really downward, sort of like we talked about earlier, depressing force on metagaming, just naturally. Yeah. But yeah. I had one player who would consistently use outside of information in the game. I eventually started to change stat blocks, and that player got furious. I mean, it's definitely something that I bring up in Session 0, but also that sounds like it's boiling down to a interpersonal problem of if they really want to be able to utilize meta information, it sounds like they're at the wrong table, you know? Because there are some tables where like maybe that's a cool feature where like everyone knows the stats really well and you play like a group of monster hunters that in fiction are all supposed to be very knowledgeable about these different monsters, very Geralt-esque. That could be really, really cool. That could be a really fun table and campaign conceit to play within. But if that's not the conceit you're playing in and the other players don't have that, that creates a lot of inequality between character knowledge and player effectiveness, which can be very, very disruptive to the table. Yeah. The HD helps with that too. Yeah, honestly. The first time I heard someone mention Vampire Medusa as a type of metagaming, I realized I had been doing it for ages without thinking of it as metagaming. Yeah, it's so easy to do. Like, knowing that vampires can get staked broadly is like, that is something that, like, in fiction, characters might just not know. So it's a good, decent conversation to have at a table, whether or not you have it in Session 0. I think a lot of times we focus a lot on Session 0, which is fair, but it's also decent to like do check-ins, like say, hey, we're about to like enter an arc where this might matter. How do we feel about this as a table? Like, establishing that in Session 0 is good. But also, you can just bring it up halfway through and have that conversation. It's not like you had to have it during Session 0 or else you're out. You can have it later on as well. Yeah. You can do something like, this is not a troll. This is a spotted river troll. And you got to use lightning damage for these? Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Crowan. And then if they are using metagaming, then that could fuck them. Yeah, absolutely. or a high-end wizard who has spent his whole life studying the known world. Yeah, there are character conceits where you can explain your knowledge, your meta-knowledge. But I would, if you're going to do that, if you're going to create a character that is an excuse to have meta-knowledge, or, part of their construction is an excuse to have meta-knowledge, that is something to run by the DM. Because what high int means, or what even studying the known world means, could be different depending on certain world building conceits. Like, if you are the first party to run into a beholder, it doesn't matter that you've spent your whole life studying the known world. If no one in the world is aware of beholders, then if that is the conceit, you shouldn't use it. So it's a lot of that, like, if you're going to build it into a character conceit, that needs to be talked through with the DM. All of these things can be valid, but they require, like, communication, especially tonally. Yeah. I was about to say beholder, same wavelength. It's hard to do that when your character is at level 1 because they would have had a lot less experience knowing things. It's true. It's like, and you can even do an amount of what's the word for it? Not relational. Oh man, I can't remember the term for it. Basically, God, I just keep thinking of Castlevania, where the female lead in Castlevania has a lot of book knowledge, and a lot of times her book knowledge is incredibly useful, but sometimes it also runs up against the reality of the situation, where she technically knows things about monsters, but she does not... Sypha, thank you. But she doesn't necessarily know, or she doesn't have a good intuitive sense of how that knowledge can be applied practically. Whereas Trevor has a lot more practical monster hunting experience, but doesn't have some like really niche knowledge that Sypha has. It's a very cool like whiz-int dynamic. Castlevania is awesome. Big recommend if you haven't seen it. Really, really fun. One of the best villains in modern TV. I think Dracula's amazing in that. Yeah, exactly. Sypha has all of the lore. And so it's tough if you're doing like the high knowledge aspect as the excuse to metagame, because some metagaming things are more things that you would only be able to develop with experience, like things that wouldn't get written down in books. So it can be tough. If you're like really worried about your metagaming, having a conversation with your DM about how you can represent that in character is a really good place to start. Using a book written by Volo, yeah! That's a very funny character concept. Is to use a book written by Volo, the famous bullshitter. That would be very, very funny. So you're the Belmont. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and asking your DM in the moment is one of the best ways to marry up and to really understand where your character is in terms of their knowledge. But that is definitely an in-the-moment type of thing. Fuck, we have been through barely any of the session. But we're already at the second break, so I'm gonna take a break really quick, and then we're gonna actually watch Critical Role. I swear, it's actually going to happen. I'll be right back. What up? Hello. This is far from the first time I've gone on a 20-minute tangent. What? I don't know what you could possibly mean, Epster, and I will not have that. Is defamation written or is libel written? I'll not have that liable in my chat. No, yeah. There are some like back end things. I just realized that the talking budget isn't working. Now it's working, but it's because I was testing out something earlier and I fucked up all the back end shit essentially. So that's I have some back end things that are supposed to tell me when I'm going on too long, and all of those are I accidentally disabled all of them, but they're all re-enabled now. But I think all of us here have been responsible for at least 1 20-minute. Oh yeah, no one knows what'll set me off. No one knows what I will go on long rants about. So sometimes people will say something and then it'll really start to go off the rails and they'll be like, no, I never meant for this to happen. Mega's good at pausing at the exact wrong moment. Also true. Let's play.
Konya?
Right moment.
We could
With
actually.
a mansion, can you like bamf up anything for him in the
We could.
mansion?
We
Let's
could.
not-
No.
What are you talking about?
Not right
Tonight?
now.
No, like
No, we're gonna go camp somewhere for a day.
No, we're not.
No, we're going to
No,
Draconia.
We're going to
Right now.
go to the
Right
Black
now.
Dragon.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see this. Do not feel bad, Parenga. Do not feel bad at all. This is me. Especially if I start off the stream either being like I haven't taken my medication or I feel bad, the tangents are far more plentiful. This thing down here, this talking budget, is supposed to help with that, but it was disabled. So that was part of the problem. I did it again. Nah, you're fine. I'll play. Liable is accountability. Libel is false written words. Oh, liable versus libel. Yeah, I won't have that liable. Libel.
Dragon Lair, then go to Draconia, then spend a night there.
I've been traveling with
That's
these
the choice.
fuckers for years and I
Okay.
still don't understand magic.
Hold on a second. We have two choices if we're going to Draconia. We can either go to Umbrasyl's lair to scry from there,
what I
then
thought.
teleport there, which means we will be staying the night
Yes.
in Draconia,
In Draconia.
or in Draconia.
in Draconia.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Or we go to Draconia right now, blindly, and then I still have
they
a
don't track
spell
us.
to get us out.
But they could
And we
track
don't-
us back here.
But how can we go there blindly if you don't know where a tree is?
Well, I'd scry.
And then they would know where we are and know our position.
They could theoretically, if
Well-
we get caught.
We would only scry on a tree. We wouldn't scry
I have a
on
com-
the
I have a compromise.
Actually, can I just throw this out?
Sure.
The only
I do have a really quick thing that I think someone mentioned earlier, but I will never be able to find the chat. In terms of scry giving you familiarity with a location, I would consider. I think you either, like, for something like a teleportation where it says you have to be familiar, I would consider scrying on that location a, like, 2-part familiarity. Like, if you can scry on it and someone that has been there can describe it to you, I think that may count for familiarity. Or if you can get an object from that location, I think that would count towards familiarity. But I agree with the sentiment that I saw of, I don't love scrying giving you the entire ability to get there. If there's a roll, I will accept scry affecting the roll. Yeah, if there's a roll, scry affecting the roll, I would be down with, like, giving it a modifier. I think that's cool. I think I was the person you're referencing, probably. Yeah, scry affecting a roll is totally fine, but I think it needs to be a portion. I think you either need to have been there, or you need to have multiple other factors to get there. So like, and scrying can be one of those factors. But that is also, I'm generally hesitant about large teleportive abilities, even in the end of a campaign. I think that they, as I sort of referenced earlier, can be a really disruptive force that can make it hard to run high level D&D. So if we're talking about limiting teleportation, I generally lean towards harsher limits. For me, it comes down to the difference between teleport and transport via plants. Teleport uses the fabric of magic, which is a bit amorphous. TVP relies on all living things being connected, which is much more grounded and solid concept. I'd be okay with Scry enabling TVP, but not teleport. I think that that's a very in-fiction grounded way to think about it. Most of my problem with teleportation type effects comes from their effect on the type of challenges that a DM can present. And I think from that perspective, there's not a huge difference. It's kind of the out of game versus in game, the Watsonian versus Doyleist perspective. And I think from the Watsonian perspective, that makes a ton of sense. But from Doyleist, they're kind of interchangeable.
Person, the only thing that would detect us scrying
Is not there.
Is currently flying over the ocean.
Which is why
We can scry right now.
let's scry from the giant's cave outside the city.
Let's
It'll
do
still take
that.
a couple hours to get there, though.
A couple hours to get there is fine. It's
easy.
9.
It's
It's
easy.
even. It's 7. It's
It's 6,
morning.
it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
3.
It's
3 a.m. Why are we awake?
so early.
You're still drunk somehow. Drinking.
Really good wine.
Not enough water.
We get far enough outside the city, so at
All
the
right,
very least.
to the giant's lair.
Scry. Really fast.
All right,
Yeah,
you guys make your
run.
way north of the city, up into the
All
beginning
ass.
stages of the Alabaster Sierras. You find the abandoned fortress that is there, embedded in the side of the mountain wall. And Keyleth, you are attempting a scrying
Yes.
spell. What are you scrying on?
Okay, I have the map of Draconia. Let me just see if I can scry.
You know what you know in Draconia?
Huh?
Do you know what you know in Draconia? You know Tiberius, and you know his armor, and you know his
We don't
object
know.
personal
we don't
effects.
know he's in
Draconia. We may just end up somewhere random.
That's true. But what do you know that is in Draconia?
I know of the things that Tiberius has told us.
Do you know any of his friends or
His house? Did
his
you ever
family?
describe
Have we met his
His
family?
father?
We have not met his
We
family.
haven't
This
met
family.
him.
You've never been there.
Any of them.
But I don't need to have
don't
a
need
known
that.
location, right?
All right.
I can just scry in a general area.
You need generally a creature of some kind.
a creature.
What about his
of
little,
Scrying on a
his
creature.
little pet?
Oh, you're not scrying on a tree?
Lockheed.
Scrying Lockheed.
But Lockheed would be with
Lockheed has a higher chance of being dead than Tiberius.
I think that's underestimating or overestimating. I don't know.
It's a coin flip.
It's a coin flip, really. He's small.
Well, this could answer our question. If I can't find anybody, then we might be going to Marquette.
That's true.
Go for it then. See what happens.
I guess it's Tiberius then. All right. He's all I got. He's all I got. It's got to be someone that I know. It can't be something I've heard about.
It can be something you've heard about. A person or
Person.
a creature.
A person, a
We know
creature,
about his
not a
father.
place.
Can't be a place.
Not necessarily, no.
Can it be a magic object?
Mending.
It can be a creature of some kind.
Has to
We
be
know
as
about
conscious
Tiberius, we know about Corvana's Stormwind.
Lockheed.
We know about
Lockheed.
mending wheel.
Yeah, but it's
But it has to be
creature.
a creature only.
Fucking just said that's what he
All
just said.
Fucking magic. Who?
Are we gambling on?
Who's
Are we
Matt?
gambling on Tiberius being there?
You're gonna gamble on Tiberius?
I am gambling on whoever we scry to because they could all be dead.
How many times can you scry?
Theoretically, 4 times.
I've also got a scrying.
Start
I've got a
with,
scrying stone.
Start with
Start
the
with-
stones.
You have a fucking. That's right. You got that goddamn thing. Give me the stone. Give me the stone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's
Start
traditionally
with,
called rock. Give me
start
the
with
rock.
It's an
Tiberius.
eye.
Doesn't go away, right?
No, it's a
No.
scrying eye. You can use it once a day.
What the? Yeah. Let's do this.
Start with Tiberius.
Start with Tiberius. We'll work our way down.
Tiberius.
Okay.
I was gonna bring it out. I didn't know.
No, you did wonderfully.
Make fun of some more.
Yeah, it was just sitting there.
You did
Tease me a little bit
so
more.
proud.
You take the object and close your eyes, focusing on the memory and the life essence of Tiberius Stormwind. You project your thoughts into the ether, the nature energies, carry you into the darkness, and there is no response.
No response.
No response. The scry spell finds no target.
All right.
She was focusing on.
That can mean a lot of things.
It could be on another
Does that,
plane.
yes, does that stretch across the planes?
Does it? Does it?
Generally, it's on the same plane of existence.
Yeah.
Okay. What about his
it could
father?
be on a
What about his
different
father?
Or Lockheed.
Well, she's,
Or Lockheed would be with
With
Not
him.
necessarily.
Not necessarily, no.
How many times
Try
have
the
we
dad.
found stray cats?
That's true. Maybe scry on Lockheed.
Can I try it? Will it expend another spell?
This one will expend a spell. You've
It lasts
used
for 10 minutes.
This one's
per
dead.
spell.
So you're burning your own spells.
No, I'm
Yeah.
burning my own spells.
Well, at least you got one for free.
Thanks, Vex.
It makes me very nervous.
Maybe we should do his dad.
That would be who I
Do
would kill
Lockheed.
if I were taking over the city.
You just want to kill everybody.
I do.
I'm gonna try Lockheed.
Lockheed,
His
okay.
dad could be in a place where he's being watched.
Okay, so this time you give the object back to Vex and you sit down and create the ritual space before you. Sitting down in the center of the stone floor of the fortress, and you close your eyes. This time you send out your consciousness once more. The druidic energies carry you an extended distance, then but a few moments, and your vision clicks in, and you see, perched against a snow-covered rock on the inside of a ravine, a shivering, small, green dragonling, alone and partially asleep against the stone. You can see just past it over into this large, gaping ravine that is the center of this portion of Wildmount. You can see just scattered rubble covered in ice and snow, and small, distant things you can't quite make out with your vision here, just occasionally moving through it.
Can you see any trees?
Do I find any trees?
Make a perception check.
19.
19. There's no visible trees in the ravine. Anything that would be living down there has been, from your vision here, obscured by rock, rubble, ruined floating island, and snowfall. You do see, growing out of the side of the rock, not far from where Lockheed is perched, what appears to be one leafless, small branch of a tree that extends out. And as you glance up, there is a very thick tree that is currently jutting out the side of the mountain.
Does it appear to be natural
It does.
and large enough to fit Grog?
Maybe.
Jutting out the side of. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it is not sitting on ground. It is currently over the
Right,
ravine.
like
You-
kind of.
One of those.
Yeah, one of those. Any other trees? That's the biggest, closest one?
That's all you can make out from this perspective.
So if we jump, we're falling.
How big is the ravine? How deep is it?
From where you can tell right now, from the perspective you can see, just looking at Lockheed, it's probably a good 50-foot fall before you hit a scattering of broken rock, and it eventually comes into a grade to the bottom of the ravine.
Not great.
Not a good option.
It's not a good option, but it is an option, which I like. There is a sort of escalating investment here that Matt is giving them of when they use their magic item, they find nothing. When they use their spell, they find one thing. But it's not a great option. And it's like the more that they invest into this in terms of resources and time and energy and thought, hopefully they will get kind of escalating returns from Matt in terms of knowledge. But I do think that there should also be a potential sort of ceiling there to how much information they even could find. We'll see if that ends up being the case. To be fair, to them, it's been almost a year since he left. Fair enough, yeah. In general, I like scrying. I like Matt leaning into scrying's limitations, right? The idea that he could just be on another plane is not only like one of the only limitations of scrying, but also very reasonable given what has been set up in this world of like Singorn going to the Feywild. Super reasonable to think he could be on a different plane. Or also reasonable to think he might be dead. So I like that Matt is playing with this a little bit, not just giving them immediate, instant answers. Like I think that getting to Marquette or Draconia is I think at this point should be kind of a challenge, because they just now had probably like their first real exploration challenge in the Feywild. And I think now that they are kind of narrowing down the last few things that they'll do, I like kind of forcing them to go on a bit of a journey, because he's gotten them used to, as players, what a journey will feel like as they journey through the Feywild. So now that he's kind of gotten that feel of a journey established. He can now do an actually challenging journey. And these are going to be one of the last times he can really do that. And so if they do want to teleport there needs to be big costs and or risks associated with it. They can either take the more stable journey and maybe make their way through Wildmount to get there. Maybe get a skyship like they once upon a time really wanted. Or they can invest a lot into this, utilize some of their resources, utilize some of their connections potentially, and take this much more risky teleport, which is why I like the tree being against the side of the ravine, is that implies a level of challenge and risk even if they do the teleport. Not just in the teleport might fail. Because I think that's where my head initially goes when I think about risk associated with teleportation. Is just it might fail. It might spit you out in some unexpected location. But that's not really how TVP works. So I like the risk being baked into, you see a tree, but it's going to spit you out in a not great location. I think that's a good way to introduce that risk when you can't do it otherwise. Yeah.
You guys have fallen 50 feet and been fine.
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
5 Just take a hit. Someone has feather fall, right? No? No.
Did it look like a natural cavern or like a man-made cavern that Lockheed was in?
From what you can tell, it looks natural.
Like he just found a little cave and is hiding?
Well, it's less of a cave and more he's perched on this little alcove, this little outcropping of rock on the side of the ravine
he's
wall.
on the side of the ravine.
On the side of the ravine.
Okay, I have an idea. What if we tie the rope to something on this side?
Yeah.
And we all go out of the rope really fast
Yeah.
and drop down.
Grog first.
Yeah.
Should you scry one more time for the dad? Because best case scenario, we're in a weird...
And this is even to sort of cap off that discussion, is if they are going to teleport and they are going to accept that risk, then the risk is forcing them to come up with creative solutions. Very similar to their safe haven being in danger, right? It is forcing them to go through and think up creative solutions. Unlike this rope with Grog and them trying to catch it. All of that sort of stuff are creative solutions that the time pressure, because I think one of the reasons that they really are trying to hit this teleportation is because of the time pressure of their safe haven being at risk. Otherwise, I think they would probably just wind walk there, honestly. So the time pressure is doing its job, and by making the teleport risky, it is really diving into that risky nature of the activity that they're engaged in, and hopefully kind of forcing them to come up with some creative solutions, like remembering that Lockheed exists. Lockheed was barely mentioned beyond when he was acquired and when Tiberius was training him. But they remembered that Lockheed exists, so that's... I think all of these are going towards requiring creativity from the players, which I like.
Snowy ravine with no civilization around.
We don't want to be around any civilization.
Okay.
And also
And
then
it
that's
would
one
burn
more
another
spell.
And you did see distant, blurred from your perspective, since the focus when the scry was on Lockheed, you did see movement in very small, distant objects within the snow
They
at the
could
base of the
potentially
ravine.
see us as soon as we come out of the tree.
It's true.
And
Yeah,
you don't know
we'll be
who
far
they are.
away.
They could be
Ish.
citizens, they could be creatures. I just saw movement of figures. I didn't see any details.
Seems like a good plan.
This is risky.
This is
No
ridiculous.
matter what we do, it's a shit plan.
It's true. There's only risk at this point. Is this the risk we make, or is this not the risk we make? Grog?
Remember Grog's?
Oh, are we asking for Grog's opinion now?
Only so that we can ignore it.
Grog
You were
gave
the
his
one that was
opinion.
most adamant about us going here.
Now,
was?
with the new data, how do you feel?
Data
I
is information.
think we should take the hint and not go.
But you said
Yeah, but I was picturing meandering out of a nice, beautiful tree in a forest
it's
out
a
on the
little
edge of the
jump.
town.
It's a little fall. It's fine. We can figure out a
I
way.
am not the most
That's
dainty
it.
of
He
princesses.
created this idea and he's backing
You
off.
told us your famous phrase, all risk. That's what this is.
I do hate to have my own words used against me.
All risk. That's what this is. We are doing all risk.
I mean, I'm down to party. I'm just saying, it was a little different in my head.
I've never known you to be a coward, Grog.
No! Why would you do that?
Why, Scanlan?
I'll go first.
Really?
You hold my hand and I'll go first.
He can play the fiddle.
Yeah, he
very
can.
well.
I'll go. Let's do it.
Okay, before we go through, I'm gonna
Maybe we
cast
should
that a trace
abstain.
on us,
All right.
so we can stealth through the tree. Like that's gonna work.
No, that's a good idea.
I'm gonna look for something very solid. Are there trees around us that we can go through right now?
A short walk. You can get down the base of the forest.
All right, I'm gonna tie the rope off onto a very sturdy thing next to a tree that we're gonna go through.
Okay.
I'm going to repel.
Yes.
Yes.
The portal only closed like after a couple of seconds.
We have 6
Like
seconds.
6 seconds.
We've all got a hold of the rope and we all go.
We all just go.
6 seconds for all of you to run.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bungee jumping out of a tree.
We are fucking idiots.
This is the
I love
stupidest
it.
thing.
This is so fun.
Terrible plan.
Why are we
I want to
doing
go on
so many
record for
stupid
saying I was
things?
against
We're
it.
gonna die.
We can just leave. We can just leave really
Okay,
quick.
wait.
She's got another teleport. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
gotta climb up to
There's
the
no
tree.
tree we can get to.
And there was also no. I didn't see Draconia. I saw the ravine, and it was snowy, so we can assume it's nearby. But I didn't
saw-
see Draconia, did I?
The ravine
You've never
was
seen Draconia before.
Did I see a city in my sky?
You saw no city.
You saw rubble.
Once again, Lockheed could have flown miles away.
He could have.
At the worst, this is a quick recon mission. We jump back in the tree. We come back. 15 minutes.
Yeah, but those things that were crawling around amongst the dead.
They were far off in the distance.
They weren't that far off, but to be fair, this is what a plan is everything going wrong. So I'm all right with doing this if we're doing this.
All right, sweet, I am too.
Tables have turned.
That's 3 of 6.
All right, fuck it, let's do it.
That's 4 of 6.
All right. So you've affixed the rope to the base of the strongest
I
tree
have.
you can find.
Are we all gonna like tie ourselves to each other?
I
kinda like
cast
we did
pass. No,
before?
that's just dumb.
No,
we're
we're
gonna
just
break
gonna
our
hold
backs. I'm gonna cast password a trace on everyone right now because why the fuck not?
You got a fucking
Vex?
broom. I'm
Vex?
hopping on the broom.
Oh yeah, I'm on the broom and he's on the broom.
Vex, we're going to have the greatest I told you so if we survive this.
All right. So we have Vex and Scanlan on the broom.
Should you make me something teensy?
Oh, this is
Sure, you
such
want
a
me something
stupid
to-
idea.
No, not yet. We're going to need every spell we need in there. No,
all right,
you're the
all
weight
right,
that's going to
okay.
hold the rope down. You're going first.
Any other spell prep?
I'm gonna pop my wings out and hook my arms under Kiki's armpits.
No.
I'm holding onto the rope because I'm an idiot.
All right.
You
so,
and Grog.
So Grog and Percy holding onto the rope.
Good gods.
This is
I gotta
stupid.
make
This
mine.
is so stupid.
I hate you all.
We've done so many fucking stupid things.
Somebody
This
play
one's
that.
really stupid.
Jackass guitar twang.
Vex casts out a trace. The shadows reach around and embrace your forms. You become more obscured the further the light is from your body. Keyleth, what are you doing?
I cast transport via plants on that big fatty tree.
Keyleth touches the edge of the tree, the rope of which is affixed to above. The trunk
Everyone ready?
open as the doorway immediately.
Go!
Go!
Fly through stealthily.
You fly through stealthily.
And try to get down to the ground quickly and like hide behind something.
Right. I would like all of you guys to make stealth checks at disadvantage.
Yes, that's awesome.
Oh, that's not too bad.
17.
We have with
Pass without a trace?
Pass without his
Yeah.
race.
What's that on
Oh, 27.
20.
20.
22.
35.
33.
27.
All right.
Hey!
As Vex and Scanlan scoot through the opening, you coast down, and there is a cluster of rocks, but there's a light snow dust, and you find a snowbank that you guys coast down to quickly. You can decide to float above the snowbank. What do you want to do?
No, we get down on the ground and go under.
Okay, so you disappear under the snowbank. It is freezing cold, the wet, immediately thawing snow against you, forming against the seeping, but you are below eye level. Vax and Keyleth, you guys just kind of dart through, you holding her.
Fly through, and then once I see them hit the ground, I'm gonna dive bomb us, and then I'm gonna wrap us in a little wing bubble, and then just roll into the snow.
All right, as you guys come falling out the side of the tree, you see it nearby as a tall green tiny dragon gets startled and floats, flies off.
Oh, he flew away.
You guys go coasting, the wings expand for a second. It picks up, and as you hit, moving just past the about 15 feet of jagged rocks that were kind of gathered at the base of the ravine, you scoot over it, the wings fold in around you, and you guys tumble into the snow. Make an acrobatics check with disadvantage, because you're grabbing onto her and are covered in wings.
And you're covered in wings.
I rolled a 15 and a 20, so that would be a 30.
You don't feel the pain, and the wings do cause a significant barrier of impact as well as the snow. As soon as you land, you go into the classic shoulder roll and use the inertia to not rise above the water. You both essentially coast sideways, stopping within the snowbank. From an overhead perspective, you can see a large swath has been carved through it, but from a visual eye range at equal level, you guys still appear to be hidden within the snow. The two of you
Thanks.
jump through and start rappelling down. Grog at the bottom end. Bringing the rope down, bringing the rope down. It slams shut. The rope cut at the other end as the portal closes.
Hey, man.
Percy, you just make it out as the rope gives away, and it's now Grog and Percy plummeting towards the ground.
I cast a grasping vine to grab Grog.
You don't have the opportunity because this all happens in the period of 6 seconds, and you guys just landed and coasted in the snow.
Am I right under Percy?
He's about 5 feet ahead of you, yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'm going to let that happen.
Well, you both fall. You're cushioning his fall?
Yep.
All right. I need you... Make an acrobatics check, just for the hell of it.
I love this game.
13.
13. As soon as you look over your shoulder and see the ground coming, you try and swing your legs underneath to catch you, to kind of slide across, and you begin to. Your feet catch the rock, you feel the muscles tense, your back gets kind of jammed a little bit, and you catch Percy in your arms, but the momentum of Percy hitting you sends you back over end, and you both tumble into the snow. You do prevent Percy from taking any damage, but you do suffer 5 points of fall damage and land in the snow.
Big guy. Oh.
I got a booby.
A booby.
Is Lockheed within range
Yeah.
still? Is he? Can we see him?
You guys make a perception check.
Can I look too?
Nope.
You're just now getting up out of the
Okay.
ball of wings.
Okay.
25.
I'll skip it.
6.
25.
25. You do see Lockheed is about 50, 60 feet up on the rock right now, and it's just kind of like...
Where's Lockheed?
Can I whisper Draconic and say,
Wait. Oh yeah. Go on.
and say, Lockheed. And whatever the word is for like, come to me.
Seems too far to really be within earshot of a whisper.
I point to him. I see her doing this. I point to him and I cast message. And I say,
Better.
Lockheed, we're down here. Come down. It's us, your friends.
Lockheed kind of... and then glides against the rock. And glides lower into the rock. Glides lower into the rock. And flies up, still keeping cautious distance from me above the snow.
Tibbs. Tibbs. We're friends with Tibbs. Tiberius, you remember us?
You can see Lockheed is a little closer now. Generally, I mean, you remember being fairly sick when he was initially purchased. While the illness has passed, looks greatly malnourished and thin.
Pull out some of my food that I give to Trinket and try to feed it to
As
them.
soon as you pull out the food, Lockheed's demeanor changes immediately and starts up and like almost latches onto your hand and causes you to jump.
I cast Speak with Animals. Is he an animal?
Nope,
Damn it.
I have speak with small beasts.
not a beast.
Fuck you. Fuck you,
He's a
Lockheed.
little small monster. He's
I
not
would
a
have
beast.
known as a dragon expert
monster.
that he's not a fucking animal then.
Yeah, he's same as a dragon.
But whatever.
Dragon's not a beast.
Oh, right. But it's
He's
a
just
monster.
small.
Hurt your head in the fall.
I didn't fall, I flew.
So
your
Pike's,
head in the fly.
Pike's a small monster.
Teleportation, it can. You know,
Just grab him
do
and put him in a
motion.
bag
Make
of
you forget the
holding.
Feywild.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah. At this point now, the temperature's really set into you.
Well, I still cast Speak with Animals.
You've heard stories of the
Trains now? Yeah. Jesus.
No, you're familiar with the sound, the words you've heard of Wildmount being largely a colder continent, especially to the north, where the actual civilizations of man exist. Draconia is a little further to the south, but also based on the information you have, this being taken recently as the den of Voragal, there is a almost perpetual small snowstorm that is existing above this ravine, and the wind itself is beginning to cut through. And thankfully, you're mostly armored up. And for the time being, you're fine, but you can see where this is a difficult weather pattern to perpetually live in. Lockheed finishes eating vigorously and seems to be waiting across your hand.
Perch him on my shoulder and just get out some more of the little boar meat we have in the bag of holding. And keep eating him.
And just eats him happily.
Can I speak Draconic to him, see if he understands any of that?
What do you say?
I say,
Tiberius was teaching him Draconic.
yeah, I know. I say, where is Tiberius in Draconic?
Where's home?
Where is home?
I don't even know if this is it. I don't know if I'm gonna count this as Wildmount. This is an island near Wildmount. They're gonna leave fucking practically immediately. Although maybe they won't. Maybe they won't. Maybe they will spend way longer here than I actually think. But right now, I'm kind of like, meh. I always thought it was its own thing. From my understanding, it would be like saying that Australia is part of Asia. That is my understanding. Or maybe Japan. I don't know the relative sizes. I've glanced at a map before, but then I started kind of thinking that it might be too spoiler adjacent, and so I stopped looking at the map. But from what I remember, it's a totally separate landmass. I don't want to say anything. Yeah. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's very possible that they have an overland trek back to somewhere else, which we kind of talked about within the theorizing segment, that they might like end up going back. But we'll see. Interesting. Also, just like Wildmount being a generally colder continent, okay, that can happen. Eurasia not even Eurasia. Asia is a generally colder landmass than like Europe and Africa because of the proximity to oceans and the Americas. So that can happen. But the majority of civilization being even further north where it's even colder? Unless there are like natural megafauna predators in the south where it's warmer, I'm curious as to why that is. Like, why is most of the population where it's even colder? Interesting. I'll have to see. Not quite right, but I don't know if we ever got info to confirm or deny your thoughts. Yeah, we'll see. I'm sure once we get more into Wildmount, whenever that ends up happening, I will be able to confirm or deny more directly. Yeah, I would not look at the map. There are so many inferred spoilers. Yeah. We'll see. It's more like Sicily. Interesting. Looking forward to the distant day when you check out Explorer's Guide to Wildmount. Will probably be a long time till then, but I like that book a lot. I'm excited to see both Taldore Reborn and Explorer's Guide, but I think that it will probably be a long while, because I have the distinct feeling that there's lots of spoilery stuff in there, but I am really curious to see like a full out like plot agnostic book for any Exandria locations. It'd be very, very interesting. Anyways.
Unless Tibbs got further along with him, it was like one word.
He was teaching him like sit and play dead and stuff.
Yeah, one word at a time.
All right. Stay.
Stays and just kind of digs in the talons into the top of your leather armor shoulder.
All right.
Kind of brings the folds of wings in and kind of just waits there, huddled up against your shoulder for warmth.
I'm going to look around and see if there's a direction in which it seems that civilization or any signs of battle or otherwise.
Make a perception check.
Up and out.
16.
16. You bring your head above the snow line, and you can see surrounding you, and you are in the center of this giant ravine that opens up to the sky, and it's like a not quite Grand Canyon size. It's about half the width of some of the portions of the Grand Canyon. It's a wide gulf, and you guys are on one side where the ravine slowly begins to coalesce. And it's various steps in which the ravine casts down. You were already towards the bottom when you landed. This could have been a lot worse were it higher up. But looking out beyond, you can see what looks to be, just from this vantage point, dozens of large stacks of broken rock and stone. You can see pillars that are jutting out of portions of this. You can see what looks to be partially and mostly collapsed buildings that themselves have been destroyed from a serious impact. And you recall during the initial attack of the Conclave that one of the things that was seen through a vision was the fall of the Draconia, which were floating islands of stone that were held aloft through arcane means within this ravine. What you now look upon are all of the fallen remains of each of these arcane islands, now plummeted and crushed, fell into the ravine and have been sundered and destroyed.
Wow.
You do see figures moving quickly and crawling over elements of it, and you see a cluster of them fighting over something and then disperse.
What did it look like?
They're probably a good 300 feet off.
Could we tell what kind of creatures they are?
They appear to be humanoid.
Lizards?
They appear to be somewhat reptilian.
So lizard people.
Should I make us lizard people?
Can I do like a nature check to see if I can see the origin, the epicenter of the storm? Like the eye of the storm?
Sure.
Where it's coming from?
Clever. Bill.
16.
16. Best that you can view from this, the storm seems to be slowly spiraling, and a large, heavy portion of the snowfall and sleet is hitting about a mile or so towards the right side of the ravine that you guys are looking at, on the wall you're at. So you have the right and the left sides of this current ravine structure. Seems to be that direction, about a mile.
I think the dragon's lair is that way.
Can you look around for more trees that aren't so hard to get to in case we need to make a fast getaway?
We can just keep our eyes open.
All right.
And you said it was like a mile. Can we traverse through the bottom of the ravine to get there in that direction?
Or is it all water?
No, you can.
It's all water.
Let's go.
Quietly.
We're gonna crack out the good
still
old dust
Still
of
passing on the
tracelessness
street.
since there's like knee-high snow.
On top of X.
Let's also draconic.
No footprints.
Let's not be fleshy.
Oh yeah, draconians.
You want me to make us draconians
Yes.
or lizard people?
For lizard people, draconians will not trust us.
Yeah. We can at least pretend to cower and be afraid of lizard men if we see them, but
I don't think Grog can cower.
What is the definition of this word?
Be,
Go like this.
be
it's
a
like
wussy.
it's like when you
Tiny
accidentally
shaky dance. It's a shaky
I
dance.
instantly opened it up. Nope, not doing it.
You know when you bang your balls on a rock or something?
Yeah.
It's like that. You go, oh.
Oh,
Yeah, that's so good.
Yeah.
Is there anything you're not good at? Don't think that hard. I was just trying to. I was. Never mind.
Okay, all right.
So,
Draconians?
draconians.
All right, I will cast Seeming on the party and make us all Draconians.
What kind of draconians?
Oh, God.
There are many types of colors. There are those with and without tails that you've encountered.
Wasn't Tiberius a
Metallic.
strange one?
Don't do red.
Don't
Yeah, he was a
do
strange
metallic.
one, right?
Yeah, do metallic.
Oh, they
the odd man
didn't.
out.
They didn't take kindly to him. He got a little bit
Metallic. Yeah?
Yes.
bronze
They're the nice ones.
or
Like gray silver? Is that
platinum.
yeah,
Yeah.
metallic.
There's snow.
Maybe it's good to make
silver.
us like
a
silvers and
a
whitish and
mishmash,
stuff.
a mishmash of bronze, silver,
And
yeah.
white, since you know that's the color of.
bronze, silver, and gold then,
That's
I guess.
dramatic.
Is
Metallic,
that-
metallic, bronze, silver, gold.
Yeah, we'll do the Olympics.
Yeah.
Okay, and with or without tail, because you met both.
Tail.
They won't actually be tails. That might actually get us into trouble.
Which one was Tiberius?
Tiberius had a tail.
They.
Do most of them have
Vern
tails?
didn't have a tail, and he was less than. I don't
Tail.
think Draconians will like us if
Points.
we
Tail.
don't.
We all have tails.
Okay.
Mine's a little longer than the rest.
Do you mean like one of those little hairy?
Keeping your normal attire, just the top of a draconian form.
No, what do Draconians
Rags.
wear?
Put us in rags, like we've been
yes.
living in rubble.
Yes, we're in burlap
Raw
sacks.
silk and tattered clothes, just rags, terrible gray things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clever.
Make us.
I like some of those clarifying questions from Matt, especially given that the seeming is going to be like the fact that they are disguised. I mean, broadly, generally, getting details on a disguise is just it's drama fodder. You know, like, oh, which side are you wearing your sword on? Do you have tails? What are you wearing? Like, all of these things are potential call-outs either for the enemies or for the other civilians if they make any incorrect choices. But they're not necessarily direct giveaways. You know, they might just affect certain checks or certain situations. And because you're directly asking as the DM, those things are much higher in their mental kind of stack of awareness. Of now they are thinking about the tails. They are thinking about their clothing. And it is something that they may or may not make decisions based on. Which I think is a very... It's a cool way to get them thinking about their disguise and their illusion. Because it's really easy for you to just kind of forget that you're wearing a disguise. But disguises are so cool. I like disguises a lot. They allow you to put yourself into danger with the facade of safety. They are an inherently risky thing to engage in, which makes me love them. Again, as I've kind of been hitting on multiple times during this stream, strangely enough, more risk, more constraint, more creativity, more drama. And so any sort of disguise I'm normally a fan of because it's an inherently like risky thing to participate in. What's that? Oh, not very far. 15 minutes? We are more than 15 minutes. We're about 30. Oh, man. But yeah, so I like disguises broadly, and I like making them think about their disguises. Because the more that they are thinking about the risks of what they're doing, the easier it is to play on those risks. If you set up their expectations around, oh, they've had to make several choices, assumingly some of the things that they chose could be the wrong choice. It is making them think about the risk factors associated with this. So if you then play on those risk factors during the actual session, it's not going to come out of nowhere for them. They're going to be like, fuck, we should have chosen No Tail. Or they're going to be like, oh, fuck, we shouldn't have chosen the Rags. No. But it won't come out of nowhere, which is good. You've set up good expectations to engage with in the risk factors. Did Paige interrupt just to roast you? Only a little. Look, Paige also says that I should tangent less, but she doesn't. She can't get into my brain. She cannot know the special inner workings. All of the weirdly shaped cogs that fit together inside my head.
So like we've kind of been beat up.
Sure. Sure. We all have a single bruise. In a different place. On our face. Everyone's got one face bruise in a different place.
All of your forms shift into that of various metallic dragonborn with tails, adorned in rags, dirty. What do you do?
Oh shit. Who else speaks Draconic here?
You speak Draconic.
Nobody else talk.
Jesus. We're all mutes, and we're lepers and mutes, and you are our doctor?
Everybody else just does like fearful anime reacts. The whole time. Nani?
I don't actually speak Japanese.
Also.
So,
sorry.
We're moving towards the
We've
episode.
segued a lot this episode.
all right, so you guys step up out of the snow and begin just walking, or are you still
the
going
leader,
stealthily
you're
through
the
the
leader.
snow?
Yes.
I mean,
Step up, lead us.
Stealth.
I'm stealthily leading us
Stealthing.
that direction towards the where the lair is.
Towards the dragon.
Keeping an eye out for trees.
And
And
people. And
for
things.
any of the lizard creatures coming towards us.
Right now, no.
Okay, then let's quietly make our way that direction.
Remember, like you can hit in the pool.
You didn't know these things.
You guys cluster up and begin stepping above the snow, which is still about waist to knee high for some of you, making your way to the right of your current location towards the center of the storm that Keyleth seems to have discovered. As you guys begin to walk, the nearby pile of rock and rubble, there was that one cluster of 4 or 5 of these moving lizard-like entities. They suddenly, one of them looks over and looks at your group, looks back to the rest, and they all kind of stand up and look over in your direction.
You're our leader, friend. Do we continue?
Keep going.
They're just watching you. They're not doing
Okay,
anything.
then let's
Oh, that's so
injuredly
cold.
keep walking.
Oh, I'm so tired.
They go back to rummaging through, and you guys continue to walk. The ravine curves to the right, or at least it begins to open up further to the right, and you're met with the next large structure of rubble. What you saw was the edge of what looks to be an extremely large, once floating island, now crushed and sundered across the ground. There are sheets of ice across parts of it. You can see what looks to be the better part of some sort of a large palace or library that is now caved in partially. You can see frozen books scattered across portions of the stone and rock on the ground before you. You can see what looks to be a series of huts have been constructed on top of this rubble, and there are some small fires lit, little plumes.
Allura's ready. Allura's ready. Do you want to show it on stream, Confused Strawberry? Or is this a Discord only? Discord only thing that we all get to see. But Ivo, the reason that I paused. Oh man, I'm going to kind of not answer your question. Well, actually no. I'll answer your question. But I'm going to put a big ass caveat on it. I prefer I don't have Discord brochure. It's great. It's great. I prefer Tail, number 1. And I also prefer actual Descendants of Dragons. That said, if we're being real, I don't really fuck with fantasy races. Like, it's not a super productive conversation to have a lot of the time because, like, D&D just is a game with fantasy races. That's just it. It has them. Fantasy playable races, I should say. It just has them. So I don't hit on this a lot. But if I had my preference, I would kind of just delete fantasy races and just kind of have everything be humans. Because I broadly don't really see the value add of them. Now, I've heard a lot of arguments about the value add of like having different fantasy races, different fantasy speechers, gasps and Elvish. Yeah, I don't know. That is crazy. But it's also like, again, it's not a useful opinion because there's no like way that I'm not going to change anything, and I'm mostly not going to change other people's minds on it. But yeah, I mostly see, like, if we're talking about like the mechanical value add, that can be captured in so many other ways. And if we're talking about the flavor value add, I legitimately prefer interesting and disparate cultures that are just human. I think that there are more... I broadly think that we can tell the same types of stories that we can tell with these fantasy races in a much more grounded and in a much more grounded way with less risk of breaking the metaphor, because fantasy races are almost always a metaphor for real world, like analog peoples. And I honestly, most of the time, find the metaphor to be not overly helpful and sometimes actively detrimental. I know that that's a big hot take, though, which is why I've never really mentioned it. And it's also like, it's not something that I like ban from my tables. It's not something that I would recommend anyone banning from their table. But if I do someday make a TTRPG, it's probably going to be only humans. Like, it's why I prefer like Cyberpunk to like Shadowrun. I'm not a huge fantasy race person. Also likes Takyard. Look, if I disliked a system just because it had fantasy races, I wouldn't be able to play most systems at this point. That's actually the most Molten Volcano Blaster TTRPG take I've ever heard. Yeah. I don't know. You can make the same arguments to fantasy races that you can make for class fantasy. It's a way to explore something you can't be IRL. Yeah, yes. But it is, I agree. The actual difference of making them different races and different species is the part that I don't Because it's not like we have different sapient species on Earth, you know? It's not like there are literal dragonborns outside that I can, like, that it's like, oh, I wonder what it'd be like. Like, you know? I don't know. Like, I don't see what fantasy species can do that different cultures of humans can't do in terms of exploring fantasy. Yeah. Offended Dragonmore Tiefling Eladrin half orc again, Assy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't hate that take. I'm not sure I agree, but I think it's an interesting opinion. Thank you. Yeah, it's one that again. I don't have like any like recommended action on. It's just an opinion that I hold. To me, fantasy feels so basic without different species. My gut reaction, and I'm not saying this is a correct opinion. I'm not saying that any of this is the correct opinion. I honestly haven't interrogated it too much. But my gut reaction is if the fantasy feels basic without different species, it wasn't interesting to begin with. If taking out the different species is if that's the change that makes it feel basic, it's not interesting at base. And the core of it needs some work. Yeah. I think the physical distinction makes it easier to create distinction. It makes it easier, but I would argue I'm on my what the fuck's his face in Dungeon Meshi, the dwarf. I'm on my old man, the easy way is not the right way type shit. I'm on my old man shit of, yeah, it's easier to draw distinctions. But I think that is sort of a crutch that actually leads towards the end product being less creative and worse. But look, tieflings are hot as fuck. Is this my wife's alt account? She fucking loves tieflings. I think we took a step towards where you're getting out with the new core rulebook by taking out race bonuses. Yeah. I much prefer backgrounds. We don't have magic either or shapeshifting. Yes, but magic is something that we like. The analogy of magic is not an actual analogy because, like, I guess you could say that it's an analogy for affluence, but races are almost primarily analogies for real world groups of people. And so, and like, there's no way to get at what magic gets at in any other way. But if we want to get at like the sleeplessness of elves, that can be approached through magic or backgrounds or cultures. If we want to get at the stoneworking history of dwarves, that's maybe that's an incredibly cultural thing. But I will say my feelings on tieflings and warforged and like those sorts of races are actually much more favorable. I really like races that are created. I like races that have a literal creation myth or literally created rather than being these like naturally evolving differences. Because I think that the actual creation of like a tiefling or a warforged says a lot or plants them more firmly within the world that I think a broad created by the gods doesn't really do. Senshi. Thank you, Senshi. Yeah, I'm on my Senshi shit. But yeah. Old race bonuses should have been split. Yeah. Episode title, Tangent City. Tangent City. Yeah. Species race comes with different powers, abilities that I find appealing that I can't do as a human. I agree. I just don't see any reason that those powers and abilities have to be tied to species. That's what I'm saying about, like, I don't actually see the value add of a species, is that there's no reason that those mechanical things for you to explore need to be tied to like a genetic disposition. You know what I'm saying? And I think that sort of thing is broadly not helpful. Yeah. Because, like, you have these sorts of things, like differing powers and abilities in systems that don't have that don't have different races. They will have like different cultures or different ancestries or something, where it's like, oh yeah, this culture has been like has like techniques and stuff and learned traits to see underground, and they therefore have dark vision, that sort of thing. Or this city has a specific ritual that it teaches to all of its children and descendants that allows them to not sleep, but they have to perform their ritual every night, that sort of thing. Like, I don't see... I fully understand the different power and abilities mindset. I don't see a reason that those need to be attached to, like, the genetics and the appearance of a different race. Yeah. So I could argue about it all night, but I'm cooking something that needs constant stirring. No! I'm gonna take a quick break for peeing anyways, but I'm gonna go through the rest of the chats really quick. More tech, less magic, and races show up in Legend of Zelda: The Angry Cat. Lol. Let's see. Fantasies are just the current variants. They are, which is why, like, this is a hot take, but it's also not something that I'm, like, really advocating hard for, because I do think that it's a lazy way to do it that comes with, I do truly think, less good than if you did it alternative ways. But those alternative ways are harder, and at the end of the day, it's not that bad. And so I don't hate it that much, you know. Yeah. A lot of book fantasy use magic as an analog for affluence. It's tough though, because affluence also just exists in D&D. So it's not as direct of a parallel, but yeah. I think that you saying that different races are almost always allegories for different groups of people is just wrong. I'm actually trying to parse that. It is almost always true within real world mythologies, if we look at anthropological evidence. And I'm going through in my brain like really popular fantasy. Like I'm thinking like Lord of the Rings. Elves are just 1%ers. just directly. Like I can't really think of a popular fantasy series that where the races are not analogs to real world groups of people. Yeah, I can't really think of any, but I'm open to counterexamples. Why not? Races are additive. To me, you're taking away an aspect of the fantasy. I think that's the core of my opinion. I don't find them additive. I find them actually largely subtractive because they're a crutch for representing culture and actually putting in the work to develop a real culture rather than just using a race is going to result in a more interesting setting and world. So that's my thing. That's why I said I'm on my Senshi shit. Is like I think that it's too easy of a way out and results in an overall worse product. Now you can do both. You can, and that's why I like Tieflings and Warforged and those sorts of things, because they have like requirements around them just broadly existing that kind of force you to develop the lore in ways that you don't have to for the other races. But yeah. They're a nice extra addition for the fantasy that allows. Yeah, and I mean, I think the way that I'll kind of end it out is the way that I'll kind of end it out is like, if you have really developed and distinct cultures, I think that's good. That's the thing at the end of the day. But I often find that races and species are used to not do that. They are used as like a shorthand shortcut for those things, which results in an overall worse world. But I do think that you can have an interesting world with fantasy races. I just don't think that the fantasy races are what actually make that world interesting. So, anyways, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Maybe I'll read more chats over the bathroom break, and maybe I'll respond to more of them. And I'll see you in a second. See you in a sec. Bye. what up? Hello. Hello. I read over some of chat, which I think it seems like I saw a couple of people mention the aesthetics of different races, which I can understand. I don't really vibe with it. I don't particularly care about like the aesthetics that are related to a different species. But also I recognize that some people really do care about that sort of thing. Yeah, some people just want to have scales, which, hey, if you just want to have scales, more fucking power to you. That is totally fine. But I also saw someone being like, why isn't, or can't you just connect all of the races to like a common gene pool, which you can do, but then at that point it feels mechanically odd to have them exhibit so differently. In ways that are not like then it would go back to, well, the reason that anything that they have different abilities or powers must be environmental then. And so we kind of wrap back around to that for me. But yeah, I want to be a pretty color. I agree it's not needed. However, it can be good for exploring certain themes. Yeah, and I saw a discussion about like the Dro, which I think are a good example of like bio morality characteristics that I don't love. Yeah. So I think there's, if it is like purely aesthetic and you just want to have scales, I can get that. Like I don't personally feel it, but I can get that. If it is a discussion of different entities having different abilities, and wanting to explore the fantasy of biology having an impact on or having a strong impact on the baseline characteristics of you as a person, I wouldn't say that's like an invalid thing to want to explore or fantasy, but I don't find, I don't know. I'd have to think about that more because my gut reaction is that I don't love it, but I'd have to think in more detail about why. But the aesthetics, I totally get. I totally get. But yeah, that's, I think. Oh, and then I also saw a question directly at me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. When am I going to do a when am I going to do a theory stream? Honestly, most of the reason that I want to do a theory stream sooner rather than later is because we have a lot of backlog of streams. So I don't know. May or may not. We'll see. But yeah. But you think it doesn't make sense why the same gene pool, they are different. That seems direct opposite. If you don't want to get rid of the different base stats, but you think it doesn't make sense why as the same gene pool, they're so different. I don't know if we're saying the same thing here, Pharaoh. I'm fine with getting rid of the different base stats. I'm fine with getting rid of the different base stats. Like at that point, yeah, it's just an aesthetic difference, which I don't personally view as a value add. but that is like my own concept of value. That is like purely opinion based. if it's like purely aesthetic. But then, and so yes, so then I do the second part. I do think, I think it doesn't make sense for them to be super different from the same gene pool. So yeah, the first part, I'd love it. I love the direction of 524 getting rid of the ability score increases from species. I think that's a great direction to go in. I way prefer them being linked to backgrounds than species. So yeah, if it's purely aesthetic, yeah, that's fine. Most of the weird looking races are very explicitly incredibly varied to the point where it invites you to change them aesthetically. Yeah, to a degree. Anyways.
Of smoke and probably 24 dragonborn figures that are currently combing through the rubble.
Do we see any books that seem interesting as we're walking through them?
They're like underneath ice. You can try and chisel some out if you like.
No, don't have time.
All right.
A lot of it's covered in snow. There's just bits that are. There's some bits where you can peek through and see their sheets of ice and frozen book, but
frozen books and frozen bodies.
Are there any frozen bodies?
As you begin to have a closer look as you walk by, there are many frozen bodies. You see many people, all dragonborn, some just atop the rubble, some partially crushed, some partially locked in ice, some destroyed what looks to be some sort of an acidic substance. It looks like some of them are covered in boils, and like their face is locked in some sort of horrible coughing fit. This was a very terrifying battle scene that has transpired here.
That means Raishan was here.
Right. That means Thordak was here.
Umbrasyl was there. Acid.
They attacked the cities as a
There
whole.
are no signs of anyone burned.
Oh, Thordak was
I thought you said Ash. Sorry.
No, sorry.
And the people that are scouring through the rubble, are those dragonborn or just the lizard people?
Best that you can tell right now, it appears to be dragonborn.
And what can we look at their behavior and see what it looks like they're doing? I mean, are they just...
What's their
Make an
emotional
insight
state?
I would like to join that insight check.
I would not like to.
Really?
9.
I will join that insight.
I'll join in too.
You've already said no.
Can I join in?
13. This isn't having to do with dragons. So 13.
I don't do insight checks too often. I'm sorry.
22.
This is at the point of like just for this sort of thing, unless there's a real reason that the party is split up, unless there's a real reason that the party is split up, I would just run it as a group check. Or there's a real reason that some of them can't do the insight. Because this sort of thing of like, oh, I want to jump in too. Oh, I want to jump in too. This might be a personal thing. I hate that happening at my table, especially if I say no to it, because then it kind of implies that like 4 of them are trying to analyze these statues and the rest are just standing around, which is a very silly scene in my head that I don't know about. Oh, there's more. Different starting stats just not tied to race, which I don't understand why that makes a difference if you're the same +5 in the end. Oh, I mean, okay, related to the euphemism treadmill. And this is the last thing I'll say about it, just because I need to move on. But similar to what Albie said of the euphemism treadmill, I don't consider it a euphemism treadmill because I do think that the meaning has changed. I think that the concept of deriving abilities from genetics as opposed to your surrounding environment, basically a nature versus nurture thing, moving stats, abilities, what have you, to a culture as opposed to a race is moving it from nature to nurture. So these abilities, these stats, they are taught, not inherent. And I think that if something is being taught, it requires a teacher. And so you have to come up with that teacher and their ideals and the surrounding environment that resulted in that. So that, and I think that results in overall better worlds than when it is purely inherent. But And so that's why I say that I'm cool with like the aesthetic part of it. Is like if it's purely aesthetics and all of the abilities are still being derived from nurture, then yeah, go nuts with aesthetics. But I think that's the big thing for me. Anyways, in my head, it was always like a matter of their character just choosing not to focus on the subject of the chat. Check. It's probably just easier to do the group check though. Yeah, it's a level of like the group check versus singular check. A lot of times to me, this is where like I kind of oscillate a lot of times when I'm, talking about these sorts of things to y'all, of like looking at it from a in fiction versus out of fiction view, because when I'm DMing, my head oscillates a lot on it. And this is one where it's definitely like my opinion on like group check versus single checks here is deeply rooted in my imagination of the scene. It's deeply, deeply rooted in me in the like real world time that we're taking up being analogous to the in fiction time, which it's not always. But it's like having like 3 of them make the check. I would feel a requirement to be like, what are the rest of you doing in the meantime? Because it's the scene in my head feels strange if half of the party is doing something that the other half could be doing and they're just not. I feel as though they need to be doing something. But that is incredibly separate from the actual like out of fiction. Does it make sense from like a gameplay perspective? It's very, very separate from that. But like in the fiction, when I'm imagining it, it feels very off to me. And it's honestly a purely vibes-based thing. I can't even really tell you why it feels off. But it really does. Yeah. You have enough things for the PCs to do and enough time pressure to where it becomes natural for them to split into smaller groups. Yeah, precisely. Which kind of goes to the like, oh, what are you all doing while they do this other thing? But in this case, it's like there's nothing else for them to really be doing. So I would just go towards it being a group check. Yeah. Anyways.
Oh, damn. Did you roll or not?
Oh, I rolled a 10.
Best you can tell, they're surviving. They're scouring through the ruins, trying to find anything of worth. Some of it's finding wood and throwing it onto these little flame pyres that are scattered about the ruins. You begin to look and see that actually the sides of the ravine, there are hundreds and hundreds of small caverns that are carved into the rock. Wow. Like a not quite like dense honeycomb style, but it looks like there is an entire cave city that lives within this ravine.
And they're not frozen over.
There are some of them are covered in snow, but there does not appear to be.
But snow, not blasted with ice.
They look like they're in use.
Yeah, they're finding a new way to live.
They probably did something similar that we did.
Some of these Dragonborn, by the way, which they're coming out of their huts. Some of them are still looking up at the sky nervously. They look over and see you guys approaching, and a voice calls out and goes,
"Who goes there?"
Just friends.
Stormwind.
Friends of Stormwinds.
Friends of Stormwind, you say? Maybe. We are friends of Stormwind. Approach.
I walk up injuredly.
All right.
I'm so cold.
I'm hobbling up behind.
Also, cowering.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You guys cower and you approach. Keyleth, Vax, and Vex, you notice as you approach that a number of the people that have all stopped and kind of paying attention to the approach are beginning to move around and kind of encircling you.
Pardon my friends, their tongues have been cut out by our captors. I'm all that's left.
As you walk forward, you can see the figure that's talking to you. A very tall, burly, what looks to be bronze-scaled dragonborn. Long horns that kind of protrude down the back at a slow curvature. No tail. In fact, you now notice that every single one of the dragonborn you've noticed here have no tail.
We had a 50-50 chance.
Friends of Stormwind. That would make you Skywalkers. I see your tales. You survive the onslaught and step into the den of those you persecuted. Well, what are your last words?
Oh my god.
This was a great plan. Good.
Hey.
Love it! Love it! This is exactly what I'm talking about with the disguises earlier. This is exactly the sort of shit. And I like, to really hit it home, I really, really like that Matt did not send them directly into initiative. The entire time you were talking about how the decisions might come back to bite them. Exactly. Exactly. It is reinforcing that, you know, they have lack of knowledge, that they could have researched things more. It's great. It's really, really good. I like it a lot. And like I said, Matt's not throwing them directly into initiative, which, you know, this is a little, arguably, this is kind of metagaming, frankly. But it's, I think, like, kind of an accepted version of metagaming, that the fact that they're not being thrown directly into initiative means, in kind of like D&D unspoken speak, there is a peaceful solution here. There is a way to peacefully resolve this, because they're not immediately attacking you. And I like that. I like that, you know, they are going in with the disguises. They made a mistake. Now they're in a bad situation, but they're in a situation that they can still resolve. So they're still progressing forward. They got into the cave. Now they're talking to the leader. They could use charm magic. They can use enchantment. They can use more illusions. They can lie. They can deceive. They can just tell the truth. They have options, and they moved things forward, but they're, you know, in a bad position. I love disguises. I love when I can make a disguise part of a part of a solution. I love it.
Drop it. I don't know what's going on.
Is this all being said in Draconian?
This is all being said.
Draconian. I don't know
Can
what's
we
happening.
You guys
Okay,
can't
this is
understand
just
any of it,
facts.
but they are getting it.
You
It's
know
just
what?
these.
Shh. I don't know what to tell you. Everyone with a tail is an asshole. We got what was coming to us.
Make a persuasion check.
Wow!
Big money, no whammies.
19?
He turns his head to the side a bit and kind of.
What skills do you have?
I can shoot.
Is that all?
He makes boots.
That's a skill.
She's really good at stonecraft.
All the other Dragonborn that are come behind you are now holding spears, some of them kind of rudimentary looking pikes that are kind of just held up and kind of pointed in your direction. You guys are now enclosed by about 24 Dragonborn.
Here are your choices. You die.
Before I even hear the choices, I love that there are choices. I will say, obviously, I don't know the context of, like, what the fuck is going on in Draconia, same as them. But I like, in the same way that I like risk-taking, in the same way that I like creativity and bold strategies. Because I think that those are some of the things that really pump up drama and intrigue and fun at the table. I wouldn't have made, like, a pure success on that. Feels over 20 to me. But over 15 or over 10 even, I could see being they keep talking, maybe they reveal something, maybe they give a small piece of information, maybe they give more choices. They continue the conversation. There's not resolution, but they give the players more to work with, potentially leading them towards a better or more effective strategy. I like the way that this social challenge is progressing a lot. Yeah, I like it. What vibe do you get here? If you had to guess the context of what's going on here, what would you guess? I mean, it seems like similar to what Vincent said, big classism. It seems like the storm winds were likely a kind of monarch driven regime. Monarchical? Is that how you would phrase it? They were a bloodline regime that was like maybe tails versus not tails, and so it's potentially a situation of like tails are the mark of the royal house. Monarchy? Yeah, what would like the adjective form of monarchy be? Monarchical? I think it would be monarchical. Anyways. Yeah, it seems like it is like tails are a sign of the royal house. Maybe a full-on slavery of the non-tails, maybe more along the lines of just, royals versus not. I don't know. I honestly don't know if we'll get too much detailed explanation, given that for Draconia, like Iman, we are now very in a post-apocalypse, which I do think is I think Matt's going a solid in fiction direction with this of, okay, they passed the check to not be immediately thrust into combat. The second question is, what skills do you have? Can you be useful? You have earned not immediate death, so if you can be useful now, because you passed that first check, you won't die. Solid. It's very, very, very solid.
Here like the scum you are.
Choice B.
In slavery it is. You will join the rest of your ilk, and you will seek food for us, and you will know what it's like to be bent beneath the knee of those who do not deserve it.
Fucking tails.
Put them in chains!
Fucking tails. Oh, they're gonna know as soon as we're in chains.
No, we're going to have a fight here.
Oh, shall we drop seeming?
Yeah.
Perhaps we should drop seeming.
What? Is it going well?
Actually, you know what? Wait.
They approach and kind of stop for a second. There's a few of the folks went over and went to grab for chains, have kind of stopped and just holding them in their hand.
To drop it.
I'll have to tell you something. We're not actually draconian.
He leans in and gives you this very, very keen look now. Takes a few steps closer. He's about 5 feet from you now.
From where I stand, you look pretty fucking draconian to me.
Well, we have some really good magic users with us. Look, forgive us for making tales. We don't know anything about your culture. We're idiots. We came here because we know you're under attack, and we're trying to help.
There you go.
Yeah.
And you just wander into the caves of the Ravenites, stressed in the face of those that broke our backs.
Yep, because we're stupid.
Make persuasion check with disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Not good.
We're pretty identical, almost identical.
14?
Get it on.
Bring the chains. You have 10 seconds to
Drop
prove
seeming.
it.
Just drop it.
Really?
Yeah.
It's one of my better spells.
I know, I'm sorry.
Drop it, Scanman.
Alright, poof. We're back to normal.
Oh, is this what's happening
All
now?
of your images fade, and suddenly everyone kind of takes a step back. The spears come up
I
even
know,
further, and
yeah.
there's a moment of pause.
Oh, my
adorable.
tail's gone.
No, you
Bummer.
don't believe me. You don't want the tail.
Oh, it's good to know.
I enjoyed it.
Does anyone speak common?
Does this make things better or worse for us?
I repeat him.
Yeah, they all... the reactions you get from them, you gather that most of these don't speak common, and none of them seem to understand what you're saying.
Cool.
someone you
So,
can talk
here's
to.
the thing. You're being attacked by a white dragon.
The White Dragon came and he tore down the Skywalkers.
So you're happy with it?
Well, it's put us in a better position.
Right. But now that the Skywalkers have already been torn down, do you want to keep the dragon in charge?
We owe the dragon for the freedom that he gave us.
This would be incredibly interesting if Orion was still in the party. This is a crazy flawed backstory if he's still around. They need to really not mention that they used to know the princeling. Enemy of my enemy played in a more interesting way than normal. Yeah, he is breaker of chains. He is Khaleesi to an extent. Yeah, it is the one that brought us freedom. And it's like, even if you know objectively that like dragons are kind of shit, you can't argue with the situation. Yeah, they did open with his family name. That's true. I don't think they would have gotten far with diplomacy either. He'd be mad as hell because he'd say Matt ruined his backstory by making his family slavers. It'd be a shit show. Possibly, depending on whether or not it was already in there. I will say, if it wasn't already in there and like they hadn't already like kind of discussed, this is one of those things where you would want to really talk to your player about like, when I said that this would be cool if Orion was still in the party, that was with the assumption that Orion would have known all of this and like the context of his family, and that maybe there's like a reason that these people are enslaved. Now, whether or not that reason is legitimate and justified is a whole other thing. Can slavery ever really be justified? That's a further conversation you could have based on this. Yeah. Watching Mega watch the first few episodes, I honestly think the slavers thing was literally in his backstory. That's what I'm kind of saying, is like, seems like it might have already been there. What do you mean the spinning floating dagger glaive isn't good for diplomacy? Yeah. Makes it interesting in hindsight about how Tibbs treated the Dragonborn and Amon on the council. That's a good point. That's a really good point. I very much forgot about how he treated that Dragonborn. Yeah. Ooh. It could, and you could write it off as maybe Orion, or we shouldn't even say Orion, maybe Tiberius didn't know the extent of what was going on. Maybe these people are from some secret area where like it normally is a haves and have-nots, but then they're like secret slaves, because he just mentioned like a group name. And so it'd be very interesting if Orion or Tiberius, I mean both, knew the general vibe, but maybe this was a secret that was kept from even him. There's something interesting there. But yeah, if you're going to do this sort of thing with like a family and all this, that like the player is so close to, it is definitely something to work out with the player. This is an intense backstory if it's not cleared by them first.
So you serve one.
For the time.
And he doesn't punish you at all. He's a good master.
Those who deserve punishment get it, but we hunt with it. It brings us power. It promises expansion of the Ravenites, and we will no longer live under the boot of those in this countryside, in this continent.
How's it going?
Not really bad.
We have children to
They don't like
feed.
us.
We have families of our own.
How can we help?
How can you help?
That's what we're here for.
Bring us
If you're
food,
happy.
bring us warmth, chop some firewood, bring some trees, work.
Gladly. But not in chains. We do this freely.
Give us your weapons, and you can walk freely.
Let's kill them all.
I'm sorry, that's not happening.
Then leave.
That we will.
What is your business here, then? She who wanders in the faces of others.
That's a cool title. Yeah, I
Add
kind of like
to the
that
list.
actually. Yeah, it's good.
Our entire landscape is under attack. Now, Voragol has helped you. But they've made many others suffer. Not just Draconians. Entire cities brought down for nothing. We're here to right the wrong.
Yeah, and all of you could be together. It is a cool example of, and this is something to take home as a DM, is like, OMG, why? Also the Ravenites. Look, to be fair, I really get it if you're not watching with subtitles. I think it's a little bit more obvious with subtitles, but it's a good example if you're a DM or an aspiring DM or a burgeoning new DM that you can say things that might be incredibly obvious to you as the DM. Like, things that are not, that you don't find maybe immensely clever or you think are a little bit more on the obvious side, right? And sometimes your players just won't get it. And they'll have the reaction that y'all are having in chat when they finally do piece it together. And those are fun moments. And I could guarantee you from Matt's POV, Ravenites was not hard to come up with. You know what I'm saying? It's a pretty one-to-one, but sometimes players just don't, especially if you do it enough, there are going to be some that your players just don't click with. And that can be really fun when they finally do click with it. It's sort of similar to when we were, when they were still in Westrun, and Matt came up with like the white iris or something as the symbol, or as the flower of Westrun. And it's kind of like, you can just say shit. Like, a lot of DMing is putting in an amount of effort, but you don't need to put in nearly as much as you think. You can put in pretty low effort, and just the fact that you put in any effort will oftentimes play super well to your players. And this is a really good example of that. Yeah. Oh, good, I'm not the only one. Yeah. I watched it with subtitles. I mean, even if you did, Mega, I own the Wildmount book and have seen that word about 1 billion times in print. Yeah. Like I said, it happens. I don't think any of you are crazy. I think you are probably the standard player. And that's a good thing to take away for DMs. He's very good at nailing down the mindset. Ravenites wouldn't know about the bad things the Conclave has done. They wouldn't know about anything outside of their own little lives. Yeah, he's really good at embodying the mindset. I totally agree. Yeah. So anyways, I hope this is a good. I both love and hate you for that, Draconian. Yeah.
And help in any way we can.
You should talk to Tuma.
Tuma?
Tuma.
It's not a tool.
It is not a Tuma.
Nope.
We knew that was going to happen.
Took about 1.5 seconds.
Joke of it.
No.
Fuck with Matt's
Travis,
name.
no.
Hey, to be fair, I'm sure he assumed we would.
No, he didn't.
I think he assumed.
Oh.
All you're doing is putting fuel on the fire.
Another great example of sometimes they will just fuck with the shit that you create, but that's still fun.
Was it Tuma?
Tuma.
Puma. T-O-O-M-A.
T-O-O-M-A.
It's totally different.
Yeah, than I would. And who is Tuma?
Puma is our chieftain. I'm not to make this decision. Come. No chains for now.
All right.
They all stay with their spears still out in front, but they kind of nudge you forward.
I
kind of
explain everything
prying.
that's happening in common as we walk.
All right.
Is everybody still cool with this? We're going to see the chieftain.
Just tell us when we're supposed to kill everybody.
We improvise. This
Right?
is what we do. Yeah,
This is
okay.
going great.
I think this is actually going far better than I'd hoped.
Just remember, Vex. Ticking time bomb here. We got to get in, get out. We got 1 day here.
Are there any trees that we could see as we're walking, by the way?
They actually said they wanted us to chop firewood, so if we can get
Trees
sent
are
on that
thing.
mission,
Then we're
we're
done.
set.
Oh, I mean, I
Perception check.
can grow them a lot of trees like, right now.
Fair.
Oh, grow them trees?
Yeah,
let's do
Make
that.
trees.
Oh, are we in the mountains? No. Are we?
No.
29.
You're in a ravine. Perception check is just for Grog, 'cause he's the only one who asked to look for trees.
Oh.
But you rolled a 19?
I did.
Looking around, occasionally poking out of the rubble, you'll see a tree. Most of them seem to have not fared so well with the cold weather or have been snapped or broken in the process of the falling rubble. You do make out towards the edge on the other side of the ravine, beyond this giant one. You can see this one island, one kind of larger island of the clusters that made of Draconia fell in the center here and is just broken apart. On the far end, you can see there's a small cluster of trees, the hint of green still to them, some of them, varying thickness.
I could work with that. It's a good starting point.
Might be a long way away, though. Just in terms of exfil distances.
We've been here about, what, 10 minutes?
At this point, I'd say about 15, 20.
15, 20, okay.
So we're going to go
Guys-
see Tuma, or we're going to chop down some fucking trees?
Oh, we have to go. They're
First.
walking us to the chieftain.
Yeah, we got
We can't
guys
just
are-
walk away now.
spears at our back.
You guys are potted along over the rubble, and as you come around, you can see where the outside of the island is broken rock. The center of it is broken structures, buildings, homes, giant, great marble halls. Everything is just kind of mostly fallen in. You still see some structures standing, but at odd angles. There are sections of buildings that still show kind of the outer outline of what once stood, but it is all to complete ruin. You do see every now and then a few large spikes of ice that are jutting out of portions, and you see bodies that are kind of jabbed onto the spikes and left to freeze. Just
Do they have tails?
they do. You move over the bulk of this giant pile of rubble and begin to descend the other side, and you can see now there is an active village here that is half frozen entirely. Like, half of it seems to be abandoned, the other half is just completely coated in solid ice. The crowd leads you past that abandoned village to a series of tunnels against the wall, maybe 300 or 400 feet from that cluster of trees that you saw.
That's not that far.
Leads you into this tunnel, and on the inside, there are small glowstones that are set in portions of the stone. Not naturally forming, but essentially small natural bits of torchlight that are just pressed into the stonework to give some sort of a light source.
Cool.
You're led in for about 5 or so minutes, and you see other offshoot tunnels. It's like a giant anthill-like weave throughout this. And you can see rudimentary furniture made of wood and stone and like limestone rock and whatever's available within the actual ravine here.
Man, this is tough. This is tough. I'm going back and forth on this level of descriptiveness. Because I am a DM that likes to hide clues and plot hooks and relevant information within environmental descriptions. But, especially playing Blades in the Dark, I got very used to, and I think it translates well to D&D, is the amount of time that your descriptions take up should correlate to how important something is. To how important it is in your own head as a DM. So, like, they just talked about right before this. Hey, remember, ticking time bomb. We got to get out of here within a day. To me, that says we're not going to spend a lot of time here, right? Both in fiction, but more importantly, out of fiction. Well, maybe not more importantly, as importantly. But that is the player perspective. Matt knows how important the Ravenites as a faction is, or not even is, but could be, depending on their choices as a party. And so it might be worth taking more time to describe their culture. But I'll sort of put it like this. We definitely won't know 100% whether or not this level of descriptiveness is worth it. But if this little segment, if they truly walk to Tuma, talk to her, do some stuff over the course of a day, maybe the rest of this session in terms of real world time, maybe. And then they never see the Ravenites ever again, and Matt is confident that that is the way that things will go, that they will never see them ever again, I think we're getting over-described here. Like, I think that this level of description in Singorn totally made sense to me. Not only because we were going to spend, honestly, a kind of an indeterminate amount of time there in fiction and in reality, but also because it's incredibly likely that it and or its people will come up again within the rest of the campaign. I can see that even as an audience member. So I think it makes a ton of sense to spend even more time than Matt is now describing the environment and its people and the potential relationship there. So I think it really, really depends. Like, knowing that they see underground via glowing rock rather than bioluminescent fungus, I don't think is worthwhile to take up in terms of IRL description or in terms of like narrative weight if it's not going to come back in. Like, there's actually a really good example. Paige asked for a book. I accidentally got her the wrong book because it had the same title. So it was two different books with the same title. The book that I ended up getting her is a absolute trash fire of like one of those like pulpy rom-coms that took like 2 weeks to write. And in that book, there was this really weird paragraph where they specified that one of the characters kissed her outside of a Dillard's as opposed to outside of just the mall. It was specifically a Dillard's. And that level of specificity is almost like it can be distracting. It can be distracting. It can give narrative weight to things that don't deserve it. And it can actually serve to really fuck with the player's sense of importance and direction. Not like their own sense of self-importance, but like their sense of what is important within the world. Oh, Paige has something to say about this.
It didn't just say it once. It kept bringing it back up. And then a separate context. It was like, yep, and then we're going to Dillard's. And it had nothing to do with the original context.
Or the plot in any way.
But then it came back and it was like, yep, and we're going to Dillard's. And for lunch, the Cheesecake Factory. And I was like, what is happening?
Do these brands matter? Was this book sponsored by Cheesecake Factory?
Are they owned by Dillard's?
So that's again, we don't know right now. And if the Ravenites come back, and even honestly, even if they have a chance, which I could see them having a chance to be a more impactful faction to the broader plot. So they certainly could warrant this level of descriptive and like narrative weight. But if they never come back ever again and are never even referenced ever again, I would say that this is maybe too much narrative weight to give them. I disagree. Descriptions are something that matter to me a lot, even if it's not plot relevant. It's less of, are they plot relevant, and are they relevant, period. Like, an environmental description that gives you context that you will draw on later for like the world at large. Like, I am sure that the warp keystones, or like the gate keystones that Singorn uses, I don't think that those being what they are will be plot relevant. Like, I don't think that technology, like the manner in which Singorn phases between the Feywild and the material plane, I don't think that will be relevant in the slightest. But I think Singorn and Singornians will be relevant. So the description of a non-relevant piece that is related to them, I think is still like worthwhile for like the space that it takes up. But this kind of comes back to like, there's infinite detail that you can describe as a DM. Matt could have described more about the ravine, but he cut himself off. He could probably describe substantially more about the way that the inside of these tunnels look, but he chooses to cut himself off at a certain point, something I wouldn't know anything about. And so the level of description that you give anything, it should be proportional to how relevant it or things related to it are to your characters. I think descriptions are good. Descriptions are amazing. I don't want this to be like an anti-description thing. It is, descriptions should be proportional. Description should be proportional. You shouldn't have the same amount of description for everything. I think that's the big thing. Is some things warrant more description than others. Now, what the baseline amount of description is, that is something that is very up to interpretation and opinion. So, like, earlier I was like, oh, you shouldn't, if it's bioluminescent fungus versus the glowing stones, you maybe shouldn't describe that. That's, I think, a full matter of opinion. Like, what is the baseline level of description? But I think the descriptions should be proportional. Because, not even because, they just kind of have to be. They don't have to be, but they kind of have to be. I don't know. Yeah. I need to get better at doing shorter bursts and reading. Even if the description isn't very important in the grand scheme of things, it helps make the world feel bigger and more alive. True. But what parts of the world, like us hearing a really detailed description of what Ank'Harel looks like right now would be out of place. Like if we got a long descriptive, poetic description of the gates and gardens of Ank'Harel, that would be a little bit out of place. And why Matt hasn't done anything like that. And honestly, why, despite having someone from Draconia in the party, we've never heard any descriptive, we've never heard any descriptions of Draconia other than very minute details. Matt saved it for now that we're like actually experiencing it. And even Whitestone, we got varying levels of description. He kind of meted out the descriptiveness of the city as they went through it. Because Whitestone was something that needed a ton of description, but he had to do it slower as to not overwhelm them. Whereas this one, he'll probably be able to do it in one sitting. So, yeah. The irony of Mega arguing for economy of words. I know, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. This reminds me of my Immortal, where she describes each character's outfit in extreme detail every time, because that's something that's important to her. She describes their outfit in extreme detail every time, but she probably doesn't describe the symmetry of their features or their eye color or the alignment of their teeth. So describing the outfits with extreme detail is telling something about that character. And if they described everything with an extreme level of detail, it would actually take away from the description of that immortal character. Yeah. I'm gonna be hyper specific. How big Exandria is. Oh, like you're saying that he's over describing it because of like meta factors? Maybe. I do like descriptions as I'm a visual learner, but if I didn't live near a Dillard's, I wouldn't get it. Yeah. Isn't Draconia and Ravenites parallel to Westrun and the Herd, a city and its people being under the domain of a dragon? I feel like it has the same relevance. Yes, and we did not get detailed descriptions of like the Herd's power structure, even though it would have been something that Grog was aware of, until it became relevant later, when they were actually like talking about the line of succession. Even though that's something that Grog would have known, you know. And we got descriptions of how they had changed the city, but only the brutal, gory details. We didn't get descriptions of the types of weapons that they favor, or their outfits much at all, but beyond the very basics of like various hides and skins. Like we didn't get the level of detail that Valkyrie would have put on her immortal character. Where she's describing these outfits, we didn't get that for the Herd because the details of their outfit weren't relevant. That's sort of what I'm getting at. Yeah. Is something I fundamentally disagree with you on? What is the fundamental disagreement? I'm curious. I actually disagree with that. What do we disagree with? The details weight are given more to the important stuff is a constant in basically every art form. That's what I'm kind of hitting on. Is details and weight saying something about everything else. No, I mean the Harry Potter fic called My Immortal. Oh, not a character I made. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, so you're okay. We're on the same wavelength now. I did not recognize the fic name. I think everything should get the same level of description because it is, at the end of the day, an open sandbox type game. You're on rails. Fully agree with you. I'm trying to... Yeah, okay. Again, kind of part of the problem with is that just can't happen. Like, I don't even mean like it shouldn't happen. It literally can't unless you never do a travel sequence. That is like... And I don't want to speak too objectively, which I am. So I'm going to try to stop. But it's like... I think back to them flying from Westrun to Sphinx Mountain. And during that journey, Matt had to describe the land, the land that they were passing with substantially less detail than he would have if they were walking. And he described it with substantially less detail than he described Westrun when they actually were going and encountering that. Because the empty land masses between landmarks aren't relevant. So that's what I kind of mean when it's like you can't describe everything with the same level of detail, because this isn't a simulation. Even a sandbox, you only describe things that are relevant. You don't describe the empty hills or the cobblestones of the road along the way. Like, it's just not... It's not possible unless the campaign is hyper specific. Like, if the campaign somehow takes place within a single building, like for one-shots, I think for one-shots, describing everything with the same level of detail is doable, because the location and the movements of the characters will be fundamentally constrained. But I think especially... I actually think that if you're on rails, because you can plan out every step, it's actually easier to describe things with the same level of detail. I think in a sandbox environment, you have to be even more picky and choosy, because they can go anywhere, so they are inevitably going to go places that aren't relevant or where there are things that are not relevant. Yeah. But without hindsight, you will never know if the principle is applied correctly. True. Which is why I'm saying, like, for this, I can't know if this is an appropriate level of description. Only the DM will know, and he will only know in hindsight. They will only know in hindsight. As to whether or not the appropriate level of description was applied. Which is why I say you should start at, like, a baseline and then, like, meet it out as you go. Yeah. But here we are now. Now's the time to describe it. No, that's true. That's very, very true. They are here now, so I like that we are getting more description of this. But this is not a description of Draconia. This is a description of the Ravenites in particular. So we've kind of gone from, like, zooming in on, like, Singorn to, like, their dad's house. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, if their dad is going, like, the twins' dad, if the twins' dad is going to come back, which I think it's fair that he likely will, describing his house is very viable. And so if the Ravenites even have a chance of coming back, which I think they do, I don't think we can know because we're not, behind the screen, but I think there's a good chance that the Ravenites come back in a substantial way. Given that, the players could try really, really hard to align with them. And unless Matt has planned ahead of time that they will never align with the players, which I think would be a bad plan, a bad decision. I think there's a solid chance that the Ravenites come back. And further description of the Ravenite environment could potentially sway the party on whether or not they want to align with the Ravenites, which is something else you have to keep in mind when describing. And what parts you're choosing to describe is this biasing my players at all in how they're going to interact with the environment, Descriptions do not have to be proportional to purpose either, I'd argue. Read a picture of Dorian Gray. I have read a picture of Dorian Gray, but not in a long time. So I would be curious, but from what I remember of the picture of Dorian Gray, it's relatively constrained. It's specifically not like a sandbox type feel. So I think it's easier, like the setup of Picture of Dorian Gray is set up to only include things that are relevant, if that makes sense. But honestly, I haven't read it recently enough to be able to say with confidence. I might be totally wrong there. That might be just like a bad take. Yeah. Yeah. Importance does not mean plot significance. Yeah, totally. See you later, Ebster. I'll have to really think about that. It makes sense. Yeah, I mean, and take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. Big grains of salt. If you agree with it, agree with it. If you don't, don't. That's fine. I like talking about it, though. I like talking through it because it helps me come to my own opinions. I have way more opinions on D&D now than when I started this channel. After doing this series, I have found opinions that I hold through just talking through these sorts of things during stream. I have substantially more opinions than I used to. So yeah, it's not something that I expect other people to have opinions on or for people to like nail it down. And I don't expect myself to nail it down. I've changed my opinion a lot over the course of this show. Yeah. The entire pre-Raphaelite movement is crying right now. Oh no! Pre-Raphaelite? No! I'm fucking around with art historians. Fuck. Yeah. I haven't really considered implied bias when giving descriptors. I just described to more information is typically better. Oh, it's tough because that can be true. But there's always a finite amount. That's the kind of interesting thing about TTRPGs and why they are such an amazing storytelling medium. An incredible storytelling medium that can do things that no other storytelling medium could even hope to accomplish. But their mixture of pre-planned, collaborative writing and improv means that they have a lot more injected bias than a lot of other storytelling mediums. Just by pure happenstance, well, I guess not happenstance, but by pure function of them being so, not improv reliant, but improv related. Like even just the choice of words that a DM uses, unless you're scripting out everything that you say, which is just not feasible, you are going to use words as a DM that are going to somewhat sway. And you see this all the time with like DMs accidentally revealing information that they maybe shouldn't have. My classic example is early on, I tried not to tell my characters any of the monster names. And I accidentally revealed that one of the enemies was a twig blight, and they never let me hear the end of it. Anytime I introduced a new enemy for like 5 sessions, they'd be like, twig blight 1 and 2. And I'm like, no, this is a fucking, it's a giant insect. And they're like, and a scaly twig blight, I see. But yeah, you the types of information that you reveal as a DM is something to think about, but it's also never something you can really fully control. It's just something to be aware of more than anything. Twig blight Ganon. yeah. I would introduce like a villain, and before I had finished describing them, they're like, Mr. Twig blight, how are you doing today? God. Fucking asshole players.
Can I get a sense on like when this was carved? If this was carved recently or if this has been here for a while?
Go ahead and make an exchange.
Ooh, 27.
Best you can tell from looking at the rock and knowing the amount of erosion versus the curvature of it, it looks like this has been, these tunnels have been here for a very long time.
They have?
Yes.
Okay.
This portion of the tunnel opens up and you can see now there is a much more refined village-type structure inside. Maybe 30 plus small homes carved from rock and stone, built much better than the kind of makeshift huts that you saw outside. You also see a giant pile of broken chains to the left side of the entryway. Many of them are manacles and what looks to be some sort of like neck vices that are just all thrown and discarded in this large pile.
Tiberius never mentioned this side of Draconia.
No, he didn't.
As you are brought into the center of this larger chamber, you see probably 24 Draconians that are out and about, just currently gathering materials, talking and walking, stop and see as you enter and just kind of watch as you pass by. Colors range from metallic to chromatic.
And this is interesting. In this description, this might be me implying too much. What, me? No way. We'll see. But Matt is really focusing heavily on the literal, the how do I say it? The geography. He's focusing really heavily on the geography, the constructed environment, and the people. We're not getting any description about any flora or fauna, really at all. And that is good to think about if we're not going to be interacting with the Ravenites, or it's less likely that we'll be interacting with the Ravenites in their locale, right? If we're going to be interacting with the Ravenites, possibly, as part of the army that helps us take down Thordak back in Taldore, if we're going to be trying to get them out and move them, and we're going to be kind of leaving Draconia, yeah, we shouldn't focus on the flora and the fauna, especially if it's not relevant to their culture, largely. But the geography, the types of places that they're living in, the types of dwellings that they construct, that tells us more about the people. And if the people are the thing that are relevant, then that's a really, really good thing to include. They're changing locations, and description is being used to show that. Also true. It is also this is also very, very good points of using the description to convey things about the people as well as to convey a sense of travel. He has not talked about the time passage at all, because even though it's funny, the time passage is actually maybe one of the most quote-unquote relevant things to the players and to the characters. But Matt has not mentioned it at all. He has not mentioned the size. He mentioned numbers of people, but he hasn't mentioned, and he mentioned the layout, that this is kind of like a hive-like cave system. But not really how long it's taken them to walk, how spread out these things are, but the description of each location is conveying a sense of travel without those typical travel markers. Because the actual travel aspect of it isn't important. The people and the Ravenites are what are important here. And so we're learning more about them. Yeah. That's very, very fair. It seems like he's basically attempting to give them sort of an idea of what the Ravenites have been dealing with. Absolutely. I mean, the most not compelling, but the thing that Matt really chooses to highlight here in this new cavern that they're going into, he briefly describes the buildings, and then he describes the giant pile of broken chains, which, to be fair, is a very notable aspect. That just makes sense if you're just describing the notable things in the room. That would probably catch the eye. But it's also a very, very relevant, and it's also kind of interesting that the Ravenites wouldn't throw these chains away. I guess maybe they're good metal. They want to keep them around. But yeah, it's a good thing to think about and analyze, and think about what are these serving in terms of the overarching story. Yeah. And what the descriptions imply. It's like Purunga, given the information that they have available to them. It seems like he's basically attempting to sort of give them. Oh wait, no. This isn't the chat. The tunnels being old implies that this is the Ravenite way of life under the Skywalkers, and not them taking shelter from the Conclave. Absolutely. The tunnels and the structures being old, and the fact that there's an existing village there that seems to have been destroyed during the Conclave events during the apocalypse heavily implies that they did not move in here to take shelter from the dragon. So including that on their implied route, because they're not choosing their route either. They could be going through this any number of ways. The person could be leading them through it any number of ways. So choosing a route that includes that is good strategic description from Matt. Yeah. It's also canonically cold. There may not be much flora and fauna. Well, even that we're not getting a description of, right? We're not getting a description of the lack of flora and fauna. We're not getting a a notice of like, man, it is really barren and desolate here. You're used to seeing small critters, lizards, snails, insects. This place is totally devoid of that. Right, these sorts of things would be important if they were going to spend more time in Draconia and the surrounding landscape, which I don't think they are. But describing all this stuff about the, I almost said Ravnicas. The Ravenites, they might interact with the Ravenites more, so it's much more solid. Yeah. I posted my drawing of Gilmore in the Discord, not the fictional character of Sean Gilmore is in a group chat. Oh, Gilmore. You know what? I'm going to save this as shameless promo. Join the Discord if you want to see the great art by Confused Strawberry. Or actually, okay, we'll show this one. We'll show this one to give y'all a sense. But if you want to join the community, you're going to have to go in. That looks great. That's really, really nice. I really like the, does it sound weird to say that I really like the feet? It's not a foot fetish thing, okay? I want to make that really clear. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But I think a lot of times in drawing, I look at the feet, and a lot of times the feet are fucking weird. Feet and hands are hard to draw. And I think the feet and hands of Sean Gilmore look good in that. Methinks doth protest too much. No! He doth protest too much. Yeah. Anyways.
All spectrum. It is just a mishmash of color, all walks and sizes.
And the chromatic, the red, the blue, the green, are we seeing tails on them?
Nope.
No tails.
Nobody has tails down here.
Good to know.
I could make us all draconian again without tails.
That would probably work at this point, right?
You're led past a couple of these stone structures, and there's a central kind of open circular plot between a lot of these. There is a fountain that seems to spring a very, very clean source of water within the center of this chamber. And then beyond that, there is a larger temple-like square structure that has a slight trapezoidal appearance to it. The entranceway is just an open arch, and you can see a large fire burning on the inside of it. You are led around the fountain and led to the inside, and there you see sitting on what looks to be a large stone seat made of just haphazard bits of rock and stone make this what looks relatively uncomfortable, but a large stone throne almost. There is a female dragonborn. She wears long, drab gray robes, tattered at the edges, a hood that is just kind of loosely pulled back, and what looks like a large scarf or wrap around her neck and shoulders. And she just sits there with her hands over the side draped, and as you walk in and your eyes adjust, you can see that she looks very old. As you're brought in, the rest of your crew still pushes you in with the spears. And she kind of leans forward.
Are these prisoners of ours?
And the dragonborn that brought you in goes,
They are, for the time being. They say they come here because the Frigid Doom and other dragons who came are killing their people as well. They have come to fight the dragon, or so they claim. They walked in under guise of our enemy. It is your wisdom to make these choices.
And the larger dragonborn bows his head and steps away. The spears pull back, and they kind of step, blocking the exit that you walk through. The entire archway now is just shoulder to shoulder, dragonborn with spears at the ready.
Tuma, we apologize for coming in the guise of your enemies. Unfortunately, we don't know much about your culture, and no one ever informed us of what you have suffered, and we apologize.
Make a persuasion check.
23?
You're saying this in Draconic, guys?
Yes.
She leans in a bit, and a bit of the firelight kind of crackles.
Speaking of the species the entire species conversation, like species versus culture, all of that. This is a good example, and I think it's kind of a good litmus test for you as a DM and as a world builder. Even if everyone speaks common, right? Let's ignore the language part of it. Even if everyone speaks common, if you can go somewhere and really immediately blend in, you should not be considered a foreigner. Right, that should not really be considered a separate and distinct culture. Like, I could go to Canada, and Canada and America are similar enough that I could blend in. I could go to a fucking Tim Hortons there, bud, and no one would know the difference between me and them. You hear? As long as as long as I didn't put too much stank on my natural Midwestern accent. I don't think they would be able to tell that I'm not from Canada. But when I went to Italy, even having learned a lot of conversational Italian, I just stuck out. Like, it's little things, like it's little cultural things of like just the things that I would do that would make me stand out and would make it kind of clear. And you can work accents into that sort of thing. That's very viable. Language is a big part of that. But this tail versus no tail business, I think, is a good hallmark of an actually developed and like actually world built society. It's very Baby's Guide to Racism. I don't even mean that as a pejorative. It's very Bo Burnham, circles and squares. Get out of here, roundies. But it is a level of thought into that culture. And sometimes things are that basic. And that doesn't feel too far away from reality, that we can't suspend a little bit of disbelief for it. Especially as like a royal house thing. So I think it's a good kind of litmus test for yourself of if the party goes there to this culture, are they going to be able to pass for several days? Are they going to be able to pass as natives without doing any sort of preparation, any sort of research? If they are, it's probably not distinct enough. Over the course of a week, if your party's just living there, they should stand out to someone at some point. Even if it's not a hostile thing, even if it's not, this huge issue, it should be noticeable. And I think I could if I really want to, I think I could get away with it in Canada. Ireland, UK, maybe. Again, if we ignore the accent part of it, maybe. And then like rest of mainland Europe, Asia, Africa, South America, it starts to go way down on I would stand out to someone at some point, And I think that is a kind of hallmark when you're world building of that sort of thing. It is also a good apology. It's a good point, Sarah. It's a good apology. I know you said things I know you said you don't spell things correctly until you clean things up, but your spelling sends me sometimes. What? Oh no. Is frigid spelled wrong? I don't. That's true. Frigged. Wait. Is frigid bad? The frigid doom. Frigid. That's not even close. Yeah, I don't do thorough spell check until I'm doing like the theory stream. Yeah. They might question an Irishman in Canada. True. A Canadian from BC taught me West Coast, Best Coast. Pfft. West Coast, Best Coast. I'm talking no coast, Best Coast. All right, get that water away from me. If the water, if the water is big enough to contain my state within it, I don't fucking want it. No coast, Best Coast. There's that old adage about reality. If it were subjected to critical analysis, would be deemed unrealistic. I do love. There's a channel that I've recommended before called Curious Archive that does a lot of like. Oh no. My water thing was overfilling. Oh god. It's very, very full. All right. We're better. But there's I do not even know what was going on with the thumbnails on that. That looked crazy. But Curious Archive, YouTube. Really recommend this channel, by the way. They're really great. Oh, speaking of, I kind of hate elves. Speaking of fantasy races, I didn't even finish this yet. I really want to. But there's one. Oh yeah, Earth has terrible world building. Very, very funny. It kind of embodies that sort of mentality of looking at the Earth as like a work of fiction and talking about its world building. It's very funny. Heavily recommend. But yeah, it's similar. Someone who lives in Italy but did not grow up here, Italians can tell where you're from, your social economic status, your childhood trauma, your zodiacs, based on your outfit. I just heard recently that there's an Italian word for someone who put a lot of effort into an outfit but designed it in such a way to where it doesn't look like they put a lot of effort into their outfit. And I thought that that's a great word. That sounds like an awesome fucking word. I like that a lot. Oh my god. I think Americans would stand out in most places. I mean, that's fair. That's very, very fair. See you later, Valkyrie. I had a scene question. I had a scene question up thread about Matt and wondering your thoughts. Sure, go for it. I'll play Critical Role in the meantime. But yeah, go for it. Ugh.
We apologize.
Or if it's like super offbeat, maybe ask it in a comment. I don't do comment review as much anymore. But if there are interesting comments, I either respond to them in shorts or I might do a comment review now and then.
Becoming in the guise of your enemies.
Oh, you already asked.
Unfortunately, we don't know much about your culture, and no one ever informed us.
Oh, I totally missed it. Oh, right here. Hopefully this is it. I'm not looking further back. Anticipate the disguise themselves with tails because their old player did, like Matt was planning to disarm the group. I legitimately don't think that Matt, if I had to guess, pure speculation, if I was setting this up, given that he asked them, tail or no tail, I think he had a plan for both. If it's the sort of thing that is obviously relevant, and given that he asked and didn't just take it as a default, like if he had said, oh, by the way, some Dragonborn, have tails or no tails, your instinct was to do tails because Tiberius had one. Right? Or your instinct was to do no tail, because that's the last one that you saw. Right? If he had told them a direction, I might think differently. But he not only brought it up, but he brought it up as a choice. Yeah. Asking's a good, yeah. And so I think he probably had a plan either way. Which it's a good example of a really obvious and clear distinction that you can try to work in for your players. And Seeming is one of those spells that they don't use often as a group, but it's definitely something you could plan a little bit around. They do enough disguising to where I don't think it's, if I'm Matt and I'm going down, like, if I'm setting up Draconia, right, because I know that they might go there, especially after the last session. I know that it's always possible that they go there. I probably set this up fucking months ago. I am thinking about, like, top 5 things that they might do that might have a huge impact. And illusion magic is absolutely something that the party has been known to employ. So I'm definitely, when I'm setting up Draconia, especially after the Chroma Conclave, I'm thinking about, if they use illusion magic, are they? And then I'm kind of thinking, like, okay, let's imagine if it's no, I can improv that. If it's yes, how are the Dragonborn going to react to things? And again, I'm looking at like top 5, top 3 sorts of reactions that they could have. If the players disguise as Dragonborn, how's that going to go? If they disguise as Lizardmen, how's that going to go? And if they describe as something other than those 2 things, how's it going to go? And then it would get to the point of, well, in this Dragonborn society, there's this whole tails, no tails beef. So now I'm asking myself, does it matter? I will say it doesn't seem like color, like chromatic color has anything to do with anything here. It doesn't seem to be a delineating factor in society. And it's interesting that Matt didn't ask them about it. I think they offered it up, but I don't think he asked them about it, if I remember correctly. And it doesn't seem to be like a relevant thing. So it seems to me like he asked himself a couple of questions about a likely strategy that they would have. You don't need to go, too down the rabbit hole of like all of the possible things they might do, but like broad illusion magic, especially when they've been so willing to use it in the past, is a good thing for Matt to go down whenever they're meeting any new civilization. Like, what would have happened if they had seeminged themselves as elves going into Singorn, right? I would bet. I'm not a betting man, but I'm not a gambler. But if I was, I would put money on Matt probably having at least the broad concept of a plan on what to do if they disguised themselves entirely as elves before going into Singorn. Now, how detailed was the plan? How detailed was this plan? Probably different for different DMs. I don't know how much Matt, would have planned that out. But I would bet that he had at least the broad strokes of a plan for that sort of situation. Because they have been because they have used illusion magic so much. If they hadn't, like, they don't often use enchantment magic, I would bet that Matt does not have a plan as to what happens if they fucking charm Tuma. Or if they had charmed the main guy. I don't think that Matt has any sort of plan for that because it's not something they do super often. So it's not, if they do pull it out, I'm sure he'll do a great job improving it. But it's not something to prep for because they barely ever do it, except to each other. They barely ever do it to NPCs, yeah. How much you might have known going into this. Technically, most of this slavery info was already set on the table. There's a chance they remembered. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't remember it at all. That's very interesting, yeah. Huh. I think there was a choice, but there probably wasn't a correct choice. Yeah, I think he had a plan either way. Had they gone no tails, they'd look like Ravenites, but no one would recognize them. Yeah, it would have been like, we're part of the diaspora. Yeah. I'm sure that he had the broad concepts of how they would react. The no-tail option would have potentially been more dangerous without the party understanding the context. They could have talked themselves into disaster. Potentially, yeah. Yeah. It would just raise Purunga says, yeah, just raising different kinds of questions. One time in a big throne room scene, an NPC was slandering our group, so I subtle cast Seeming on just the one guy to make him transform into a demon in front of everyone. No recurrent saves. Stuck. Dude, subtle spell is one of the most... It's like half the reason to play a sorcerer. I'm saying. It's... Subtle spell is so incredibly good. Oh my god. If I remember correctly, I don't think there were tailed metallic dragonborn. I could be making that up. Yeah, I don't know. Hardwick's guest PC Gurn had all his slavery stuff as his motivation. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I probably ended up misreading it. Interesting. Huh. Yeah.
Of what you have suffered, and we apologize.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion check.
23?
Pursuing some draconic eyes?
Yes.
She leans in a bit, and a bit of the firelight kind of crackles under her chin. You can see the teeth on one side kind of pull out beyond the lip, and it gives her this kind of lopsided look. The tongue kind of wipes across the front, and she leans in towards you.
Not to pause too much. Not to pause too much. But I will say, even though I don't heavily value the aesthetics, I do think that non-human aesthetics can lead to very interesting and intriguing descriptions. I don't, and one of the reasons for my opinion is I don't see it utilized all that much. But that was a good example of Matt utilizing the non-human appearance of these Dragonborn in a very particular way that is very evocative for like how she feels about what Vex just said. And it's evocative in that we don't really know how she feels. That was a very distinct expression that probably meant a lot to the other Dragonborn watching, but means almost fuck all to the rest of the party. And is a great opportunity for like a real honest to God insight check. That I think insight is like the absolutely appropriate skill for. So I'll hold my hands up. I don't value aesthetics much, but that was a very clear situation where there's no way that you can really... I think it would feel weird if you did that sort of thing and tried to tie it to like culture. That was one that was pretty firmly rooted in their appearance. Yeah. I think this is when Matt gets to really be creative. It was very creative. It was very cool. Yeah.
You come here to fight the frigid doom, you say?
Yes.
I would be lying if I said it did not bring a chance for freedom to all of us Ravenites.
Much deserved.
But as time progresses, I fear that we shake one bond to step into another. The dragon presented itself as our savior, but has since required an ever-growing fealty.
They do that.
Without the Draconians, without the Skywalkers, and without the Doom, we would be free. Can rebuild our culture.
I want nothing more for you than that. Let us help you.
You see, so now the rest of you hear this. Do your friends speak common?
Oh, that's lovely.
Hi.
Hi, yes.
Much relieved. Yes, they do.
Grog doesn't, but we do.
If we are to let you go, do you promise to slay this creature?
We will do everything in our power to watch it die.
It is our only purpose.
It has been gone for days.
It should be back very soon.
Took most of its army with it.
Yes, Grog was right. He's always right.
That was our hope, was that we would be able to come here when it was at its weakest and get a sense of it.
Do you know where its lair is?
I do.
Is it far?
It is not far, but 1 hour walk.
Can I roll an insight check on her?
You may.
19?
19.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
See, do you know what I like as much as Whispers?
What is that?
Loot Crate.
What? Taliesin. You gotta do better than that.
I like
Try something like this. Try something like this. You know, Matt's an asshole. But you know who's not? The good people at Loot Crate. I don't know.
Loot Crate doesn't decide to just tell one person about what's going on. They let everyone know.
Crate gives to everybody.
Not just Vex.
Hey, you never told us what he whispered to you before.
No, he didn't.
It's an insight. We're good.
Oh, boy.
I'm a vampire. Just deal with it.
Oh no, this whole time.
If you come here to kill this dragon, I assume you have the means and a plan.
We definitely have plans.
Totally
for this
have a
event.
plan.
Then let us set an ambush.
Oh.
Ambush?
Wait.
Sorry?
Come again?
For the dragon?
Well, we tried to do that one at a time.
It worked.
While it did pay off,
Many
his
were.
brother is dead. A lot of people died in the process. A lot.
This is not a quick...
Very large, strong people.
So what do you insist? We not have an ambush, we just wait for it to land, then attack head on?
No.
We were going to use this opportunity to find our way into its lair and find its weaknesses and plan then.
Sabotage from the inside.
There's more than one dragon, and we are supporting each other.
If we kill this one, it'll set off a chain reaction we might not be able to recover from if we're not fully prepared.
We want to make the means to make sure that when the time comes, we can destroy them all in one fell swoop.
The risk here is that by destroying Voragol,
Yeah.
Yes.
Something like that.
one.
Wow,
Frigid
wow.
Doom,
The Frigid Doom.
you'll bring the wrath of the others upon you.
He is not the strongest.
Thordak is much larger, and I don't think has been here.
You speak with accents I do not understand. Where do you come from?
Everywhere.
Well, we're a motley crew.
Lots of
not-
different
Do
places.
not answer that. Do not answer that question.
We can answer the continent.
Better lie.
As you can see, we're half-elves.
So, we are to walk to the den. You are to learn your information. Then what?
Set up a situation where we can monitor you and possibly contact you when it's time. And even let you know if we think the dragon's about to leave so that you can prepare.
I have lived to see this day by not being deceived or tricked. You speak words that are not direct. They wind, they spin, they circle. What guarantee do I have that you will not just flee?
To be fair, what guarantee do we have that you won't kill us and the ambush was meant for us? I believe there's untrust on both sides.
At which point she steps off of the throne, steps on both of her feet, and when she's off the throne, her imposing form becomes far less imposing. You can see now there's a very heavy hunch to her back, and as she kind of scuffles forward, it's a very, almost pitiful-looking sight physically. As she pulls forward to kind of walk straight to you, Keyleth. You see the somewhat clouded, cataract-ridden eyes of the dragonborn female, Tuma, comes up to you and goes,
We are a proud people, even when pressed into the dirt for as many years as we have been. We reclaim our honor. We reclaim our place in this world. We wish to do this as peacefully as possible. But we are...
There's a... How do I say this? There's a really common writing adage of show don't tell. Right. And it's largely for like TV and movies, but it very much goes for books as well. And this is a really interesting case of it sounds like telling, but it's actually showing, because she is she is saying things that we have already been shown, and some of which we have been shown not the direct opposite of, but we have been shown not the exact version of that she's saying. So her saying these words are showing us in how the Ravenites relate to their leadership, how much control she has over them, because like saying like we are a proud people even when pressed into the dirt, that is something I think we've seen with the way that the initial interaction went. We reclaim our honor. We reclaim our place. We wish to do this as peacefully as possible, but I'm sure that she will have a little bit of a caveat.
I've been forced to scrounge and survive.
We have been forced to scrounge and survive. And it's a telling aspect there that, like, the idea of taking the tailed Dragonborn into slavery, into chains, did not seem to be something that any of the Dragonborn flinched at. This did not seem to be a radical idea that the Gate Guard was proposing. Either they've done it before, or it's something that they have they do not think that she would have any problem with, or they don't care what she would think. And it is an interesting characterization of her that either she doesn't know that that's what one of the gate guards would do, or she considers that as peaceful as possible. Taking tailed dragonborns into slavery. That falls within her moral compass of as peaceful as possible. Which is a very interesting characterization. So, like, you could see this as a sequence of telling and not showing, but because we have already been shown, the very slight deviations from expected that this has between, like, what we have been shown and what she is telling, the very slight deviations are additional showing, additional characterization. So it turns from a, tell into a show, which is, it's a very nuanced thing that you might not that doesn't quite, or doesn't seem to align with, like, the classic storytelling stuff. Was not even worth mentioning as she talks about moral analysis. Yeah. I missed the earlier part. Were they going to take them as general spy prisoners or into slavery? Straight up slave. Straight up slavery. They were not, there was not a lot of hesitation. So yeah, it's an interesting, it's very, very interesting. Yeah. It was a vengeance thing, or Tuma thinks it's keeping them safe to enforce their former slavers. I don't know, but it might be one of those two. It might be that this is implying that Tuma views vengeance as more important than peace. It could be that Tuma's out of the loop. It could be that taking them into slavery is the most peaceful option in her mind because they are inherently dangerous if left to their own devices. It's a very, there are a ton of ways that you can morally justify her thinking that taking the tailed ones into slavery is peaceful. You can also just make the relatively small logical leap that she might just not know that this is happening. She might be the one that they call the figurehead, but someone else is really running the show. Could be either one of those. I lean towards the first one. I lean towards her being aware of what's going on, based on the deference that people have showed to her. But either way, it is not repetition of things we already know. It is not them telling us things that they could have showed us. It is the way we are being told is a show for characterizing Tuma, which is cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. I think it's the most peaceful option. Totally could be. Like I said, there's lots of ways to justify it. And all of those ways are good. Because they all indicate that this is not wasted time. This is like additional nuance to her character. Yeah. And the fun thing is that the party's in such a precarious spot already that they can't even dare point out the seeming contradiction. You would think that I could see fucking Kiki pointed it out. I could see Keyleth getting on her low charisma horse and riding straight into that. Well, your people were about to take us into slavery. Is that really a very peaceful option there, Tuma? Just not reading the room in the slightest. But yeah, either way, I think it's really, really solid character work and very nuanced.
Do this as peacefully as possible. But we have been forced to scrounge and survive through this freedom. We wish you no folly, we wish you no ill will. But we also have learned that trust needs to be earned. It cannot be spoken and given so freely. Both ways. You are right to mistrust, as are we of you. But that is the impasse. One must have faith.
Ooh. You are right to mistrust. Ooh. That's a character-defining line. You write that on a fucking ideals box on a player stat sheet. You are right to mistrust. Ooh. That is like a core philosophy being unveiled there. That it does not take any amount of leaps in logic to understand how she got there based on what we know of this faction's experience.
In one way or another, if there is to be a compromise.
I think faith and trust are not mutually exclusive. I cannot trust you and still have faith. And you should not feel a lack of pride for living in the dirt or surviving. There's nothing wrong with that. But I understand your urge to want to rebuild, become the great culture that I know you all are. So, you should at least trust that we have similar interests in the end.
Make a persuasion check.
Good, Kudos.
19.
Was that an opal? Was that opal?
Yes, it was.
Opal!
Opal's back!
25.
25.
Just the universe, people.
She reaches forward and extends a finger that kind of just gently scrapes the bottom of the chin. Not too much to hurt, but just to kind of pull across the skin and pull your chin upward into the light of the fire a little bit.
There is much wisdom in there for so young a face. All right. There are not many options we have either. Come, we will walk. And at the very least, if you decide to flee, never return.
We can give you that word.
Tuma, are the Frigid Doom's armies around? Will they see us?
There are a handful of dregs that stay behind, but... Tell me you wear many faces.
Certainly don't want them to see ours.
What should we disguise ourselves as?
She points past over your head and goes,
Tiny gnome, the faces of those that lead you here.
Okay, tiny is uncalled for, but I understand. The faces of you, of your tribe, of your clan. All right.
Be glad you walk with one as wise.
Oh, is she talking about me?
Yes.
Oh, that's fine.
awesome.
She begins to shuffle over, and you watch as two of the Dragonborn walk over and kind of scoop her up shoulder to shoulder, and she kind of shrugs them off and pushes them away. I can walk myself.
Oh,
respect.
She begins shuffling, and they kind of separate and open. She walks partway out as you guys stand there and turns around and beckons. Well, come.
We follow.
Can we cast seeming again?
I can do seeming one more time.
Whoosh.
All right.
Wait, if you cast seeming, will we still be able to get into the...
We still got the mansion.
Okay.
But it handicaps me a bit. I will cast seeming again on the party and
Sorry.
do the same thing, except slightly different colors and slightly less tail.
The larger Dragonborn can lead you
My
in.
tail nub is slightly larger than that.
Or like a... Anyway.
Yeah, the cube lives.
Cube.
All right. We are to another break. Also, the break reminders aren't working. That's also my fault. I just realized why they're not working.
Take a break.
I fixed them. But I will be right back, and we will finish this out. I could actually see potentially, especially as concurrent numbers wane, as Pharaoh has to go to bed. Oh no! Get some sleep. Everybody. All of the Europeans are approaching bedtime, and I think we will start to accelerate as the stream comes to a close, as the episode comes to a close. So I will see you in a sec. Get some water and strap in for the last bit. See you in a second. What up? Hello. Hello. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Let's play.
Tail cube.
As the rest of the guards circle around and begin to walk, a little bit of trepidation, but going along with Tuma, the large one, and goes,
Tuma, are you certain?
She turns around and goes,
Skork, there are few things that are certain in this world. I am not long for it. But if we are not to seize the opportunity of kingship, we miss the opportunity for survival. Is it a risk? Yes. Sometimes it's a risk worth taking.
And she keeps walking. The rest of them gather behind, and the now named Skork kind of gives a nod and continues walking on. Skork.
Is that his name?
He was the guy that was giving us
Yeah,
shit
he was the
together.
guy that we talked to right when we got here.
You guys are led out of the tunnel, back into the freezing air. The wind's picked up a bit, and you can now hear this like low hum as it hits certain portions of the cavern and causes, low vibrational whistles in the distance. The snow has begun to fall a little heavier now, and as you walk out, you can hear the crunch of your footsteps as you're stepping through heavier and heavier blankets of snow.
Can I tell Tuma, just as we walk out, like, P.S., if that dragon comes back, we need to bolt.
She nods.
If that dragon comes back, we never saw you. You never saw us.
Thank you.
She's very slow, by the way. Your passage of travel is about half speed as she kind of leads the charge, but everyone respectfully keeps in pace with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tuma, have you ever heard of a dragonborn named Gurn Blanston?
She kind of thinks for a second.
That name has not come to my mind, no.
Us neither.
Pushing on, it's gotten a little lighter in the sky. You figure based on your arrival, you may have just come in at the cusp of dawn, and the sun has now gotten higher in the sky. You're on the entire opposite side of the planet now. So the cycle has changed based on the location you're currently in. So now, while you guys were, we had rested actually.
We left in the morning.
Yeah, you left in the morning. You would have gotten here. So
It's like nighttime.
I'm sorry, opposite of that. It's actually now getting dusk.
Oh, okay.
So even though it's only been a couple hours of daylight that you've seen since you woke up this morning, it's already beginning to set and the sky's getting darker.
We lost a day, but the dragon will still take the same amount of time.
I'm so tree-lagged, though.
I know. Always sucks going west to east.
That's true.
You are led over a portion of the ravine ever so slowly that lifts up, and then as you get to the crest, it lends down into a far deeper and wider portion of the ravine. This is now the center part of this entire giant physical anomaly that is this giant crack in the ground. And you can see the bulk of the fallen cities in the center of this area.
Do we see any big trees around here?
You see a couple of larger trees that just kind of sprout out from the rubble. There's ones that managed to survive the impact of certain areas of stone, though it looks like a lot of the bark has been stripped and might not be alive that you can see from this distance. There are smaller trees towards the edge, and a few still protruding from portions of the walls.
Just note every tree as we walk by. We need them all.
Yeah, I'm paying attention to trees.
Okay.
I'm like, that's the biggest tree that's not closest to us. Now that's the biggest tree that's not closest to us. Now
Right.
that one.
As you led down into the ravine, you reach the central structure, and you can already see from this distance, as the snowfall is hitting and covering the rocks, there are dozens and dozens of those spikes of ice jutting out of the rock, each with what looks to be one or two various frozen corpses just kind of impaled on them and left. At the top of this, you can see what looks to be a large cluster of ice that is in a somewhat round gathering, and you can see... Actually, no, you don't see that. Sorry. I know that will come to play in the future.
Can I ask a question? The bodies on the spikes, none of them look familiar, right?
You can keep a watch as you go. You push towards the center of the ravine upon the large island rubble. You begin to move, and it takes a good 40, 50 minutes, an hour to traverse a lot further than you would expect in that time period. Or sorry, well, a lot less you figured you would traverse in that time, being weighed down by Tuma's gate. However, the rubble begins to subside, and you begin to see what looks to be just steps of ice. Not perfect carved steps, but just elements of encapsulated broken platforms of ice that act as stairs. Vax, Vex, and Keyleth, as you guys begin to move up the steps, you especially, Vex, look, and you can see a little bit of light is beginning to shine down through the ice. You can see what looks to be mounds and mounds of coins and jewel boxes and many expensive knickknacks and collections, all below feet of solid ice, all clustered towards the apex of this collapsed, ruined island.
Tuma, is Vorgol having you collect all of this?
Urugal sends us to pay the debt we owe for being freed, yes. We scavenge. We spend our days searching for food, for the means to survive, and finding what we can from the ruins of the broken Draconia.
And when you can't find anything, what then?
These are the thoughts that consume me. That is the reason that you are still alive.
Everyone make a perception check.
Oh. Yeah, dog.
God damn it. I need to take a luck feat.
14!
28.
Natural 20.
Whoa! That wasn't the golden stitch?
It wasn't
No,
golden
I put the
stitch.
golden stitch away for the evening.
All right.
Natural 20 when I dropped it. Giving up on it.
Yeah.
Cool.
As you guys can approach, you can see now, like the ice that encases the golden coins begins to ripple upward and is getting harder and harder to climb. You can see now it comes to an apex in this kind of bowl-like formation. And as you get to a point where it's harder to ascend, you can see Tuma kind of stops and sees that she can't go much further, and she points up and goes,
That is where it sleeps. That is where we come to give what we find. And that is where it should fall.
What is its nature? Is it vain? Does it want you to bow before it?
It does not ask for kneeling. It asks for fear and respect. It asks us to bring the most powerful creatures in the land for it to chase.
Predator.
Can I roll an insight check on her again? Jesus. This is creepy. 27.
27.
Oh, shit, balls that.
Oh boy, guys.
Box is full of loot?
No. It's a crate, Liam.
Crate is full of boxes?
Yes, a crate full of boxes. Box Crate,
What
our
do you do
best
with the
sponsor.
boxes?
No, you just, inside the boxes are tinier boxes.
Tinier boxes? When do you get to the loot, though?
No, it's a Russian nesting doll of boxes and crates.
Box.
Yeah.
Box.
You actually never get to the loot. That's the thing that they don't want you to know about Loot Crate. And that's the reason that they are still around. Everyone who's ever bought a Loot Crate, none of you watching have ever bought a Loot Crate, because you would still be opening them up to this very day. It's a sort of interdimensional spider web sort of construct. I'm sure we're all familiar. So there's just, but then, they have you set up the auto pay ahead of time so that they can continue charging you. And it's an interesting business model, to be sure.
And then inside is a Box Crate, and inside that is Tiny Bag Crate.
What are you guys talking about?
But Liam, you want all those boxes?
I need boxes.
You get $3 off.
Wow.
The first box of boxes.
Thank you.
Crate.
Great.
All right, so
This is its home. This is its shrine.
Check for fucking traps before we go in there.
Wait, is it up? Is it down? Is it through?
it's like at the top it
giant
comes with this
platform?
giant bowl, this like platform of ice, and it's almost like a nest where it sits in.
Big icy dog bed.
By the way, we've been in Dragon's lairs before, and the lairs themselves.
Am I thinking about a caldera correctly? Caldera. Yeah. Oh shit, yeah, it's almost, I think it's literally a caldera. Large depression that formed when a volcano erupts and collapses. Yeah. I mean, obviously this volcano did not erupt and collapse, but yeah, he's describing a caldera. Interesting.
Themselves do things, right?
Yeah.
Yes, with the dragon in them.
But when the dragon's not in them, they don't do anything?
Well, my sister and I are going to have a look around. I have a question for you, though. If we make a stand here today, in theory, is it worth it to you to stand with us?
If you feel confident. Otherwise, we walk to our death prematurely.
Yeah, let's not do that today.
Today is not that
This
day.
is reconnaissance.
If all goes well, we will have one more
question.
conversation.
What are you laughing
All right, I'm going to start searching the ground.
Yeah.
I do have one other question.
I have an
The
idea.
bodies on the spikes. How did that happen? What was that?
When the islands fell, there was a great fight of those that survived against the dragon. We did not join in. Out of fear. And out of not knowing which side would come out. The Vorugal stayed behind as the other two flew. The dragon asked us why we do not fight. And we said, because it is not our place. The dragon said, well, your place is now that of free kin. The dragon summoned forth these spikes and drove it through the hearts of many of the Skywalkers. Many of us cheered, for it was a symbol that many had wished to see for a long time. But at the same time, the older ones of us, it was not what we wanted. It was not how we wished to be freed. But we had no way of stopping him. And as time went on, and with each surviving Skywalker that was found, there were no more cheers. Just the dread of knowing that maybe in time, when all of the spikes are filled, it may be us on them next.
Thank you.
29, looking for any traps.
Okay. You spend the next 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes, kind of skirting around the outside of this large frozen bowl, looking for some semblance of a set trap. You don't recognize anything as any sort of mechanism placed that would set off your warning defense systems as a rogue.
Can I stand on the top and look out from the platform and see what is visible from the platform and what areas seem hidden in the landscape?
I'm going to join you on that.
Okay. Both of you guys roll perception checks.
I have an idea.
Natural 20.
Natural fucking 20.
Well, I don't even need to look. Good.
You both saw that, right? That just fucking happened.
Bill.
This is not my normal die. This is something about a comic.
Oh, it's not the dice anymore. We just know that you've somehow gained the favor of some Aztec deity that's trying to reclaim its foothold in the current day pantheon through you.
Sumerian.
Right, it would be Sumerian.
It would be. I'm bringing a shrine to Burning Man, by the way. This
is pertaining to dragons.
All right.
No, this is more it's more of an icy terrain. Nevertheless,
Give Steve Martin the win here.
No, I know.
Between the two of you, keeping an eye out to this Marduk Enki looking fool over here.
Bless you for knowing a Sumerian deity.
Of course.
6 ounce.
You look off and see that most of it, and its design here, is to be a sentry point. The reason it's built over the structure, it has a view of the entirety of this central open valley in the ravine. There are nooks and crannies. There are elements of ice that could be carved away. There are small alcoves that could be out of sight, lower beyond the ice steps and such, but there is no like extremely visible pockets or things that are completely out of the visual sight from that perch. It was designed specifically to be a place to survey.
Are there other perches?
From what you can see here, I mean, there are outcroppings of stone and certain elements that kind of jut out naturally from the valley wall, but it's a wide berth from each side.
I mean, like, does this seem like the only thing, or would there be would there be other sentry points as well?
If flown to and held in, yeah, there are a couple other rock areas that a dragon will be able to hold himself, but this is definitively.
Is this the highest?
Which one?
The highest.
The bottom right.
The bottom?
Bottom right. Like the highest point.
So we have a really good vantage right now.
From here, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the highest point in the ravine. Yes.
Do we see the orb? Do we see an orb?
Yeah, the orbs.
Oh,
yeah.
Do we
The
see
orbs.
any other?
Make an investigation check.
Can I help?
I mean, we're all
technically.
Sure.
Oh.
There we go. See, that wasn't great.
28.
11.
17.
16.
9.
You guys take a while glancing about, nothing. Scanlan, you dart down and begin peering up against the ice walls that surround it, going down into the actual scooping bowl of this dragon nest. And looking down, you can see just a little glimmer of light that refracts at a different angle than the rest of the ice. A spherical surface is visible about 2.5 feet below.
Okay. Do we smash it? Do we use it to make a crank call? Do we... What do we do with it? Steal it? Do we...
They'll be able to scry on us for sure.
Yeah, it's a two-way.
If you steal it, they will
Just
see
like
us wherever we
the minute we looked into Grim Sights.
I could do a Vorugal voice and just say, "Whoa, Thorjack, you're a cock."
You don't actually know his voice.
I mean...
We heard him.
I could say, "Thorjack, I'm in desperate need of pay."
Do you speak dragon?
I guess you'll have to do that. What do we do? Do we break it so he can't communicate with the outside? That way when we kill him, he can't call for help.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
If we do
violate what we said we would do.
What would we say we would do? I have a great idea for how to kill this fucker.
Plus, if we do
You have a
anything...
great idea of how to kill him.
Well, I have an idea. Tuma just told us that they bring
Animals.
to hunt.
Yeah.
We could be one of those
Those animals.
and draw it to a certain spot
And draw it to a certain spot.
where we kill it.
It wouldn't be
With
here.
With our army of fucking draconians and our ice thing that we've shaped into some sort of a trap.
I get a distinct.
Right, and this is very different and will go way better than the last time that they lured a dragon into a spot with their army of local help. and it went great. And 2 of them didn't almost die inside of its stomach. I see no problems, no issues.
Impression that it is not impressed by ice.
Fire trap, rock trap.
What if we
tree
stick with
trap?
the
And you're saying this out loud amongst the crew, right?
Just us.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but the ears have walls.
And also, you're right in front of the scrying circle.
But it's very
no, it's far.
by ice.
Yeah.
It's
Buried by ice, but doesn't mean it still doesn't work.
No, as soon as you called them draconians, there were a few hisses from the nearby crew.
Oh, the raven ice.
Do they speak common? Would they even know the common tongue version of that?
We
Some
spoke
of
to
them
them.
might.
We spoke to them in common.
Well,
and they
we spoke to
understood us.
Tuma in common.
Oh, all right.
Let's make a plan
Bet there's
right
one.
here, right now.
I just
We are
did.
not-
I made a plan.
Absolutely not.
It's an ambush plan.
Okay, and then we go home and the dragons are at war. Then what?
What do you mean the dragons are There's only 2 more dragons at that point. Killed 3/5 of
We
them.
attack one dragon. We start the war. That is something we've been told over and over and
What does
over.
that even mean? We've already attacked 2 dragons.
That
There's
means-
been no war.
Once one more is dead, they'll probably all attack.
Attack what?
If one more is dead, then they're
They'll
down.
stop playing
They're outnumbered.
nice. They'll start destroying.
They're currently.
We have to kill them at some point.
Yes, and now is not that
The
point.
greatest plan we have is what Grog came up with.
Which was?
Pitting them against each other.
All right, so how
Okay,
do we
well,
use
wait,
this
wait.
orb to do that right now?
Do we have to use the orb?
That's why we came here.
Well, we came here to find out what its lair looked like,
What we are going to need.
to get information, which
We
we
need
got.
to sneak you in there, and we need you to take.
It's so funny how ludicrously unfamiliar Vox Machina is with the concept of reconnaissance. It's so funny that, like, Scanlan is like, I don't understand. We're here and we're not going to do anything? Do you guys hear yourselves? You guys sound insane right now. And the rest of them are like, no, we just came to like check it out to see what it looks like. And he's like, I don't get it. We're here. There's an orb. I'm looking at it, guys. It's there. And they're like, we know it's there. We know it's there, Scanlan. We're saying to not use it. And he's like, I don't get it. I don't even understand what you're saying.
A movement.
What?
What does that mean?
Sneak who in what?
I can't do it anymore.
What?
Twins. I used my last magic poo to look at my daughter.
Ew!
What a sentence!
Disgusting.
What a sentence!
Scanlan, disgusting.
That's the next t-shirt.
I used my last magic poo to look at my daughter. I need to know where she is. I need to know she's okay.
This is
Gilmore
high
can maybe make me some more potion, but I haven't wanted to bother him about it because he's busy keeping a shield around Whitestone.
Stop. You didn't say that out loud. You did not just say that out loud.
I said it in an accent.
That was out loud.
All right.
Oh, hello.
Hang on. Let's think about this for a minute.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Can we just step away from the orb while we talk?
Yeah, let's do that.
We're not near the orb. We're near the Draconians. We're
Ravenites.
The Ravenites.
I say that out again.
They're still all gathered around the base of it. They walked you here, and they're basically watching you set up for this ambush preparation or these gathering. They're not just going to leave you to your own devices. They're still not quite sure of everything.
I think the best thing, can we sketch what
That's
that
what
looks
I'm
like?
saying.
I will. Okay. Good on Matt. Good on Matt. After it happens once, you know, he gave them the little slap on the wrist, the not the Draconians, the Ravenites, hissing at them or whatever. Little, hey, remember, you're talking out loud. And then after the second time, he's like, okay, this is the situation. This is where people are. They probably very common. Like, kind of lays it out and makes it very clear, like, you are speaking in character. I think if they do it a third time, it's warranted to do something in fiction. I think Matt has given them kind of, I'm not a fan when Matt, like, when they say something and then, it has these massive in fiction consequences. Even, I say massive, even something as small as like losing a spell slot. Off of one mistake, I'm not really a fan of that. But on the third mistake, It's like he gives them the little slap on the wrist, then he makes it very clear what's happening, and then if they do it again, that's strike 3. Gotta at that point start maybe making things happen in fiction. Or just being like, hey, do y'all want to leave to talk about this?
Can you sketch me a sketchbook? What?
We need to use this opportunity. We're never going to be in this dragon's lair again. This is it. Crack the thing. Set a trap. Burn it down.
A suggestion.
Yes, Grog.
Right, so the white dragon is primal, right? Yeah. He likes to hunt creatures.
Sure. We could be a creature.
No, we gotta go now. We leave. We leave them alone. That way we're not in danger, they're not in danger. We promise to come back, not only with forces to help remove the white dragon, but also with something for it to hunt. That way we're not fighting it in its fucking lair.
We know a lot already.
I can pretend to be
This was kind of the whole...
Oh no, Confused Strawberry. To be fair, it's I'm not saying that the plan's going awry. That's certainly not a VM thing. You're totally right. That's an all of D&D thing. I think the thing that's a VM thing is the complete lack, or normally the lack or very minor pursuit of research or reconnaissance. I think that's the thing that's funny to me about this. It's not that they're possibly going to change the plan. It's more that they are telling Scanlan, hey, this is just reconnaissance. And he's like, what? He seems practically affronted at the mere concept that they wouldn't do something while here. That this was purely informational. He seems absolutely aghast at it. And to be fair, he's not making the craziest of arguments. There's some arguments that can definitely be made, and he's definitely making some, that they should take this opportunity. But especially at first, he's just like, I don't even understand what you mean leave. Scanlan even said, I can't do that anymore, with an air of indignation. Yeah. And I don't even think, by the way, I don't think this is like a bad thing. It's just very funny to me that they are so used to just running into things balls to the wall that they barely, at dawn they'll plan, but once they're executing a plan, they gotta kill shit or they gotta do something violent. They can't just get information. That's insane.
Scanlan, why would you bother
We
to pretend
found
to
out
be a
the
beast
thing
if he
we
just
wanted to
finds you?
find
He'll
out.
hunt you and kill you.
We know that there are people that will work with us. We know what the terrain looks like. We know what his lair looks like, which we don't want to be in when we fight him. And we know how to get him out of it, possibly. It's a pretty successful trip.
One possibility is we could come back with Goldrick and he and I could play bait.
Yeah.
Goldrick is the wolf, right?
Look at how suspicious he
I think a bigger sort of
He's a big fucking
thing.
wolf.
Yeah.
Well, we've made allies. We've got to look at everything.
We've got
we know
enough
the
sneak
terrain.
peek.
No,
we know
maybe-
the political terrain.
Urukhat would want to come and fight a dragon.
He might.
And I will also add that we can leave them with something.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe this isn't about destroying something. Maybe it's about planting something. If we
think you're right.
destroy anything, the dragon's going to immediately
No, something
blame,
was here.
and it's going to blame the locals.
Yeah.
What would we leave? I don't want them able to scry on us.
How about a lot of wine?
How about a small grove of trees?
How about us?
Oh.
I could leave trees.
They did want trees.
I could do trees too.
Pine trees.
We also have this
Fruit trees.
this scrying eye. Can I use this remotely?
No, you have to have it in your hands to utilize it.
Balls.
It's all right.
I like the tree idea.
Yeah, we could
Tuma,
plant it out behind.
just in case something happens and a big red dragon comes to pick a fight, everyone hide. Get out of the way.
I appreciate the advice. I can guarantee you there would be no other course of action.
Can we carve in the lair like Thordak was here or something?
They'll know it was you.
I think we got the information that we can
Tuma.
get right now.
I know.
Forgive me,
I
I'm not the
understand
best
the urge.
speaker.
We're here.
But we have learned from
We can
fighting
steal
these
some
dragons
gold.
that if we fight them in their lair, we are at a severe disadvantage.
Then get it from its lair.
We are of a mind on that.
What kind of creatures do you offer to it for hunt?
It has grown bored with dire beasts. We've even brought it to the ocean, where there was some great terrors beneath the sea, but it tore them asunder.
Oh.
There is, northward, large segmented insect-like creatures. They called Remeras. That was a scuffle, but I fear the dragon goes bored.
Gotta go find us a beast and bring it here.
Oh, no. No, I've got a better idea. But that's...
Spit it out.
Once we've gathered some resources, when we return, we prepare to attack post-hunt. Once it has exhausted itself on something large and angry, that is when you strike the dragon.
How will we be able to communicate with them for them to let us know?
We'll be here the whole time.
When we come back, we stay
Okay.
until it's time.
Okay.
When we come back, it is to end this.
For now, we leave a backdoor entrance with the trees.
With the trees, we will know how to return quickly with the force.
This might be something we go to the Slayer's Take for.
Yes.
They always have a roster of big beasts.
They do. Mostly
They can
dead,
perhaps even keep you... with a little bit of information, we could even keep them informed of things for it to kill that they may find around here. If with the Slayer's Take's help, we can keep you in supply of things to amuse it.
I trust you know what you say. These words mean nothing to me.
We are sorry that this cannot end as quickly as would be agreeable. We can do our best to help make you comfortable. And if you need some proof of the power that we will wield, we can offer a token.
What?
If you would, I have a thought, but if you wish a token of our power.
How about this? I trust you to return. Let's set time, so we know where the limits are. 8 days.
Oh, wow.
We
Sure.
may-
That's super fast.
So we find a beast.
Our
and come
travel, well, we can send a beast before perhaps, but our travel is long. We may need more time.
Yes, this is still not...
We have 2 more continents.
How much time do you need?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
For what?
2 weeks.
Continents. Further than you have walked in your life. We move quickly, but there is only so much that can be done.
2 weeks. 14 sun cycles passed. If we do not hear from you, the frigid doom is known. To this white stone you speak.
Fucking shit, ball Scanlan.
Oh, they're extorting us.
Not extorting. Making sure you are of your word. Because otherwise you leave us here to die on promises that are fake and false.
Yeah, well, tomato, yeah.
We don't do that.
Good. Then we'll see you before 2 weeks is out.
Yep.
I will leave you with a parting gift. I will leave you with a grove of trees that should be ever-growing and present.
If you do that,
I do. Speaking of narrowing choices, I also like that this is this is obviously the most what do you call it? Distinct timer I think that Matt has ever given them. And he allowed them to negotiate it, which is, if you think about it like too abstractly and too generically, it's hilarious to think about a timer being negotiated. It goes against the very idea of a timer. But I think it's great for right now because he has never, at least that I can think of, I'm really trying to delve into the memory banks. Actually, the only other time that he's done this is during the Slayer's Take mini arcs, and those were timers for like meta reasons. So the fact that like Matt is like really narrowing, is giving this feel, this escalation to everything. He, at first, it was like, once you kill one more, it's really gonna start. Uh-oh. Sort of starting from the end. Then, it is, Vorugald's looking for you. He's sniffing you out, but he doesn't know quite where, but you are under threat. You don't know how long it'll be. Then they do something else, and honestly, it doesn't seem like she knows where Whitestone is. She just knows the name. So it's not even like really that guaranteed that Vorugal would find Whitestone. Even if they did, even if she did tell Vorugal, but it's an escalation. And it takes it from this vague who knows when he'll find out to in 2 weeks he will be given an additional piece of information. Guaranteed, unless you come back. It's this escalating requirements and timers, and I think really cleverly, they're all related to each other. They're all kind of contained. Now, Matt has an easier time doing that because they chose to go to Vorugal, who is already connected to the other timer. So it's easier to work it in, but he took advantage of that, and he did do it. Like, just because something's a little bit easier doesn't make it not the right decision, and he absolutely nailed it. So yeah, I think that all of the tonal things are really escalating really nicely. And I think that the fact that they were allowed to negotiate it, I think if they think about it for too long, it kind of plays Matt's hand that he doesn't actually care about how long it is. I think that's the reality of the situation. Like, the fact that they were allowed to negotiate at all means that the actual number of days doesn't really matter. It is all about the fact that he is actually putting a literal time on it. That is the more important part. That the timer is actually getting an in-fiction time. Even if that time doesn't actually matter. It is a form of escalation. Which is very, I think he's doing it well. I think he's doing it really, really well, especially for them who are so not used to timers. Like, you can say that these timers don't have teeth. I think I saw, G. Hercup, 2 weeks isn't that long of a time. Hasn't it only been like a week since the Amon attack? I don't actually know how long it's been. But you're right. It's been a very short period of time between now and the Amon attack. And I think it's very correct to say, which I know I'm saying this, you're not necessarily saying this, but I think it would be correct to say that this timer doesn't really have teeth. Yes, they have to traverse continents, but they also have teleportation. So I think it's very fair to say that the timer, the actual fact that it's 2 weeks, does not really matter. 8 days, maybe we're getting into it matters territory, but I would still say anything over a week is kind of all the same. But the more important tonal thing is that they were on no timer before. Then they were on a vague kind of wishy-washy timer. And now they're on a strict, factual, passes with the passage of the sun type timer. It is an escalation and a further constraining of you need to get things done and you need to get them done quickly. It's very good. It's very good. It is definitely strong rising action to what's happening. I would say that we were pretty outside of rising action until now. I would say everything else before this episode was kind of self-contained. Chroma Conclave was more of a build-up, but we were in the Grog arc, the Feywild arc, maybe a little mini Umbrasil arc. They were kind of their own little things. But now I feel like we're ramping up to a climax that I think is probably going to be Thordak. I don't know if we'll get a rest until we kill Thordak, until we kill the Cinder King. And we'll see how they handle it. I also could be wrong. It might not be ramping up as quickly as I think it is. We'll have to see. But it's certainly a ramp up. Certainly a ramp up, yeah. The question I have is whether she would have threatened Whitestone if they went with her initial much shorter time frame. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. That's a decent question. That's a decent line of questioning for yourself when you're interrogating your own DMing. It's like, okay, how do negotiations go with your NPCs? Is it an actual equal negotiation, or do they have a price in their head? And if you change the price, they change it back, but in a different way. Because you could argue that, yeah, if they went with her shorter period of time and she's only adding in the Whitestone bit because of the longer period, then the price hasn't actually changed. Or the price hasn't increased or decreased. It has only changed. Is that how your NPC negotiates? Or do they legitimately negotiate? Are they legitimately open to persuasion? And are they legitimately open to the price of their help, of their waiting, increasing or decreasing? Or are they stuck on the price and they'll just change its form to make you happy? It's a good question. Not sure how much credit to give Matt for foreshadowing effectively or Mega for seeing through the Matrix. So often Mega says something, I think to myself, foreshadowing is literally a device. Dude, it's hard to say how much of it is Matt and and how much of it is me. I would frankly give a lot of the credit to Matt. I think that Matt, he has some weaker points and weaker spots, but I think that broadly, a lot of the things that I have a possible problem with are very explainable either by it being a show or by possible above the table needs or desires that I am not privy to as an audience member. Like, I think that the Feywild was kind of awkwardly inserted, but there's a dozen different above-the-table explanations I can think of as to why it might have been inserted there that we will never know as an audience. But when he's on his shit, it's very straight, not straightforward to me. I would never say straightforward, but it's very like I can see the lines, And I will say, if we want to talk about like my real fundamental interest at the end of the day, even outside of D&D, my real fundamental interest that I've had since I can remember is storytelling. I was in live theater. I was into writing and books and movies.
Take a break.
We're gonna push past that. Take a break. It's all storytelling for me. It's all different forms of storytelling, and I like some forms more than others. I love D&D. I love TTRPGs. But it's like when I see foreshadowing isn't different. Well, it may look different, but it's not actually different. And I can see the foreshadowing sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. Why disc comments get deleted? Sometimes YouTube will auto delete them. If you have like kill or murder, or something else that is like caught by their auto filter. I have very small comment moderation on. That holds comments that I can see. But if it gets straight up deleted and I don't mention it because it didn't get held, it's just one of YouTube's auto filters. Yeah. Gozer the Gozerian, choose the form of the destructor. What do you think about Tuma overhearing VM's mention of Whitestone? Planning is often half out of character. Yeah. It's a tough one. Because on its face, I don't like it. Like, going back to what I said of them, he gives them a little slap on the wrist. He explains the situation. If they had said Whitestone after that, like, second little flub, absolutely. Tuma should use it. But they were pretty careful after the second flub. So, on its face, not a huge fan. That said, I don't think that... Because I don't think that the timer actually has teeth in terms of its straight up time frame. And then also because I don't actually think that it would matter that much if they did tell Vorugal Whitestone. Like, I think it broadly doesn't matter in terms of its impact, even though I don't like it. But, you know, it's one of those things that you kind of have to weigh. I think ideally she would have threatened something else. Sam was talking in character. To an extent. I think, yeah, on its face, he was talking in character. However, when the players are planning, even if they're in character, the environment of the world sort of fades away. Because you don't have the DM coming in and updating you all the time, right? Like, you don't have the DM reminding you of the situation as you do things and the world interacts with you. And since, you know, especially in this case, they're firmly in theater of the mind. They don't have a map out. They don't have minis down. And so I think as players, it can be easy to forget the situation that you're in. Which is why I think that if he gives them the reminder, I think he warned them by making the Ravenites... Ravenites. Gosh. The Ravenites react. I think that was the first warning. And then there was a second warning when he kind of re-described the environment to them. I think those are your two warnings. Those are your two strikes before you're out. I think if they had made another flub, I would have said, hey, he reminded them twice that in character, this is the situation, this is the environment, these are the people that they're around. Because even you saw Sam kind of say like, oh, well, we're not by them, right? And then Matt was like, no, they're definitely within earshot. And he'd be like, oh. You know, he had forgotten that they could overhear, even though he knew that he was talking in character. And this isn't even to bring up the fact that they have earrings that they could have this conversation through if they had really remembered that. But I think after 2 reminders, you should feel free as a DM if they flub a third time to use that against them. But I would try to wait for the third. But that's also why I'm not holding Matt's feet too far to the fire here, because like the timer doesn't have teeth. The consequence isn't that severe. And he missed it by 1. Even in my own internal logic, they did flub it twice. Like, he did remind them about it once, and then they still flubbed it again. So all in all, I'm not gonna, I wouldn't take too many points off if I'm if I'm grading Matt's work like a teacher. Probably wouldn't do it, but only barely.
He'll know something is different.
He will.
No,
Don't
we
do it,
plant
Ian.
one tree.
Yeah, one tree.
No, we have to plant some trees. Find a place that is secret.
I can plant these trees anywhere. Just need solid ground.
If you can get away from the city.
I can possibly do it subterranean.
There is solid ground here, up there above the ravine, where else you need it to be.
Where it will be
does
hidden.
Where does the dragon not tread? Where do you know he will not see the trees?
Probably out of the ravine. He stalks inside quite extensively.
Let's find a place. This will be where we leave anyway.
Okay.
Tuma, I have one more question about Gurn Blanston.
Yes.
I raise the hand cone and I cast Modify Memory on her.
Why?
I love it. Look at Matt's face.
Okay.
We're about to get attacked.
Yeah.
We're about to run.
I roll my initiative.
About to
in advance.
run.
There we go. All right, what's the DC?
21.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to change
Ultimate
the
question.
moment that I said Whitestone into Iman.
You watch as she leans in, and she kind of shakes her head for a minute and goes,
What was your question? Do not know these words you speak.
Candles. Have you ever met a candle maker?
Oh, I know not of a candle maker.
I have a request on our way out.
What is your request?
Is Modify Memory a stealth spell? Modify Memory 5e. V and S. Are they aware of it? It's unaware of its surroundings. If it takes any damage. Okay. I think it's debatable on whether or not the other Draconians would be aware that he cast the spell. At my tables, I would say that they absolutely recognize that he just cast magic on their leader. If there are other Draconians around, which we know there are. Ravenites, sorry. But I don't blame Matt. I think how much verbal and somatic components matter is very wishy-washy between tables. So I don't blame him. I think that that's a common thing, is to kind of ignore these. But I really don't at my tables. And I think it makes a lot of enchantment magic more interesting, personally. Man. Can you explain why you're saying the timer has no teeth? Yeah, Matt has been increasing repercussions since entering the Fey Realm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm saying it doesn't have practical teeth because of the length of time. Anything beyond a week within the context of this campaign, unless Matt starts making things take longer, anything beyond a week might as well be in the indeterminate future. And especially 2 weeks, that's a very long time for them at their level. Now, that is all under the assumption that he does not start introducing time sinks, which he could. He very much could. And I would consider those the teeth in this discussion. Because this timer, if he continues handling time the way he has been, I would say toothless. That's such a long time that it functionally doesn't matter. Other than the fact that it like broadly exists. However, if he does start introducing things, I would say that maybe if he introduced more time sinks, those could very much be considered teeth in this scenario. And then just telling Vorugal the name Whitestone, maybe it'll have an impact. I kind of doubt it. I mean, I don't have a firm grasp of how much the dragons know about like human civilization and geography and layouts. I kind of doubt that Vorugal knows where Whitestone is. And I kind of doubt that anyone he could talk to would have a precise kind of location on it. Maybe I'm wrong, especially given that they hired like class members. But also, if they were the ones that hired the class members, then they should already know where Whitestone is and that Vox Machina was there. So that's why I say it's kind of toothless, is because both of the factors I don't think practically matter, but tonally, I think they feel like they should matter a lot, which is good. That's That's half of the reason to do something. is the tonal implications, yeah. Does that alter the last minutes of conversation they had about the name Whitestone? It can be no more than 10 minutes, which I would say in fiction, yeah, sure, I'd allow it to be within 10 minutes, yeah. I think that's totally fair, yeah. I feel like just functionally for it to work ever, it has to be something you can do in conversation. I think it's fair for the person it's cast on to not realize. But other people around, yeah. Maybe it's different because the magic item. The magic item, from my understanding, the hand cone of clarity just affects the DC. But I could be wrong. Enchantment magic, interesting. Who are you? Oh no. Look at Sam risking it all to soften the timer. He really is. He really did risk it all to soften the timer, yeah. The only possible teeth it had. Yeah. It's very, very interesting. And I think it's a good example of clearly, even though, again, I would say that practically it didn't have teeth. It had an emotional impact on them to the point where he's risking it to remove the non-existent teeth. I think it's very clear that it is emotionally registering with them, and that's a really good level of escalation. That's a good step during the rising action, is to start introducing things that are vague and soft enough to where you as a DM have a lot of control over them and as to how dangerous they are, while making the characters feel the increasing doom, the increasing danger. I think that the feelings that Matt is imparting on the characters are much more intense than the actual practical threats that he's presenting them with. Just if we look at the rest of the campaign, and that is an amazingly appropriate step on during the escalation, during the rising action. It's very, very good. IMO. Yeah. I think the idea of pissing off the leader and losing this could-be army is perceived as a bigger threat than the city. I would personally consider that a bigger threat. But clearly Sam disagrees. I think Percy would probably take it as if it had teeth. Less sure about the others. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that Scanlan is taking it as if it has teeth. Because it's something that when we hear 2 weeks as a person, as an out-of-the-game person that doesn't have a really solid, intuitive understanding of the passage of time within this fiction, when we hear 2 weeks, we say, oh my god, that's barely anything. That's a really short frame of time. Whereas in this game, it's actually a very long period of time. So yeah, I think it's a way that you can kind of use the distinction between what the character knows and what the player knows against the players. And I don't mean against in like a DM versus the players sort of way, but you can do it to give them things that emotionally resonate while also being hyper flexible for you as a DM to be able to deliver the drama at good points. Because if you lock yourself down too much, you can become a little bit backed into a corner as a DM. If he had said, I don't know, 3 days, that puts a lot of constraints on what he can do in Marquette. Whereas 2 weeks, honestly, not a lot of constraints. He can do basically anything that he has previously done in this campaign. I don't think any single arc has taken more than 2 weeks in this campaign. We could have an entire arc the size of the Briarwood arc in Marquette if Matt wanted to and if it worked for the story, and still be within our 2 week timer. So Matt's giving himself a lot of freedom while still having the emotional impact of putting the timer in place, which I think is great for this point in the story. Skillen might be doing it for Percy rather than himself. That's fair. It's very, very possible. Yeah. The cast often slip up and say things like the last few months since Monfell were so difficult. Yeah, but it feels like months. Precisely. So I think maybe Matt isn't doing this on purpose, but I think Matt could be really utilizing that disparate mindset against the players. Which is good. I think I mean, got to use every tool in your toolbox.
Would the dragon noticed if any of these bodies were disturbed?
Oh. Many. And she kind of shakes her head for a minute and goes,
What was your question? Do not know these words you speak.
Candles. Have you ever met a candle maker?
Oh, I know not of a candle maker.
I have a request on our way out.
What is your request?
Would the dragon noticed if any of these bodies were disturbed?
Many, yes.
Never mind then.
But small amounts. Why? You wish to take what they have, they mean nothing to us. 1 or 2 turned over will make no difference to the dragon.
Just pull that one down then.
Right. She points to it. Some of the Ravenites come over
Quiet,
and
all of you.
haul one of the corpses off of the spike.
No sound.
It breaks off and snaps, and they bring it and throw it to the ground and step back.
Thank you. This is exactly what I expect, I would assume.
The robes are familiar.
All right.
Scale color's familiar.
I look it over. I check.
What?
They're locked in the moments of valiant defense of his city. Frozen and lost. The remains of Tiberius Stormwind. Left a hero defending his people. Defaced by Vorgal, the Frigid Doom.
Let's bring him inside at least.
Yeah. I go and I gather the remains.
They are stiff and frozen, but light enough for you to carry.
Where are we taking him?
I don't know. The remnants of the library, perhaps. The ground's too hard to bury.
We can't even pretend like he was our friend.
No, we absolutely cannot.
I have a horrible thought. If we move him, will the dragon know we were here?
Is he on one of those stakes?
He was.
Tumor says no.
No, I checked. Unless he's very clever and very keen, and I don't think they are. I think that if they knew, he would be in a more exalted position of...
Which group was Tiberius with when they split for the Slayer's Take? Oh man, how would I even go back and find that? Not Skysunder. What was the dragon that was in the Slayer's Take episodes? He was with the Rakshasa. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, right, because he was with the carpet. Yeah. It would have been even more crazy if he had been with the group that fought the White Dragon. But even so, I don't even know if there's that much to... I don't know if there's that much to discuss. Other than... Because it's a very unique situation. But him... Oh, man. The words of Keyleth of "we can't even act like he was our friend" really stick with me, you know? Especially depending on what had come out at this point since he left the show. Which I'm assuming certain things had come out at this point. Yeah. Matt, and to go way back in the conversation, Matt describing this place longer than normal. I personally think he already had this moment in his head and he was treating the location with reverence. Very possible. Very, very possible. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think CC knew Sky Sunder or would care. No, it wasn't Sky Sunder. It was yeah, but I know I'm less saying my thought process was out of fiction. It was the symbology of Tiberius dying to the White Dragon, a hero, where the Slayers take quests, one of which was defeating a White Dragon, were one of the last things that Vox Machina did heroically before Tiberius left, or before Tibbs and Orion left. So no, I don't think there was any in-fiction correlation. I was more looking at it symbolically. Because even having him here is and the way that he is described is there's a level of symbology there. Kind of regardless, giving him Rhyme Fang. Yeah, Rhyme Fang. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I think, for our purposes, at least, the takeaway is that player deaths can be incredibly impactful. You should be careful with them. But also that that they can be cathartic, you know. Because Tiberius could have still existed, still been around. He could have escaped. But sometimes having them die is more cathartic. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I have a lot to say about it. It is such a complicated situation with him ostensibly not really leaving of his own choice and then killing his character. But I also don't really think they're not portraying the death maliciously in any way. They're treating it very respectfully. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was because of how bad the Ravenite versus Draconian relationship was than Marisha meaning to allude to him personally. Maybe. I don't. Yeah, maybe I'm reading a little too much into it, but it is such a thing that I feel it difficult to not read into. You know, it's like if they, and this is maybe revealing, revelatory about how I think is if his death didn't matter and like the actual circumstances of his death didn't matter, then he would have died off screen. Which he did die off screen, but they never would have found his corpse. They didn't need to. He didn't need to die as well. Like, Matt chose to kill him. So his death has meaning. And especially given its meta context of killing off this character that a player played. That's not a choice that you just make because it makes sense in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have this conversation off and on occasionally about like, oh, it just makes sense that they would find him there and that he would be defending the homeland. But there are some other constructs we can make of him not being there and that mattering. And that, like, having grounded rationale for it. To the point where I can't not read into the death, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Like, symbolically. There's a lot we don't know the details of, but Orion did retain most of the rights to the character. It's very likely that Matt had to kill Tibbs in this fiction. He didn't have to show the body on screen. If we're talking about just from like a pure like legal rights perspective, he didn't have to show the body. You know what I'm saying? Could have been an easy killed off screen. I mean, he basically did kill him off screen with the scrying spell. Like, we kind of knew. It was implied that maybe he's still alive somewhere, but I don't think that legally there was anything forcing Matt to like show the body. And he probably wouldn't have showed the body if Percy hadn't, done this. If Taliesin hadn't done it. Yeah. It would be weird if VM went to Draconia and Tibbs wasn't there. It would also be weird if he was there and alive as an NPC. I disagree. I think there are a lot of constructs I can come up with where it makes sense that he's not there. But yeah, I don't know. In his head, Mega wants to kill the players. Yeah. He had a choice on how to treat the death. Also true. Yeah, also worth noting that he died officially as a hero. Those are the parts that stick out to me. And like, again, I find it hard to really relate this to like an at-home table fucking lesson or takeaway because this death is so specific to Critical Role and its place as a media project that people are watching that I don't know. Yeah. I don't really think I can decouple the two for this death specifically. You should wait until the end of the episode, then give your opinion. I guess, yeah, we have like 10 minutes left. I can get back to get going, yeah. If I recall, Matt had discussed Tibbs with Orion and they decided the outcome together. Maybe. Yeah, yeah, I certainly don't know. Yeah. I am probably the closest to this situation that can exist at home. Where we're going to a place where an XPC canonically went to and she is not returning to the table. Yeah. That is probably the closest. I will say I think it's a big opinion thing. I've never had a situation where I've had to explicitly remove someone from a table that I was running. I have had to not run at tables anymore, and I've had to leave tables personally. But I've never, as a DM, had to ask a player to leave. So I can't fully relate to it. But I do know that my gut instinct would be to ignore it. And to pretend like it didn't happen. Now, it would heavily depend. But it's so heavily dependent. When you're dealing with an XPC, it is so heavily dependent on the context and everything. And interpersonal dynamics that it's hard for me to even say what you should or shouldn't do. Yeah. She got removed herself, so that drama's behind me. It's more how to handle it in fiction. I truly think it's just whatever feels right to you. I don't think there's like a right way to handle that. I think it's heavily dependent on what will feel okay to the players. Like, if treating her former PC with respect will legitimately get under the skin of the remaining players, then I wouldn't do it. If ignoring her existence and trying to just forget about her in fiction would bug the other players, then I wouldn't do that. I think at that point, you just have to maximize comfort for yourself and the remaining players. And however you do that will be very dependent on the out-of-game situation. I think both of Tibbs' send-offs were very respectful. This was incredibly respectful, which is honestly, like, I don't want to say it's tripping me up, but it is not what I expected. I didn't expect him to, like, fucking, like, spit on his corpse or whatever. But I kind of, and this is maybe my own bias coming in, I kind of expected them to ignore it. I kind of expected him to, you know, kind of be around in the background or die off screen and they never find his body, and that just kind of be it. I think I'm a little surprised with the, like, spotlight that's being put on it, but that's not like it's not a bad thing. It's just not my instinct. But I think that that's super opinion-based. Yeah. When he left the team, too. Yeah, also. I mean, I think that they gave him a very respectful send-off when he did leave. Yeah. Yeah. When I removed a player, I did the my home planet needs me, and they teleported away. Yeah, that would be much more my instinct. My home planet needs me. Goodbye. And then they are never referenced again. But this gets heavily into, like, the interpersonal dynamic, and it will very much change at every table. I would just try to maximize your comfort and your players' comfort. And I think that this is one area that players will be more than willing to suspend any amount of disbelief that they need to. So I think no matter what you do, as long as everyone is comfortable with it, I think they will be willing to suspend any amount of disbelief that they need to.
Defacement. I think this is just slaughter. Things vanish. I'm all right with making this vanish. That's as much of a calling card as I feel we need to leave.
Where should we bring him?
His home doesn't really exist anymore.
His home was with us.
Back to Imon.
I have a thought.
To our keep.
He should have.
It was very important to him.
It was.
This is his place.
We're not bringing him to us. We're leaving him here, but we're putting him somewhere appropriate.
We take him away. Can you melt the ice and snow? And we will lay him here.
Put him with the books.
Yeah, exactly.
For now, anyway. And then when we free this place, we can find a proper tomb for him.
Do for now.
Why don't we take him back to where the frozen books lay?
You find the remnants of the library. So you find a section of the stone rubble that's loose enough, you pull it open, and there beneath you can see there are hundreds and hundreds of books, many still pristine, but a little soggy from the melted snow. And you gather probably a lot of time was spent in this library in his youth, and it's probably as good a place as any to leave his memory for the time.
Are any of the Rabbinites around us, or are we alone?
They're keeping their distance, but they're watching. You get the sense that they understand what's going on, but they're not taking any offense to it.
This will do.
I start pulling books out.
I start melting ice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of what I mean by the suspension of disbelief will be allowed. Like, to me, that doesn't really ring as, like, how the Ravenites would react, but also it kind of doesn't matter. You kind of just have the moment and then move on. This is sort of in a little bit of a bubble, a little bit of a liminal space where, like, things are going to be heavily yes-anded.
Is Lockheed still on my shoulder?
Lockheed is still on your shoulder.
Bring him down so he can say goodbye.
As the ice melts and color comes to the body, you can see the tattered robes that show a fierce battle was fought. And regardless of this condition of finding him, knowing him as well as you did, he's still probably left a hero. As you lay him down on the books, mostly thought now Lockheed finds a moment of recognition and immediately flutters onto his chest and kind of curls up, mews a bit, nibbles at the chin.
I'm going to sit 3 or 4 feet away from him, facing him, and start privately thanking the Raven Queen for ushering him on.
I'm going to take a chalice out of the bag of holding, and I begin to fill it with ale, and then remember, he preferred water. And I take the alchemy jug and I pour fresh water into the chalice and lay it with him.
I take and I rip off a piece of his robes, tuck it away.
Can you seal it?
As you guys step back, the nearby stone clatters to life.
I get Lockheed out of there. I don't want to stay in.
Lockheed,
Do you want to come?
Lockheed resists and doesn't want to leave.
Darling.
Lockheed.
In Draconic, I say, it's all right.
Lockheed kind of curls up onto his face and kind of just nibbles a bit on the forehead. And turns back and flutters up onto your shoulder. The stonework clatters closed over the top of the rubble of the library.
Keyleth drops to her knees and starts crying.
Vax, in this moment of sadness, there is a bit of warmth as you sense, the remote as it is, through the divine gate, that the Raven Queen's assurance that his spirit has made it to the other side.
I go put my hand on Keyleth's shoulder. He loved you well, Princess.
He was so stupid.
Well.
I'm gonna find Tuma. Is she behind us?
He should have never left our side.
Hopefully this war will go on schedule.
We'll avenge
But
him.
there's our promise. And that's the best you're going to get. I'm gonna head out.
We'll avenge him.
I just turn around and say, goodbye, old friend. We'll come back and We'll fix this. Because this is... poppycock.
As you gather yourselves up here amongst the ruins of Draconia, the last of the sky is light, the sun has faded, and the night has taken its form. You hear the distant caws of the evening birds as they begin to take the skies above the ravine. Tuma and the rest of the Ravenites give a nod as you join hands. Keyleth?
Let's go home.
Yes, let's. There's much to do.
Back to Whitestone.
Were you going to leave a tree?
Yeah.
We let them know where the grove
The
could be
trees.
found before we left them.
And I plant growth.
Okay.
Make a big old tree.
Alrighty.
Oh my god, there's 4 minutes left. Matt, end the session already. Christ.
Where do you create the tree?
Wherever we decided it was best to create the trees.
Outside of the ravine.
Outside the ravine at the top of the
Above
ravine. A little grove of trees.
Hey, I can hear Marisha's internal monologue of who the fuck cares. I'm exhausted now.
Yeah.
Which, with a simple use of the room or a wild shape, you can make your way up there. You find a small patch of bushes, create a single tree that didn't exist there previously. A small sapling now grown to full height. A bastion of a promise to be kept. Keyleth returns. You take hands. You step through the nearest tree as the portal opens and find yourself emerging from the other side of the sun tree back in Whitestone.
I give the sun tree a little pat.
The morning sun just begins to rise.
We'll report what we've seen. We'll try and gain our bearings again and get sleep tonight. We'll report what we've seen in the new room. No one else.
Aye.
And we will never utter the city's name outside these walls again.
Ever.
Totally. Dick move.
Find yourselves to rest, keeping memories fresh till sleep takes you. You begin the next length of your journey for the next
Knock
vestige.
on Vax's door.
Oh, God.
I don't want to wait.
All right, as everyone else is going to rest, Keyleth, you find your way to Vax's door.
No!
Can I stay with you tonight?
I don't fuck anything up with words, and I open the door.
What?
I'm not gonna fuck it up by saying anything. I said, and I open the door.
What a fucking director. I'm sorry, speak up. The mic didn't catch you there?
I'm just going.
Okay. Whether or not you're taking time to sleep or just ruminate on the events, as it's only been half a day since last you woke up. You just take some time with Lockheed. He eats a little more food, and leaps to the window of your room, and then takes out over the rest of Whitestone. You process this time, this moment, this memory, and realize how much has been lost through this journey, but yet how much is worth saving, how much is worth fighting for. And that as much as you, bunch of fuck-up misfits that came together as friends years ago, have come to a point of understanding your true worth and what the importance is of really standing up for the things you believe in this world and the people that need protecting. And with that, the next step of your journey should come soon. Whether you stand or fall, this is the fight that needs to be fought. And with luck by your side, that terrible fucking dragon will meet its end soon enough. And with that, we'll pick up next week on Thursday.
Yeah. I don't know if telling me to watch the rest. I mean, I'm sure that there was honestly not a lot of agenda with it, but it did not make me less confident that it was symbolic. Because that speech at the end was totally fiction agnostic until he said the word dragon, and the dragon and him saying that terrible fucking dragon was clearly a come up for air moment during the speech, a moment of levity. So yeah. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I read that entire thing as about the show. Yeah. And I think that in a large way, that is appropriate. In the same way that I was saying, just make sure that you're comfortable, that the players at your table are comfortable. In a way, or not in a way, I think that player death should largely be symbolic, however you handle it. Because ultimately, if a player dies, it's because something happened in real life. Not a player, a character. Yeah. But that was very... I saw Topaz's comment. Yeah, it would have hit very differently if I had not watched the original. And I didn't know the context around what they were probably dealing with behind the scenes and what happened afterward. And yeah, it all kind of brings you back to what they're doing. The journey, the crew of misfits, protecting those that need protecting, fighting for what they believe in, I don't know. It's a humanizing moment. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't... Yeah. It's very... I find it hard to even fully parse. Because it's very personal, understandably. And I don't know them. And I think that maybe when I say, it's a reminder, it's a humanizing moment, it's just a reminder of like, oh man, like this isn't a story. This is something that in a large way they're living. It's a huge change to their lives. It's not like they're all working fucking... It's not like the cast of D20 starting up a new campaign. Maybe the first campaign would have been like this for them, but it's not like this is something that they've been doing. This show has been changing their lives for the past year and a half. And they lost someone along the way. And I think I say it's humanizing because it is a reminder that this is not just like a project. project that they're working on. This is like, this show was a fundamental change to like their status quo and their lives. And it's strange to remember that, especially coming in so many years later when CR is such an established behemoth, monolith. You know, it is iconic, and it stands on a different level than most D&D, most TTRPG stuff. People know Critical Role before they know Wizards of the Coast. Sometimes before they know D&D. They might not even know that Critical Role play D&D. And so, yeah, I think I slip into that mindset of forgetting how it started. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Normal post-session cooldown. Yeah, we'll see. I think there's a good chance that John is... This is always the text that is on every ending timecode sequence. It's always exactly this text. I think John just copy and paste it. But it's very funny to think of there being jokes after this, which there probably are, but probably, you know, like graveside jokes. Karen humor. I would also say this is a great way to add personal stakes to the Vorugol fight. Yeah, totally. Totally. It is. I think it's a worthwhile thing to bring up. If you're just like, I don't think it's the primary thing that's going on here, but in general, someone dying related to Vorugol is definitely a good way to add stakes. Yeah. Even if in their head it was 100% in fiction, there's zero way the real world isn't going to influence their words. I mean, I can't listen to Marisha's words without hearing real world analogs. Because he was... Yeah, I don't know, yeah. Imagine thinking Tibbs was some NPC that people were weirdly emotional about. Yeah. Just totally the same as Gilmore. Totally the same. Yeah. CR has gone from some weird temporary thing they did for a friend trying to get their Twitch channel off the ground to a media empire. Not an empire yet at this point, but in the transition, yeah. Yeah. I'm tired.
Glad we decided to take a lighthearted game.
It's a fun romp after Feywild. Fun romp.
Bar hop, bar crawl.
Yeah,
Nice.
Jesus.
Really nice.
I need a stiff drink.
Simultaneously looking forward to and not looking forward to the return to Draconia for that reason.
Man.
We'll pick it up next week, guys.
Yay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry to you.
Thanks, Loot Crate. Thanks, Loot Crate. $3 discount.
Not all.
Pour one out for Tibbs. We will
Yeah,
be.
man.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, not all narrative is bright,
That's true.
but it has its purpose.
We're next.
We love you guys. Thank you for sticking through us for an emotionally ringing evening. Be back next Thursday to see the next.
Is it Thursday yet? Is it Wednesday yet? Downer mood and gallows humor, just like you expected. Yeah? I'll be 1,000% with you guys. I did not. Even once I knew they were going to Draconia, didn't think that was on the horizon. Did not. Man, I was supposed to film something tonight. Shit. I'm still going to, but man, I gotta go like... I don't know. I gotta go watch like the Three Stooges or something. I gotta get my mind reset. Oh, Yeah, that was wild. I'm still surprised that Matt apparently sprung that on his players on live Twitch. Yeah. 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 And it's hard because I can't say if that's appropriate or not. I don't know them. That is firmly, like, whether or not it's appropriate, that is firmly within their friendship and like what they expect out of each other. Yeah. The scry did foreshadow that. It did. It did. I just thought that was going to be it. I didn't think the scry was going to be foreshadowing it. I thought the scry was implying something that we were never going to actually see, but kazam. It showed. I actually found your channel through the Tiberius vid. A lot of people did. A lot of people did. Which is awesome. I mean, it's I like that. I like that vid. It's funny now that vid has kind of taken on its own life, and I get comments that don't know that it's part of a series, and are like, it's so weird that you're like spending 8 hours talking about this guy, and I'm like, no, it has context. I swear. Yeah. He knows his players and they're still together 10 years later. I can't imagine doing that personally. No, I can't either. But, and you know, it may not have been cool with them. They might have had a conversation about it after this, or maybe it was cool and they were totally fine with it. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it was in the copy. Right, I forgot it was in the script. That's so true. That's so true. But I'm gonna leave it there. I was already running low on energy, and that drained the tank. So, thank you so much for joining me, everybody. I appreciate it, and I will see you hopefully before next Wednesday. But if all else fails, I will definitely see you on Wednesday. I'll see you later. Have a good night, day, morning, etc. And I'm so great at ending stream, aren't I? Goodbye.